Practice safe snacking and always use a condiment. It's an ad for Mike's Amazing Mayonnaise. How weird is that? This is in my neighborhood in Long Island City. How crazy is that? Let me come in here and say hello to you guys. Give me a couple of seconds to just refamiliarize with myself with StreamYard because the big guy will be on, so I have to do the regular camera, the regular scenario. Hey, there you are. Hey, gang of mine. I'm in Long Island City. I'm gonna grab a beer down at the waterfront, and then I'm gonna go into the city. Take you guys on a walkabout. It didn't turn out to be the beautiful day that everybody said it was. It's in the 50s, but I've got a hat on and I've got a jacket on. So what the hell? Come along. It should be fun. It should be a fun ride. I'm walking down in Long Island City along the train yard. You can see over there. And this is near to where my friend Steve, Hardcore Shutterbug, works. And I'm going to go down to the waterfront, grab a beer at the kind of swanky seaside beer place. I figure it's a good way to start off a live Gonzo in New York City for the Bastardos, the Bashers, is to have a beer. And then we'll take it from there. I'll walk over to the east side after I get off the boat. That takes about 5 minutes to cross the East River. And then we'll go straight into the Grand Central area. I'll go hop around. You guys tell me where you want to go, and I'll be more than happy to do that. Let me see what I can do here. I want to see the comments. How do I do this? Comments. Oh, there they are. First in the room today was Dino. Can you believe it? Dino was first. I see a couple of them are missing now. I don't know how that happened, but what else is new with StreamYard and YouTube? So Andrew Wolkowicz was the first guy in with the super chat. So let's give him a big gong. Obviously, that'll get out of control later on, so I probably won't be able to do it, but it's Friday night. You know how that works. Super chat. Dino was absolutely 100% in at first. Andrew was right behind him. We got Scotty Love. They call him Scotty Love. Scotty Love. Danny Gutierrez, Melly C. All the super bashers are here. And that's great to know. Melly C, Kevin Landon, Battle Power, Andy M, Ray, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn. Dean, Rolex teaser sneeze. I saw it. You want to talk about the time flies? Hey, buddy. Hey, Mart. You guys. Hey, Hitesh. Just want to just cover everybody, make sure as we get this thing started. Hey, Fergal. Hi, Louise. Kevin Hawthorne. Hey. Great. So, Rolex teaser. I saw it. I watched it twice. What did I get out of it? The bracelet. What the hell was that? Like a Jubilee, but flat links. Very interesting new bracelet. That watch looked really super thin to me. Um, Maybe an integrated bracelet. Maybe they go in the AP direction. That's very possible, right? Very, very possible. I mean, it looks to me like they showed one watch. Um, yeah, I'll show you where I am right now. I'm not going to keep flipping the camera around because that gets annoying. This is the power station for the subway system in New York. This is what pushes the air through the tunnel, which is kind of interesting, I guess. And this is called the Steinway complex because that's called the Steinway Tunnel. And oddly enough, I'm not doxing him because I'm not a doxer, but very near this building is the guy who is currently the president and has been for quite a while of Steinway and Sons, my favorite piano company in the world. As you guys know, I'm a big piano aficionado. I'm not the greatest player in the world, but I can flash it up and make it look impressive, but I'm not that good. Um, but I am a big knowledgeable super geek. I know way more about Steinways than I do about watches or anything else probably in the world. One of the super chat. Hey, who's that from? It is from. Sorry about this. No screens. No screen acting stupid. Hold on. I hate StreamYard. Sucks on the phone. I love doing the other way around. Um, so when the big guy gets on here, he could pull these up. I don't know why this is not working. Let's me pull these up. Oh, is it Nathaniel? Hey, Nathaniel. Oh, I can just tap on it. Thank you so much, buddy. By the way, uh, I don't have the picture handy, of course, because I'm not in the studio. But Sunday, we'll be doing an unboxing, but the unboxing is not going to be a watch. It is going to be the unboxing of the new love of Nathaniel's life. He adopted a kitty cat named Gizmo, and he sent me the pictures. Uh, he says it's a rag doll. I say it's Siamese. Fight me. But who cares? That cat is going to be loved like no other. And congratulations, Nathaniel. I'm so happy for you because happiness is a cat. Happiness is a kitty cat because they always love you. You always come home. You don't fight with them. There's no arguments. It's just of you over and over and over again forever. The only thing is, thank God you got a little. He says he's 6 weeks old, and he's so beautiful. I can't wait to show you guys pictures. Obviously, on this contraption, it's not the best medium to do so, but Sunday Mass, that's what we'll be doing. Who's in the room? Let's see what's going on here. Wish I could flip this up. I can't. Oh, well. Okay, let's go back to live. I can go back. Yeah, great. Give him as much hugs as you possibly can, because that's a big commitment for a busy guy like Nathaniel to open up his heart and find the love of his life, which I'm sure he already has. I'm so happy for you, buddy. Because, like I always say, happiness is a kitty cat. People, F people. Let me flip the camera around so you guys can see where I am. I'm going to try to not be as heavy handed. I should just leave that on for a while. Back ultra wide. That looks the best, right? Yeah. Here's some school here. Let me tell you something about where we are right now. This did not exist when I moved here. None of this. This was marsh, and this was like a mafia body dumping grounds. And this neighborhood just got super developed, and they built all this crap. Can I ask you guys about audio? Because as I have found out, when I do StreamYard with a guest, or in this place with my partner, when the big guy comes on, I can't use my DJI great microphones because I can't monitor him. If you recall, several live streams ago, when he popped on the show, I couldn't hear him. I had to revert to iPhone headphones, which really and truly sucked. But it turns out, after having a long, long conversation with the people at StreamYard and the people at DJI, that system is not compatible with multiple players. So that sucks. That's what I said you did. If I'm wrong on that, I apologize, but I said you did. I was always positive you had one. Let everybody know. Dean wants to know for sure because we were on the stream the other night talking about all that crap. Oh, it looks like there's a bunch of stuff going on down Riverside Way. How fun is that? We'll find out all about it. Tell you something. I'm not the most kid-friendly person in the world. It's not like I don't like kids or anything. I do, but I don't like them en masse. I get, it's too frenetic for me, especially when they're singing. That's the big joke. Dirk doesn't like when kids sing in choruses. It's annoying. Um, that's why I gravitate towards the kitty cats and the puppy dogs. So this is a park. This is called Gantry State Park. This didn't exist when I moved here a zillion years ago either. I mean, it is a very cool thing, and it is very loved and very well used. But I liked my quiet little neighborhood. And as a very young man, I moved here, and I loved it. But I'm going to go to Frank Ottomanelli and get a beer and just plop down the tripod, sit at the table. We'll look at the boats go by for a little while and have a drink together, Bashers. And then what we'll do is we'll get on the boat and we'll go to the city and we'll make a night of it. Friday night Bashers. That's what we're going to do. This is a very cool kind of mid-century modern style structure that they built. I mean, it's warmer than it's been and it is still a little bit windy, but let me know. Nathaniel reply. He dance. Okay, I'm here and you in Bug TV, Dirk. What does that mean? Let me, guys, can you just give me a yay or a nay on audio and video. As I like to ask you guys at the start of everything, I'm not going directly through YouTube because I can't have guests, or in this case, the big guy. You can't have more than one person on the stream on YouTube directly. And I can't use my DJI microphone either. I will, it's like everything else, limitations you just got to figure out. I think I'm going to have a Budweiser. Here's Frank Gatto Manili's. Last time I was here and I had a drink with you guys, it was super duper hot. Audio good, video laggy. Okay, I'm going to set it down and then we'll have a better idea of that. It'll get better as we go. It's just, I use AT&T. We're going to switch over to the T-Mobile network pretty soon and I'll have much better live streaming action because my phone works great. It's just T-Mobile has the best stuff for 5G in New York City. Video and audio is a little fuzzy. Okay. Audio 10, video quality minus 10. Oh, it's that bad? Video is no bueno. Once I order this beer, we'll find out. Okay. Can you even read that sign that says Otto Manelli? I'm not gonna get any fries. I never ate here, but it looks good. Belgian fries, Cajun spice fries, cheese fries, chili fries, lots of fries. Truffle parm fries, which bleh. That's truffle oil, which is gross. Veggie burger, lamb burger, chicken burger, butcher burger, auto burger. Blurry. Okay. Is it blurry like the signal's bad, or is it blurry like Dirk needs to clean the lens? Because I think I did, but I'll get a napkin here and I will clean that up pronto, tonto. Okay. Gonna order a beer right now. Hello, darling. May I please have, can I just have a bud? Huh? Regular Budweiser. Yeah. Yes, please. That's good. Yes, if you have a couple napkins, that would be divine. Thank you. Um, Thank you so much. Yes, please. Thank you very much. And thank you for the napkins. Appreciate it. Okay. Hello, pretty puppy. All right, I'm gonna walk down to the river and hopefully it'll signal will get good. Oh, there's jazz over there. I'm getting away from that noisy shit. I have the voice isolation on, which is a brand new update for these things. So hopefully this makes everything sound way better. I'm gonna pop it down and hopefully last time when I sat down here, the stream was really good. The quality was excellent. So here we are. Let me show you where I am. It's one of the craziest places in the whole wide world. And I live here and I take it for granted, as we all do. But here you go. I'm going to show you where I am. And it's nuts that I live a block away from this crap. There it is, New York City. I look small in the video, right? Cheers, guys. There's the boat over there that I'll be taking to traverse the New York City. That should be super fun. Is it better now that I've stopped moving quality wise, guys? Salute. Salute to you, Vaughn. What you got going? Nathaniel. Did he write back? He might have, but I might have missed it. Not the most, not sure what I was meant to reply to. Excellent news. Congratulations, Nathaniel. Your life will never be the same again. It will only be better, says Andy, and we know that for a factamundo. Isn't that great? New comments. Yep, don't move. Good. Better. Okay. Did he answer that question? I would have sworn he had. Dean, thanks. Dirk said you had one. Don't think you have shown it on Bashers. Did he say that he has one? Was I totally right on that? I don't see the comment. Dean says audio 10, video quality minus 10. Dean, he does. Okay, hey, I'm vindicated. Yay. Take that, Dino. I knew I wasn't crazy. It's beautiful. I love I love sky dwellers. I mean, they might be coming out with that land dweller. That's very possible. Should I talk to the camera? You guys want me to just pan around, show you the cities? You can't see it like the clouds. Clouds are pretty low. There's the Empire State Building directly in front of us. See, with YouTube, I can go in and zoom in. And I'm waiting for DJI to come up with compatibility for StreamYard because I have a wheel on the side of this phone, the side of the gimbal, that autofocuses and zooms in. And I really want to do that. You're not bad. You're the best, man. But listen, man, you're a keen observer. That's for sure. I don't know if he's ever mentioned it on the show. He probably hasn't. Sometimes a boy's got to keep the secrets. But I've been out to dinner with him a couple of times, and we chitter chatter, and I'm sure the guy dweller came up at some point. But thank you. Let me give. Here's a big bang boom for all the beautiful bashers. I can do this now because I'm seated. I'm stationary. Thanks, kids. Thank you, Dino. Yeah, it's fun. I haven't done a real walkabout in a while. You could see that everybody's out for sure, and the water looks pretty great. I'll walk you down there before we get on a boat. But it's pretty. People swim in it all the time. Listen, these rivers not polluted, and it hasn't been for a really long time because there's very, very little shipping lanes. Well, there's no shipping lanes, but there's just ferries and some pleasure craft. But that hasn't really occurred yet. Um, and I think they've got legislation in place that it can never happen again. Um, but there it goes. It's moving off. This thing will be in Manhattan in like less than 2 minutes. They are super uber ultra fast. Super uber ultra fast. Thank you. One says lots of love is expressed for Rolex. What about what about anything for Omega's Planet Ocean? I'm a huge fan of them. I don't own one. My father-in-law owns one. We all know a couple of you. Fergal's got his gorgeous Planet Ocean. We love that watch. Listen, you know, preaching to the choir. It's my Omega's my favorite brand, always will be. Rolex is just, it's just the zeitgeist. It's just always going to have that cachet. Maybe it's the name Rolex, because the Wilsdorf Foundation is not going to do it for anybody. Um, I mean, they're an anomaly. They don't pay taxes. They're a charity. They're listed as a charity. They're very unique brands, and no one will ever own Rolex but Rolex. Um, they were the ones not stupid enough to get caught up in the quartz crisis. Sure, they had oyster quartz, and that was, now everybody's paying top dollar for those things. People really want oyster quartzes. And what did it have? Integrated bracelet, which I think, what do you guys think? I think because that bracelet was very telling. It was a jubilee, but it was flat link and it had a president clasp on the back, which they haven't had for a while. So I think it's going to be an integrated bracelet watch. I think it's going to be a new model because that was no oyster case. It's very, very thin. So I'm thinking a brand new model. Maybe it's going to be called the Land Dweller. Not the greatest name. Maybe it should have been Earth Dweller, or maybe it should have been maybe I don't know. What would have been a great title for that thing? I just saw a pigeon. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Sure, I've seen lots of baby pigeons. There's a lot of pretty birds here. I mean, they haven't done any of the landscaping, Dino. But wait, you'll want to see this. Yeah. They put some baby trees in. They do a nice job because this is controlled by the New York City Parks Department. So they've got some, Louisiana jazz and New Orleans jazz happening. Um, so yeah, Gutter Dweller. That's a great name. I mean, we all know, or I don't know if you've heard, they trademarked the name Land Dweller, and they have a patent on a design. So that watch is definitely something. Oh, Melly, see, you're scared of birds? But don't ever go see the Hitchcock movie then, or is that what did it to you? Suzanne Plachette, Tippi Hedren, and the incomparable Rod Taylor. 20-year waitlist watch. Yeah, probably. Probably. I wouldn't say no to an Oyster Perpetual, which is nearly the same price point as an Aquaterra. Nearly. I mean, an Aquaterra is, it doesn't have the cachet that Rolex has, but it certainly 100% is, a one and done watch. It certainly is. I'll go back to me so I can talk to you guys. Front camera. They just need to have better options here for. I haven't had them because it's cold. Um, I would love an Oyster Perpetual too. I love that watch. Listen, I could never say I don't like Rolex. When I got into this whole thing, I didn't like them. I thought that it was a douchey brand. I just thought of all the Gaffons in New York with their gold Rolexes, and I watched The Sopranos and thought his watch was tacky. And then, like everything else in this life, you learn and you reevaluate. And of course, I fell madly in love with the Milgauss because I called it the anti-Rolex Rolex, and it is in a lot of ways. Um, but the only watch in their lineup that doesn't do it for me is the Daytona. I get why everybody does get it. Why wouldn't they? It's an incredible watch, but I'm a Speedy guy. And the only thing that's really got going for it that the Speedy doesn't have is it's waterproof. I mean, I wouldn't even take the second I'm headed towards the bathroom to wash my hands, wash the dishes, or take a shower. That Speedmaster comes off. What am I wearing today? I am wearing my Weekender, courtesy of Nellie C and Andy M and Mork and Mindy. I'm wearing the Charlie Brown today. I love this watch. It's got the Indiglo on it. You're not going to be able to see it because it's not dark enough yet. But are the lenses clean? Or do I need to? I'll keep the napkins handy. But cheers to you all. Here's to a great walkabout. Let's hope lots of fun happens. You guys, if you have any ideas of where you want me to go, I am an open book. You tell me where you want to go, and I will go. Uh, Danny Gutierrez says, I've been waiting so long for a root beer, I don't even want one. See, that's the other thing. You lusted after a root beer all this time, and you're a great collector. Rolex should reward you by allowing you to purchase. I hate that real fans forget about the Dubai douches, and nothing had good happens in Dubai. It's just a pop-up tent city in a desert. It's just it's a big shopping mall, and everybody goes there to get watches. All these super rich people that don't deserve them. You deserve it. You deserve a root beer, and a root beer is a real Rolex. Rolex. It's a real. It's I love the root beer. I mean, maybe you'll get a full gold, right? I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen with Rolex this year? That this video had nothing other than that weird bracelet, that weird case. I think they just showed one watch. Just looked like one watch to me. Um, I only saw it because I was getting ready for the show and charging up all my devices, and I put on Timmy for a minute, and they were talking about it. I was like, "Oh shit, sorry, Timmy." I went straight to Rolex.com. See what was going on there. Melly said, yes, terrified of them. I was attacked by magpies walking to school as a child. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's horrible, honey. Horrible. Oh, you sent me a PayPal. Oh, thank you so much. Let's keep the middleman out of this. Because while I'm grateful for the super chats because that stuff keeps the lights on and all that stuff. Man, they take 30%. And you know what? I've got 31 Patreons, and all of them were in there before Apple started its nonsense. Now Apple is taking 30% of any new people who sell. Like if somebody, it's complicated, but here it is in a nutshell. Thank you, Fergal, so much. Let me give you a big bang boom for that. Will it let me slide up? Will it let me the assets? Boom. The way it works is if somebody wants to support your channel, no matter who you are, and you have Patreon, if they use an Apple device to start their membership through an Apple device, Apple gets a 30% cut, which is disgraceful. And Steve Jobs would have never done that. But that's Tim Cook. He's the bean counter. Super chats, of course, are 30%. 30% of all earnings, super chats go straight to YouTube, which is, I guess, listen, and I've said this before. While I think it's steep, I think it should be somewhere between 5 and 10%. They do afford us to use their platform. And listen, I'm live to you right now on YouTube, and so I'm grateful for that. I understand we don't pay them directly, so they have to make money somehow, and I get it. But Apple, that I don't get. That's just bank robbery. That's stagecoach train robbery, and it's disgraceful, and they should never do that. But that's Tim Cook. That's the way he operates. Let me go back to comments live. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Full rose gold. Oh, I know what my girl likes. Hold on. Oh, there's so many comments. I wish they gave me a nicer area to view them, but they don't. Okay, let's go. Let me go back. I'm going back in time. Oh, there's a lot here. Okay, let me see. Right, they give me about this much space to scroll because there's all this other junk in the way. I'm so sorry about the magpies, honey. Yeah, screw that. Come on, set in the gold speedy. Yeah. Wow. For sure. I mean, the only thing is you just can't take it in the shower, and who cares? How many divers are really out there anyway? Like none, right? Nathaniel Hanna, Neil Armstrong's Gold Speedmaster is up for sale, up for auction. Yeah, I saw that. Let's see what that goes for. Do you think it's going to go for like big crazy bucks? I don't know. Um, Dean says, Daniel, how long? I thought you could get Rolex quicker. No, everybody's saying that, but it's not really true, especially when you talk about something like that, a root beer. We love the mill. Yeah, we love the mill. I know it's such a unique piece, and they don't make it anymore. I don't mind if they come out with because I don't watch the Milgauss market to go. Oh my God, it's discontinued. It's like my why I'm gonna flip it because I'm not. I'm gonna be I'm gonna bequeath that to somebody in my will. No, I don't sell stuff. I'm not that guy. I mean, how easy would it be to get into that market? It's not the time to do it, but we were into this stuff during that. That's not who we are. The flippers, you can watch them on other things, but I would like to see them come out with a new one. Why not? Why the hell not? I think it'd be very cool. I know. What am I supposed to do about a plastic cup? I know. I mean, I'm outdoors, and listen, I'm just rolling with it. Let me see. Hey, Sharon, beautiful Sharon. Great to see you in the room. Hi, honey. Jenny Gutierrez. I'm in an area where I'm down on the list. See, that's bullshit. Vaughn, I like the Daytona. However, I would go Zenith first too. 100%. A million percent I would. I mean, that's the movement. I mean, Rolex used their movements forever, right? Jesus, plastic cup. What am I supposed to do, Dina? I'm in an outdoor, you know, I'm not on the Côte d'Azur. That's what I love about Italy. You have a cup of coffee, you get it in a ceramic cup. You have a glass of wine, it's always in a glass. I mean, but then, and you pay $1 for a coffee or €2 or €3 for the glass of wine. This was $12 for my pint. It's a pint, though, of plastic cup beer. I mean, you wonder why I want to move to Italy, you guys? You wonder why? You know? Let me see. Full rose gold, food. There's a good tongue twister for you, Dino. Full rose gold root beer, full rose gold root beer, full rose gold root beer. That's impossible to say. Is my grail. Hell yes, lady friend. That would be insane. Daniel, how far down on the list are you? I have the Black Beauty, so F the root beer. Let's go, said Miss Speedy. I'm with you, Daniel, and why not? Speedmasters are the coolest watch ever. My favorite watch of all time. Listen, Omega is the brand that's closest to my heart. I think they're so innovative, even though they belong to the Swatch group. Thank God, because had they not, they might have been dead because they quartzed their brains out. You know, Australian magpies are very large and aggressive. Yikes! Danny Gutierrez with 4.99. Can I read that? Jesus Christ, I can't read that. Oh, for delights at the Bash Central. Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, January and February were bad months, but like I wasn't really doing anything. I was just doing studio stuff, and it wasn't so exciting for I guess most people. What are you gonna do? But I do have a great stream coming up soon, within the month. The incomparable Emmett O'Malley is gonna come to Le Studio, and so get your song choices together. And we're just gonna do a couple of hours of drinking and singing and playing. That should be really fun. I have this great new program that's going to make it sound even better. I'm very excited about that. And I love having my friend Emmett over because he's just a genius. Guy's a freaking genius. And happy birthday again. You guys all know I went to Cancun. I know, right? I'm not tan at all. I don't know why. Dana had put 70 70 SPF sunblock in all of our bags, our welcome bags. We stayed in the same hotel. Couple of people didn't. Um, and lucky for me, and I think I said this, and I like helping out a basher or anybody who's in New York City. Let me give you a big bang boom first. Hold on. So what had happened was, what had happened, that's such a New York thing. What had happened, Manhattan, everybody from the Bronx calls Manhattan, Manhattan. Um, when we were booking the trip, we booked it in February because court and Rose and parents and it was just prohibitively expensive to book that very fancy hotel that Dana booked in, which was the JW Marriott. It was insane. It was like $800 a night. We're like, well, we'll stay at the shack down the block. Well, it turns out when I looked at the tickets for airfare, they were relatively reasonable. It said, need a hotel, pick JetBlue Travel. JetBlue is a kind of low cost airline in the United States, for those of you who don't know, but it's not Ryanair. It's not no frills. Um, it's doable. It used to be much better than it is now. It's not a complete cattle call, but it's getting there because they're getting too big. But anyway, holy crap. We got that room for like 279 a night at the same hotel at her fancy hotel. That was $800. The holy so that's two, three, four, five, six, seven. It was by booking through JetBlue Travel. See, there's so many ways when you and I'm learning because you guys all know I was a princess with my dad and flew for nothing on American Airlines my whole life. So I'm learning now. We got some credit cards that give us points, and we're trying to figure that whole thing out. And Dana's been great at teaching us stuff because she's amazing at that. She's just a points queen. She knows don't do this, don't do that. She told us what cards to get. Really, like we had a couple of drinks, and she's like, "Okay, here's what you got to do." And like I'm listening because this is new territory for us. So, because obviously eventually I'd like to upgrade and never fly coach ever again. Because man, does that suck. Princess, listen. It's not lost on me. I know for a fact that that was an incredible privilege. It was an incredible privilege. And I say, if you can get one person in your orbit, in your family, your close friends, to work for an airline so you can get the same kind of, I mean, we fly first class to London and pay $279. You pay the landing fees. People think it's a tax, but it's not. You just pay for what your landing fee is for your seat. Um, and it was just incredible. And that's what my whole life. Like I didn't know any better. I mean, I flew coach when we got elsewhere, so 2 hours, an hour, 40 minutes. But for those long haul flights, that's I know that's first world problems and it's grotesque and all that stuff. But I liked it. Can I just say I liked it? I liked it. And you know what it is? You get to board like a civilized person, and there's not screamy kids all over the place and cocktails galore. I don't know about you guys, but I like airplane drinking. Some people don't. I like it. I like two pops in the bar before you get on a long haul flight, and then just keep the champers coming, baby. Coach, you get these little boxes. It's just I don't know. Listen, perchance to dream, my friends, perchance to dream. Um, Let me see. What did I miss here? Oh, Sharon, 699. Thank you, beautiful. TGIF. Indeed. Let's give you something beautiful. Let's give you that's great. That's pretty. I need a prettier one. I need some more. I need some super chat stuff for the beautiful ladies in our lives. They call me Princess Melly. I love that you guys are friends. It's so cool. Um, what do you say? Everyone says, I'm going to a local brew pub event late tomorrow afternoon where they pour $5 pours. But yeah, listen, I don't know what else I could do. I'm a lightweight. I can get well lubed up for 20. Me too. I mean, you guys see me drink, but I've got a real off switch, and I know when to kill it. Beer, I don't get drunk off of. I mean, that's where I am right now in a plastic cup. I like Budweiser. Shoot me. I like it. Uh, and Sharon says, "LOL, Melly. I'm princess in my boyfriend's phone, as you should be. All ladies should be queens and princesses. You guys make the world go around. Because we're a bunch of dorky boys. What do we know? You know." Melly C says the school made us wear ice cream buckets as our on our heads to protect us from magpies. Oh, wow. The reason why I'm struggling to read is not because I'm illiterate, is because a couple of 6 months ago, 5 months ago, I got brand new glasses because I was using these Amazon. I don't wear glasses in real life. I just use them to read because I'm old. And I got these glasses from a local place, and the screws kept falling out. Well, I kept tightening them myself, and finally I went in there twice to have them do it. They put Loctite. Anyway, this morning, uh, I'm walking through my living room, and I was reading a letter that I got in the mail, and I was looking at it, and I didn't take my glasses off, and the screw fell out. The glasses fell, and I stepped on them, so I broke them. They're broken. So I had to scrounge around the house and go find a pair of my Amazon glasses. I guess tomorrow I'll take them down there and see if they want to do something about it. But I was in there a couple times to have them replace the screws, and they were prescription readers, so they really because this eye is needs no prescription. That's still operating like a normal robot, but this is the one that needs the help. So when you buy them on Amazon, you can't get them with different lenses. I mean, I guess I could buy two different. I guess I could buy two different ones and then just swap the lenses out. Oh, that's a good idea. But what am I going to tell you? I'm sorry that you had to wear these magpie things. That's horrific. Horrific. Um, I like a nice event too. I mean, I'm not, I mean, $12 for a beer is criminal, isn't it? It's absolutely criminal, especially for Budweiser. I like Budweiser, don't get me wrong. Dean says, that's good to know. Dirk, 20 pints, that's, I mean, listen, I could drink a lot of beer and not get fucked up at all. Easy. I catch maybe a little bit of a buzz. I really want to go to the Old Town with you guys today. Now, the Old Town is the oldest bar, and I don't mean establishment. It has the oldest bar, like the actual physical bar that's in there. is the oldest in New York, and it's very long as well. And yeah, and I'm not a liquor guy, so it's not like I'm gonna go, hey, Ashers. That's not gonna happen. Um, would an umbrella work? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? No gin and tonics. No, you don't want me to do that. You want? You know what? That would be great for TV, though, right? It might get me back on the franchise club because they don't they don't cover me anymore because I'm not controversial enough. You know what I'm talking about. It's funny. Uh, they at particular times I've been on that show, and whatever. But now I'm starting to feel like, what happened? I'm not being ripped apart on. I feel kind of, what happened, Curly? What happened? I haven't said anything disastrous lately. What are you gonna do? But if I had a gin and tonic, I'd get into a bar fight because I'd be like, you know why you're a fucking douche? Because that's what gin does to me, and it's terrible. G&T. I like gin and tonics. Don't get me wrong. I like them. I like them. They're delicious, and they go down too fast. Nelly C. I wouldn't be able to find the front door without my glasses. I mean, I don't like. I'm fine with this, but if I have to look at the screen right now, it just looks like a mess. It just looks like a total mess. You know. I never tried a G&T. Oh, you know what's really crazy? Here's a story for you. Paul used to be horrifically allergic to gin because his mom is. So he inherited it from his mother. And so, we're together 36 years. About 3 years ago, no more, 10 years ago, his friend and him got together and they started a company. Well, his friend started a company, and Paul has a little percentage of it because he did all the art for it. It's called Montauk Distilling Company. You can go Google it, Montauk Distilling. And his childhood friend, best friend, they got together and they started this. Well, like I can't say Paul's not a full. He's got a very, very, very small percentage because he provided all the artwork because he's a great artist. He designed like this mermaid who is in her tail is in the shape of Long Island, and they were doing rum, and they were doing rum and like kind of like a fireball kind of cinnamon thing. And then they went into gin. And Paul wanted to taste it really bad, and he did, and he had no reaction. It turns out he outgrew his allergy to gin, and he really likes gin. So he had never had it his whole life. I used to be allergic to cats, and I'm not now. So it just goes to show you that things totally happen. Gin and tonics are delicious. Do I put a lime wedge in a G&T? I don't like lime. I like lemon. Uh, Do you like lemon or do you? If you enjoy lime, sure, why not? The problem in Mexico when we were in Cancun is they want to. Nothing repulses me more than putting a lime in a beer. Don't do that. Ugh, it's gross. I just think limes taste musty. I'm not a lime fan. I love lemons. I love everything about lemons, but I do not like limes at all. Gene says, I would have bet my watch collection on the martini. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a martini. If I ever drank a martini, I would be dead. That's just 4.5 shots of pure straight up alcohol, my friends. They actually use umbrellas in Rome as protection against crows. Oh, that's cool. JBB. Hey, JBB. To defend yourself. Okay. Danny Gutierrez is having a Hendrix Martini. That's cucumber infused. Most people don't realize that because I used to, I don't say mixologist because that's ridiculous. I was a bartender for 30 years in New York City. Um, and I'm not precious about it in any way, shape, or form. Everybody nowadays with and I'm not talking about, you know, like some of these guys doing their magic tricks and gunpowder, and it's just ridiculous. I'm not talking about like Kojak because that I think he's truly a talented guy. So he's got the history. Most of these flashy guys, they don't know shit. We were down in Cancun, there was a guy doing the juggling thing. I can't do that. I don't know how to juggle. Do you want me to make you a drink or you want me to juggle? You want me to be your bartender or you want me to be in the circus? That's the way I look at it. I don't know when it became a circus act. I really don't. I really don't. Lime and Coronas because Corona tastes like I don't I know everybody says that. Emmett says that. You know what the little Coronitas, the small ones? If Corona is ice cold, it's super refreshing, man. And it goes down fast. So you don't have a problem. Sharon, I am a vodka and cranberry juice drinker. If I drink, so I will try a G&T. You should. Why not? Why not? Yeah. I mean, vodka, that's called a Cape Cod for most people who don't know. It's a Cape Cod. I'll switch the camera around so you guys can see where I am. Ow, ow, ow. They need a hot button on this thing, so I don't have to go through this rigmarole just to get this going for you guys. That oh, is this? Where's ultra wide? Ultra wide. That's better, right? Manhattan. No, too. I'll uh, I'll start making my way to the ticket counter. I don't see anything happening over there. So that's the new Vanderbilt, that tall building there. If I could zoom in, I would. And the thing that being built, you see the United Nations right there on top of that umbrella. That particular building, I think it's Morgan Stanley. It's some financial institution. Anyway, it is the ugliest building ever known to mankind. It's grotesque. And then there's the Pan Am building, now called the MetLife building, but is forever the Pan Am building. And then you have the Chrysler building, which is the most beautiful skyscraper in the world. And the next to that is one Vanderbilt, which is much taller and should never have been built next to the most beautiful skyscraper in the world because it dwarfs it and it also blocks it from the skyline at certain angles, which is just not cool. And there's the Empire State Building straight ahead, next to those very odd buildings. That's actually part of a hospital called NYU, New York University Hospital, which, by the way, if you're going to get sick in New York, you want to either be there or you want to be a Columbia Presbyterian. Those are the two main, like, if you need surgery or something like that, that's what you need. When Rose fell, uh, I took her straight to that hospital. Vaughn says, just get me a drink, no juggling tricks. Or yeah, I agreed. Like one time we were at a bar that opened up before Long Island City got fancy, and it is very fancy now. Before it got fancy, and new landlords tried to drive out people like me and Rose and everybody else. Um, this new place opened up, and it had sawdust on the floor. Isn't that kitsch? And all that stuff. And me, Emmett, and Dana were like waiting for half an hour, and Emmett finally goes, um, "The show's so much for the show. Can a man actually get a drink here?" And the guy gave him a dirty look, which was nonsense, absolute nonsense. Hey, Steve Mac 3, £9, 9.99. Thank you, killer. Let's hit you up with some super chat action. Thank you, buddy. I don't know why this does. Can I turn that off? Oh, I don't know why it doesn't let me do that. Thank you, Steve Mac. How are you? For your bud. Cheers, buddy. I'm just gonna have one here because I mean, you know what? Can I just say I'd rather have it if I'm to pay $12 for a beer. Let me go back to me. Enough of the skyline. More about me. Camera. That does look insane, though, right? It is crazy. Can I blow that up? I mean, people can't believe that we live here. But you know what? I don't want to live here anymore. I'm done. I am done. I have. I'm just trying to switch the cameras back. Sorry about the camera. They don't make it fun. You know what? Yes. It's not my town anymore. It's not the New York I grew up loving. and feeling a part of. It's just not. It's just doesn't belong to me anymore. I don't, like, I mean, imagine living in your home for 35 years, and, we have these laws in New York State called rent stabilization laws where your rent can never get out of control. Now, if I left my apartment, they could gut it and rent it. So I'll be honest with you, my rent in New York City is $1,300 for a two-bedroom apartment with a roof deck. And I've lived there for 35 years. Um, my landlord died, and we got new landlords in, and they want all the rent stabilized people out. And so they're trying to find legal loopholes to go around the law and threaten us and do all kinds of crazy stuff. They're doing that to Rose because they want to gut my apartment and rent it for 6 grand because they can. If I left my apartment, they would gut it down to the studs. They'd put in a whole new kitchen, and I'm a half a block, a block and a half, to be fair, from this view. So it's just too lucrative that they bought the buildings, and these people are all buying these buildings. Most of them are, I'm not trying to be political or anything, but they're mostly hands off foreign investors, mostly. Mine are not because they live in the building. And they're just, with intimidation and um epithets and all kinds of stuff like that, you know? So that's why I don't love New York anymore. Had that never happened, I probably would want to just visit Italy every year or every other year instead of want to run. And now I just want to run because, like, why would anybody be so mean? Why would anybody want to do that to people? It's so shitty. It's just so inhumane to try to treat people who have had a home for 35 years as if they're an invader in your investment, which is exactly what we are. This is nonsense. So nonsense. Toronto is like that for me. Born and raised here at 59, don't recognize. I'm 59 too, baby. We're in the same boat. Don't recognize it anymore. That's gone to shit. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be 60 in June. How the hell did that happen? And that number doesn't even compute to my brain, because I don't feel it. I don't, I don't at all. It's just such a weird thing. I'm like, what? 60? That's what happens when you live too long, right? Okay. Come scroll through. They give you so little room to scroll through this stuff. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's a pretty view, isn't it? It is. It's beautiful. I'm going to show you guys the view because I'm going to go get a ticket, and that's not fun. Or maybe it is fun. Maybe it is. Maybe I'll just leave that alone. Okay. Because this is done. Let me go find the garbage. It's right behind me. Got my napkins in case we need that. Now, I might have to come back here because I don't know when the train is. I have no idea. Can I just say that I did catch a buzz off the beer, though? Because I didn't eat today. I was not hungry today. I actually, um, I like to cook for people. So when Paul's home or if we have company, I love to cook. You guys know I love to cook. But, oh, what happened? What happened? My gimbal got mad at me. I'll tell you a funny story about the gimbal. I thought I lost it. I thought I left it in Mexico. It was nowhere to be found. I I was sure I packed it and I couldn't find it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so screwed. What am I going to do? And I'm looking around, and I go on Facebook Marketplace and I'm like, DJI, I'm going to have to buy another one because I scheduled a walkabout. Oh my God. And then after I looked everywhere, I sat down in my studio and then there was a bag at my feet that said JW Marriott. And I looked at it and everything was in there. Um, but this next one is in 12 minutes. Oh, I don't want to go to Wall Street. Oh, it'll stop. It'll drop me at Winter Boulevard, FDR, and 35th Street. That's where we're going to go. I will show you Let me show you what I'm looking at. StreamYard, get your act together with this camera action. They need to change the. They've been changing the look on the website. That's where I'm going to get on that boat. Okay, and here's my view. And this is what's become of this town. There is a great place over there called Santa Chiara, which is amazing. I mean, I could go over there for a quick double espresso. Should I do that? I should, right? I should. I go here with Steve all the time, hardcore shutterbug. Why don't I do that? Counteract the buzz so I can keep going. What is going on here? Let me straighten this out. It just like failed on me. Hold on. Let me slide this over. Maybe it won't happen now that I had it moved over too much. God, there's so much weed here. This whole town smells like freaking weed. I do not like marijuana. It's fine for everybody else, but I just think people should keep it. They should keep marijuana to themselves instead of make us all sniff it everywhere. You know, people are up in arms about people smoking cigarettes and stuff on the street, right? Same rules should apply to pot. It's just because it's so pervasive. I mean, it's such a thing. We'll go over here. I'm gonna go grab coffee. Maybe keep the outside. Is that boat coming now? No. Ooh, somebody's wearing first by I smell it. Somebody's wearing first by Van Cleef and Arpels. I'll switch this. Actually, is this open now? It might not even be open. It's not open. They're open. Hey. Hello. Caffè doppio, per favore. Sì. Yeah, I think so. Let me make sure. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. You speak Italian, don't you? So why did you say that? Caffè doppio. Ah, doppio espresso, sì. But regionale, no. Sì. Dove le città in Italia? Roma. Ah, ma sì. Capito. Io parlo il fenese. Fano le Marche. No, it's not Roman. Nothing is Roman. No. But you know, Fano is a Roman city, though. Yeah, they have the gate there. The Cancello di Roma. Yes, see. Yeah. Of course. Well, I don't know. Did you watch My Brilliant Friend? Did you watch the show? They're from Caserta. So Dialetto di Napoli. Boh. Oh, capito Neapolitan? Really? It's crazy to me. Well, Brazilian is nuts. Hmm. Really. I'm married to an Italian from Fano, and we had subtitles on for that show. I love everything about Italy. Io sono irlandese. Sì. I want to go and live there for the rest of my life. See, yeah, within the next year, we're moving there forever. Grazie. Thank you. Yeah, we need it. It's a better life. I'm from here, from Queens. I'm a New Yorker. Yeah, many times. Bo- oh, see. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why? Okay. You take a bicchiere di vino. Oh, sì. Well, mio marito's cugini vivono in what's the Jewish section? Yes, see. What? Not in Fano. They have a big gay parade. You know what, baby? I'm from New York. I'm a man in the streets and a queen in the sheets. Oh, I know. Yeah, but I'm tough though because I'm from New York. You know, I have no problem punching somebody in the face. I'll be like, "Hey, tu sei proprio un finocchio." Stronzo. Exactly. Capito. Grazie. How great is that? This guy is amazing. Let me switch cameras. Having a coffee, a quick double espresso. Uh, Finocchio, sì. Tu sei proprio un finocchio. I'm from Queens, man. I'll punch you in the mouth. Right in the mouth. What a nice fella. He's young. He probably thinks I'm some super daddy because I look like one now. Nah, from New York, baby Ray Ray. They did so much for us. Ray Ray. That pot smell, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. All of New York smells like weed now. It's insanity. Oh, thanks, Daniel. I wish I was 40. The last time I was in Fano, I haven't been in Fano. Well, I was in Fano 3 years ago, but I celebrated my 50th birthday there. Mine was in Milano. Paolo's was in Fano. His cousin Davide is from Landriano. And we went there because all three of us were having milestones, 40s and 50s. So we had a big celebration. And I can't believe that that was 10 years ago. It just seems crazy to me, you know? Just seems nuts. Anyway, cheers. Look at this. This is Santa Chiara and no plastico. Grazie mille. Mi piacere and ci vediamo. I live up the street. I'll come. I'm here all the time, but I never see you. I just know that strega and I don't like her. See, it's that bisha. Oof. No, it's a guy. He's a big queen and he's nasty. Nasty. No, he's got attitude. I'm like, girl, shut it down. Yeah. Uh, tu sei proprio una regina. Yeah. Nah.
Yeah, but it's fun. But you know what?
But
You're
inside,
lovely.
yeah.
You're a lovely person. He just gives me so much attitude. And whenever I come with my friend Steve, he works for the railroad. He's a big macho guy. And we come in and he goes, "Oh, your nemesis is here."
But I say you something.
Grazie. Ciao. Ci vediamo. Che piacere. Ciao. Ciao. I'll see you soon. Bye. That's funny. Every time I go in there, there's an nasty queen in there, and he's so mean to me. He goes, "It's because he wants you. He's daddy hunting." Look at this. My phone is acting stupid because I got to plug the battery in for the stupid gimbal already. I'm gonna have to talk to my friends at DJI and say what's going on with the battery. Okay, so there is the boat. There is the boat. Oh, do I want to do that? Who's cute? What a sweetheart. The other guy yesterday, guy's a witch. Yeah, there's the guy that works there. Now I know his name is Enzo, and that's such a macho name for such a strega. Please, like girl, you need to cut that out. I'm a man. I would say I'm a man in the streets and the queen in the sheets. Because listen, he every time I go in there, he gives me such attitude. I'm like, Strega, please, guys. I'm gonna buy a ticket for the boat, so I have to use my phone. So give me 2 seconds to do that, okay? That machine didn't work. Uh, Probabilmente. All right, it's okay. That boat is not even here yet. I'm gonna put. I got to get my battery back up and running. So give me a minute. I don't know why it used to last hours, and I'm only on this show for an hour, 1 hour and 8 minutes, and already the battery's acting stupid. I've actually got red. That never happens. So I'm gonna pop this down. That's and this gimbal. How old is this gimbal? 8 months old? Not even 8 months old. But thanks to the incomparable Easy E, who never is on my show live, but he's still a friend and a Patreon, he turned me on to this brick, which is the best brick in the business because it's 60 amps, super fast. So I'm going to do, oh, yeah, I've got a USB C to USB C. I mean, this stream's just begun. It's only an hour, we're only an hour in for a Friday night. So don't give me any guff batteries. Let's see what's going on in the chats. Nancy and I have to come visit before you leave for Italy, for sure. Or when we visit her family in Italia, we'll see there. Listen, this is going to be the story with Italy. Once we get there, because um, we want people to come see us, because we want people to be able to come to Italy and stay and not have to worry about hotels and things like that. So that's our whole plan is to basically move there and be 50% in New York and 50% here. But I'm gonna mostly stay there. He's got a job that he's working at where he's gonna retire from and get a pension from. I do not. So I'll be there holding down the fort, and I want as much company as I could possibly get. So yeah, for sure. Uh, yeah. Uh, Tariffs. So I got a rather disturbing email today from Tobster McDonkey. You guys remember him, right? And he left the stream a while ago because he was very, very politically motivated and wanted to kind of bring his politics into the show. And I take the bait every once in a while, and I'm sorry if that offends people, but I don't want to do that because I just want us to live as nice people and enjoy each other. Um, and I've written him back a couple of times. He sends me things, and he says, you know. I'm banned from the show. And I'm like, you're banned from the show if you're watching, and I know you don't, or you say that you don't. You're banned from the show because you're far too extreme. And I like you as a person. I always did. I always used to say everybody's favorite far right wing Republican. And that's fun. But when you send me emails that are extremely disparaging and insulting, then I can't respond to that. And that's what happened. So um, I just want us all to get along. I can find commonality with a lot of people. I work with a girl who's a QAnon, and she feeds all the cats in my neighborhood. And I ignore all that crap, but I love the fact that she feeds all the cats, and I assist her as much as I possibly can. Offer all the assistance in the world to her. And she's also at peril with our nasty dragons that are after us. She's another one, and she needs help. She needs assistance. Like, we need to find commonality all along. Like this Enzo character, this Bisha, who's Finocchio Suprema. Listen, every time I see that nasty little witch, I always go, Buongiorno. There's got to be ways we can all get along. We don't have to hate each other. But, Topster, man, I love you, man. But, even when I write him back, he doesn't ever reply to me. He just doesn't reply. He just spews stuff straight at me and doesn't want to hear anything ever. And that's the problem with people who are too indoctrinated into their own uh, politics. They just don't listen to the other side of the table. And I'm not all that interested in that anymore. I'm interested in great food, great wine, great cats, great dogs, great vacations. What makes your life happy? The politics is what ruins it for everybody in this world. Who needs that crap? Do any of us need it? I don't. I don't need it. Do you need it? I don't need it. Andrew says, hey, Andrew's here. I've met cats that were moody, but I've never met a bad cat. I've never met a bad cat either. Never, ever, ever, ever. Vaughn says, Sharon, Andrew, and myself, the Canadian contingency, will be charged a tariff for this. I mean, listen, our economy here is tanking in the United States. Stock markets are a mess. We can't buy eggs at $15. And we're trying to steal Greenland. Are America annexing countries now? Is that what America's doing? That's not the America I know. Also, the America I know doesn't have a president who has supreme power. He has to go through the House and the Senate, and he has to be checked. There's a checks and balances of power, and executive orders is autocrat is the makings of a authoritarian. So listen, if you like that guy, I don't know what else to say. I know most of you don't, and that's why we're all good. But I've lost a couple of key people on this show because they know I don't like Donald Trump. And I grew up in his town, man. I grew up with him. He doesn't even know what he's doing. That's the problem. Politics suck. And they cause all the problems, Mart. You know what? You've got the beautiful Bronson, and that's all that matters. You've got your beautiful home, a beautiful life. You guys have assembled, it's a semblance of happiness. Like, people who are obsessed with politics scare me because that means they're obsessed with power. People who get drunk with power, that sucks. Yeah. Andrew says, I like his wife. Well, he likes his wife too. She doesn't like him. She doesn't like him. She had to sign a whole new contract for this second phase of his presidency. She probably thought she was out. But that couldn't happen. They upped the money game on her. She's never near him. Did you see when he tried to kiss her? She went, ah. I mean, he's physically repulsive as well, but that's neither here nor there. And who really cares about that? But what I worry about and what the far right in America don't worry about is what America looks like on the world stage. You know, we're the pariah of the world right now. And is the entire world wrong that America, which stands for unity and democracy, is now being run in an authoritarian manner where executive orders trump, pardon the pun, um, you know, checks and balances? Is that okay with people? Is annexing Greenland okay? Is that okay for anybody? It's not okay with me. Greenland is Greenland. It's an autonomous principality of Denmark. They don't even really want to be a part of Denmark, and they certainly don't want to be Americans either. And they shouldn't be forced to. That's what Crimea is. America doesn't, well, they have. So they have in the past. It's nuts. Sigmund Freud, politicians are immature people because they depend upon the approval of the other. Yeah, JBB, super smart. Yeah. What did he know, Sigmund Freud? Yeah, the problem is, like, listen, it's true for far left, far right. It doesn't really matter what side of the platform you're on. But when people are too indoctrinated, who cares, Ferg? Who cares? I don't care. When people are programmed or indoctrinated, they just don't listen to reason. They just don't. You know, like I know somebody who always says to me, "Oh, I can never come over to your house because you have a cat." I'm like, take an allergy pill. Like, first of all, I'll cook you an amazing meal. We'll sit out on the patio, and you'll meet my cat, who's the greatest cat in the whole wide world. And like, I'm allergic to cats. I'm allergic to smoke. I'm allergic to people are allergic. There are excuses. I was allergic, deathly allergic to cats. I'll show you what I carry around with me. I carry albuterol. I don't use it all that often, but every once in a while, I'll get a little bit of asthma shebang, and that makes it go away. And by the way, I got a shitload of them for nothing in Mexico because you don't need a prescription for it in Mexico. In Mexico, that costs $2. Here, it's $80 with a prescription, and then you pay about $25 with your copay. Just saying. I got a bunch of them. Um, I'm not allergic to cats anymore because I found a cat, took it home, and the next thing you know, I got a cat, and I don't have allergies to cats anymore. It was amazing. Hey, that chest pain. Stupid people not realizing when they are. Oh, I'm missing it. Not realizing when they're being trolled. FFS. They are flat. Oh, flat earthers. Yeah. Paul has this theory about flat earthers. He thinks that obviously they know the earth's not flat, but they just do it to get attention. What do you think about that? Oh, the flat earthers are fun. I get enjoyment out of watching it too because it seems insane to me. Absolutely insane. I'm gonna walk around and see when this boat's coming. The boat either didn't show up or it's late or I don't know what it is. That guy's got a big bottle of San Pellegrino. How cool is that? It's actually getting really sick and cold out. I don't know what they're planning on doing here. What does it say? Now it says 10 minutes. Before it said 12 minutes. A little bit chilly out here. Little guy with his dog. How cute is that? But I gotta say that it definitely is not warm. Hello, Schnauzer. I'll walk you down to the water. You guys can see it. It's getting really cold out. So much for this action. Hold on. Settings, camera. Here you go. Take you down to the water. To the water. Hey, Shag Daddy Rocks. You build immunity the more you're exposed. Happy cats, yeah. Hey, when I found Glaucus, Patrick, I had 3 months of murder. And then after that, I was not allergic to any cats anymore. And before that, it was an asthma attack. I mean, this is a pretty time of night for sure. I don't know why this is kind of slanty. There it goes. Let me switch this around. Let it reset a bit. There you go. Now it's normal. I mean, it is very cool. It's very placid tonight. And it probably wouldn't be fun to swim in. The Empire State Building lit up in blue. I wish I could zoom in. That chest pain. Do I share super chats with us? No, it's a separate channel. When he comes on, I mean, he helps me out, when he comes on to the show. And he helps me out with that. But no, it's a separate channel. Super chats are mine. Minus 30% to YouTube. PayPal's are better, of course. I'm very bad at like spruiking myself. Um, I know that there's a lot of people out there that are great at it, but I just basically say it helps keep the lights on. But it is what it is. I'm not a very good grifter, my friends. I'm just not. I'm just not really good at it. But it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And, but no, he helped me launch this. Listen, let me explain how this worked. iBashers was a thing he and I created in 2001 or two as a radio broadcast on Apple Music before there was podcasts, and we stopped doing it. And then when Timeless Watch Channel became a big thing, he said we should relaunch it. And we relaunched iBashers. And because of the popularity of his show, of his channel, we got up to the 1,000 subscribers and or views necessary to monetize this channel. So it was like most people when they start from scratch, he started from scratch, very, very hard. So I kind of got a leg up. Vaughn wants to know what is the PayPal link. The PayPal link is in the description of the video. It's my email address, which is dirkworld at nyc.rr.com. I might have it here. Let me see. Banners. Might have it. If I don't, I'm an idiot. Probably don't. That's how bad I am. Oh, here's PayPal. Dirkworld at nyc.rr.com. Yeah, they don't take it. They don't take any money because you just do friends and family and you just dump it. It's like a great way around. I do understand why they charge people on YouTube. I get it. It makes sense because we are using their platform, even though Google's a giant company, but still, I get to stream on here as long as I want without any kind of problems. And they take a 30% cut, and it makes sense. But thanks for asking, buddy boy. Thank you very much. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. If you ever spend the night here, be ready to have three cats wanting pets. I'll tell you, I'm so starved for that at this point. You have no idea. Okay, the boat is coming. I got to buy tickets. So hold on. Okay, let me buy it on my phone. Give me a second. Okay. Actually, I don't think that boat's coming. It just came from where I'm going, so it's going uptown. That's the wrong one. Isn't it pretty? Ken Furby. How are you, baby? I don't know why this is listing on me. Should I fix this thing? I don't know why it's doing that. That it's listing. I think I need to go to. Yeah, that's going all the way uptown. This is the boat. I thought this was my boat, but it's not. I don't know why this is listing. Oh, I might not have it locked in. Give me a second. Let me see. No, I do have it locked in. That is correct. Now it's straight because I manhandled it. And this is my town right behind me. This is Queens, New York. This is Long Island City, New York. None of these buildings were here before. None of them whatsoever. Andrew Wolkowicz. All bastards are friends and family. Like and subscribe if you can and become a Patreon. Thank you, buddy boy. Let's give you a big bang boom for that. Yeah, Ghost in the Gimbal. You missed my story earlier. I thought I left my gimbal in Mexico when we went to Emmett's birthday party because I couldn't find it. Turns out I had wrapped it up all beautiful. Oh, look at this thing. Holy crap, it's right in my grill. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Take a walk. I don't know what's going on here, but it is getting plenty of coals. What I'm thinking at this point, and that big guy is nowhere to be found. Where the hell is he? It's an hour and a half into the show and he hasn't showed up yet. I am thinking about, because it is getting frigid out. I'm thinking about taking a tour over to my local liquor store, getting a bottle of wine, and taking you all back to the studio because it has gotten frigid out here. Um, I don't know what's going on with this weather. That might be the move. What happens in Mexico? Nothing happened in Mexico. A bunch of adults had very, very adult stay, which was very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna abandon the boat thing because you know what? I don't know what the temperature is, but man, it got cold, really cold. Um, New York is not a fun place when it's not summer, spring, like late spring, summer, and early fall. It gets really nasty. But how cool is this, though? Now you get to see everything all lit up and beautiful. It's gorgeous. It is. Listen, I love New York. Don't get me wrong. I know I say a lot of shitty stuff about it. And it's only because, like, when my parents were kids and they talked about New York and how they missed the New York of yesteryear, I'm like, you guys are crazy. But the truth of the matter is, I'm them now. You know? I'm them now. It started raining here and the temperature's dropping off. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It dropped a good 10, 15 degrees in the last half hour. I went into Santa Chiara and I got that coffee, which was great, and met our new friend, and he was terrific. And then when I came out of there, I just noticed that the wind had picked up. I noticed that the seas picked up. And oh, look, New York's lit up in blue and orange on the Empire State Building. I don't know if you could see that from here, from this vantage point. Temperatures dropping and rain is coming my way. Thank you, Shag Daddy. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, I looked at it and it said rain was supposed to be midnight, but if you look at these skies, ominous, huh? This looks like the cover of, if this was London, it looks like the Brave New World album by Iron Maiden. I don't know how many Maiden fans are out there. Shout out if you're a Maiden fan. A couple of years ago, Shag Daddy called me up one afternoon. He goes, Dirk, you want to go see Maiden tonight? And I was like, fuck yeah. And he's like, I can't go. And I was like, boo. He had 2 tickets to see Maiden at the Barclays Center. And it was on that amazing tour. The one where I've seen Iron Maiden more than any other band that I've ever seen. And that includes Kiss, Melly C, and Drew B. Um, I've seen Iron Maiden like 29 times. And he couldn't go. And so I grabbed Colin, the singer for Mr. North. And I said, hey, you want to go see Maiden? And he said, hell yeah. So we went to that. And that was it was like the greatest hits tour. They were doing like an amazing, like a lot of crazy stuff, like 22 Acacia Avenue, like a lot of cuts. I forget what it was called. I think it was called, I don't remember, because Iron Maiden generally as a band, they tend to put a record out and do a tour for the record with some hits. And then they'll do a greatest hits tour, like the classics tour. And then they'll put a record out. And then yeah, that's how they kind of do it. One on, one off. One for us, one for them. It's kind of how it works with Maiden. Uh, Okay. Let me check my battery on my phone, make sure that's not acting stupid too. 36. Okay, I'll have to plug that in. That's fine. I don't mind. Go back. Go back. I think I actually need a tune up at DJI from my gimbal because battery is just not lasting the way it did before. Who knew I was going to get stuck in Queens? It's just my hand on my gimbal is freezing. Because I basically have to have one exposed hand the entire time. That's okay. What I'll do is, what I'll do is I'll meander my way back towards me gas, swap over to the studio setup, and do the continuance from there. I'll go take you to the liquor store. I'll get a bottle of wine. Hey, puppies. Yeah. For anybody interested, you could Google it, I'm sure. These are the Long Island City Gantries. This is where all commerce boats used to drop off railroad trucks and they would be put onto tracks. And the tracks would take goods and services to Long Island, Queens, Brooklyn, Long Island. And I'm going to show you how it works. There's the there's the tracks. They left them as part of the park, which is very, very cool that they did that. And when I was when I first moved here, this was not accessible. I mean, it was accessible to me because I broke through the chain link fence and I used to ride my bike in here, um, which was pretty cool. But yeah, that's my town. And now it's getting really beautiful out. So now I'm going to take you to show you this beautifulness. I mean, this is just I don't know how the I mean the video should be pretty good because we're in a 5G zone. But if you notice, that building is now obscuring the Chrysler building. It's very hard to see it in profile anymore. But, it's a cool town. For those of you who might never been here, here's a funny thing. Here's grates I'm about to walk over. When I had my dog, Dinga, this came later in her life. This was probably built around 2004, 5, and she died in 2008 when she was 17. She would stop. Like she hit the brakes. She would never, ever walk over this because she didn't like it. What's the population of New York, MYC? I think it's 10 million, 9+ million for New York City. Pretty sure. It's pretty high. I mean, it doesn't look like there's a lot of people here because there aren't, but you go into Manhattan, man, it's crazy. Holy smokes, it got cold. I'm gonna have to go push back to the liquor store. Actually, might have overshot it. What's the best block to go up? That one. I'm just thinking about obstructions for cellular data. I'll get a gorgeous bottle of wine, take it home. Well, by that time, Paulie might be home. He might want a glass of wine too. Let me switch to me. So you can see how cold I am. So much for, I want a job as a weatherman. You know why? Because you can be wrong. That's so stupid. You can totally be wrong. I did catch a nice buzz off that beer. It's gone now, but it was fun. I thought it was a lot more. You thought it was more than that? Canada has 40 million coast to coast. Yeah, I mean, Canada is enormous. How much bigger is Canada than the United States? Considerably. Considerably. Until we get Greenland, of course. Until we get Greenland. Which is really terrible. This is the very first building that they built here called City Lights. And when they were building it, Paul and I snuck in here and we went to the top. It's like 55 stories. We went to the top of it before it had walls and we took pictures. I have them. was pretty cool. Hey, Tracy Ferris, come on, guys. Let's super chat Dirk tonight. So look forward to Bash About. It's a lot of work. Oh, thank you, Tracy. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. I'm gonna actually move this to the studio, and yeah, lucky the ferries were so crap and my beer took so long because it is cold and I am not dressed appropriately. I'm just wearing a windbreaker. I have a sweater on. I have a polo shirt, a sweater, and a very very thin jacket. And I should have been, yeah, if I was doing like a winter chat, I would do it with gloves and stuff. But what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I'll get a bottle of wine and take it on home. Got the studio ready. It's warm. I don't know where the big guy is. Why he's so late? Did he fall asleep? What do you do about?
It's going to be like the first Friday we ever didn't do a show together. I've never done a Friday. Friday's always been classic bashers. Classic bashers. Hey, that chest pain. No, but she PayPal'd me.
She did. She did. So,
She PayPal'd me. Thank you, Tracy. Should just announce that on the line. I guess I should. That's only fair. It's only fair. God, it is getting colder and colder by the minute. I keep switching hands and putting my hand in my pocket. It got so cold out.
hello, puppies. She's wearing a fur coat. Oof.
Good. Fur is for animals, not for your vanity.
I'm not a soapbox vegetarian by any stretch of the imagination. I let people live their own lives. However, fur is not negotiable. I mean, if you have vintage fur that it was your grandmother's, it's better off that you wear it and keep somebody warm. Give it to homeless people.
But like people, that looks like a brand new phone. Look at this thing listed.
After took a trip over to the DJI store on Fifth Avenue. By the way, DJI is right next door to Omega. It's on the same block, which is Cuckoo Town. Cuckoo Town. That's how I'm. Could you imagine what the rent is on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan? It must be extraordinary. Must be extraordinary. Ooh. This thing was a bank building, and then it was called the Central Clock Building. It was built this, not this. That's new.
That building, and I always wanted to save that and turn that into the, if I had my druthers, I would have turned it into the Grand Vernon Hotel because that's the name of the big boulevard here. Um, but it's apartments now, and
I'm glad they saved it. Somebody had the foresight to keep it, which is great. I'm just gonna head to a wine shop, grab a bottle, and then take it on home. I'll probably have my camera off for like less than 3 minutes while I get the studio together real quick. I have to turn on my computer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I actually shut it off, which I don't normally do. Normally,
let's see. Do you wear leather shoes? I don't. I don't. I'm not a vegan though, and listen, I've got old shoes that are leather. Listen, I'm practical. I don't get on soapboxes and preach, and I don't do that shit. If you want to have a big juicy steak in front of me, knock yourself out. I don't really care. Everybody, I feel like everybody in this life does their part or tries to do their part, and like I don't give to. I do give to St. Jude. I mean, St. Jude and the ASPCA have always been our favorite charities, but St. Jude's an incredible charity. Um,
we do a Christmas time donation every year, but I think everybody has their causes and their things that they look out for, and I think that's all that matters. And yeah, getting into the whole thing with people is total bullshit. You know, there's nothing worse than getting preached to by some asshole anyway, right? That's why I always say vegans give vegetarians a bad name, because a vegan will be like, "Oh, where are you going for dinner? That place. They don't use, you know, organic, gluten-free flour, and they don't use this. And I heard that their buyer in Thailand is a slave owner." I'm like, oh, all right. Well, then fuck off and don't come. Yeah, but I'll go to Peter Luger's with you. You can have your New York sirloin or your porterhouse, and I'll have the mashed and spinach and the great wine list. I'm into that because steakhouses have great wine lists. I could tell you this right now because it doesn't really matter. I'm not doxing anybody because they don't live there anymore. Settings, camera. But you want a little history? I'll give you history. Okay, ready? That used to be where Emma and Dana lived. They moved away about 7 years ago. That was they right up the block from me. And I'm going to show you where we used to drink. We created this thing called sidewalk drinking. I mean, they're long gone, so I can show you. So this was their door. And we used to, now there's tables next to, you know why? Because that's a Michelin star Mexican restaurant, Casa Enrique. Michelin star. And it opened before they left, but this was their door. And we used to bring lounge chairs out, and we'd sit out here on a summer afternoon till the evening, and then we might either go to Casa Enrique. They didn't have tables there yet, but if Emmett and Dana are watching, look at that. They actually have tables. Now, that used to be, the door is gone. There used to be a doctor's office there, Dr. Angelou's. And I used to go use her all the time. She was terrific. He had like a sore throat or fever, you need to get to a doctor real quick, I would always go there. And this is St. Mary's Church. It's beautiful, built in 1853. Yeah, because this is a very Italian, was a very Italian Catholic neighborhood. This will probably get turned into a God knows what once the congregation wanes from this thing. It's absolutely beautiful inside. And that's where I go to light candles for folks, for the Bashers and for Rose and my parents and Laverne and all the things they need candles lit for, whether or not you believe in that kind of crap or not, doesn't really matter. Um, I just I just like the act of doing it. It makes me feel better. But this is St. Mary's Church, and it's beautiful inside. Um, Probably no mass tonight. I went there. I told you I went there for Easter Mass, midnight, the Easter Vigil, right after Laverne left the planet. And I went in there and I just had a fucking meltdown, absolute meltdown. You know, it was something that the priest said. I don't know. It was in his homily, and it was just like, took me a while to walk on that side of the street. I'll tell you that much. It's a very beautiful church, and it's beautiful inside too. And the priests are lovely, and there's a singer in there that is just glorious, glorious. Well, I guess I'll just go get my usual in there. You know, while I'm in there, I'm gonna get a bottle. We're gonna have brunch tomorrow with my buddy Corey and his beautiful wife Carol. So while I'm in there, I'll get a beautiful bottle of champagne to bring for them. That's nice. Oh, thank you, Andrew, very much for that. It's very sweet. For the next time, light a candle and give a prayer. I will. I will. Let me give you a big bang boom for that. I'm turning the camera back on me because I'm going in the store and I don't want anybody to feel, you know, like I'm photographing them. That's how it works. This is my. I'm not going in my friend's liquor store because then we would be talking for an hour and a half. Oh boy! Holy macaroni! Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna get the. Oh, now I can switch it around. Well, my usual shelf is missing stuff. It's missing the one I like the most. What's missing? Oh, there's the Saint Julien. Uh, I'm gonna get the Margot, which I always get. We get that, and I'm gonna get a bottle of champagne to bring for brunch with Corey and Carol tomorrow. And get something decent. What do you guys like for champagne? What is your thing? I love. I like lots. Um, they don't have Bollinger anymore, and I love Bollinger. I got to bring something nice because they're nice. Mm. And she's making lunch. So, hey, JDD, you can go towards whatever rock gut you're about to buy. I'm not going to buy rock gut. No, I bought a very nice. So the Chateau Le Petit Tour de Bassin, the 2020 Margaux. Oh, I'm not a rock gut drinker. Don't worry about me. I'm not. Even I'll spend the rent money if I need a decent bottle of wine. This rock gut is definitely not happening. But thank you very much. Let me give you a big bamboo for that. That's very nice of you. So let's go. They don't have Bollinger. They don't even have Piper anymore. Crap, I love Piper. I'm a big fan. I love bubbles too, honey. Um, I mean, I'm not a Veuve Clicquot fan at all. I'd rather make mimosas with that crap. There's a 2013 Dom at 300. That's a bit pricey. The Ruin Art is 103. That's even a lot for Imperial, 62 bucks. I'm sorry, but that Polo Rosé, $72 for Veuve Clicquot is like being robbed at gunpoint. That stuff's not worth it. I love Bollinger too. Dean, me, Bollinger is my favorite. RD, it's my absolute favorite. I'm not loving any of those stuff. You know what I'm probably gonna do? I'm probably gonna go tomorrow to get that because, yeah, I don't know. This has less stuff. How much is that? 90 bucks for the Nectar Imperial. I like that, but I can get that for like $62. I don't love the Veuve Clicquot. Their rosé is okay. When did they go with the black top? That's new. I like the Grues, good too. But yeah, I'm gonna get that tomorrow. It's fine. I'm just gonna get this. Yeah, you know what I mean. Hey, buddy, how are you? Good. How are you? You don't carry Bollinger anymore? Well, I know her. Of course, I've been lived here my whole for five. I'm not a new Long Island City person. I'm a Long Island City person. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not one of these transient. I live in LIC. I'm 40 years in this joint. I saw it. Oh, it's bad now. This is not good. No, it is not. This was amazing. It was paradise. We lived next to the biggest city in the world. It was affordable. People were nice. Who the hell are these people with their fake dogs? They're not nice though. It used to be beautiful. This was a community of peace and love, and everybody knew everybody's name. Now nobody knows shit now. No, everybody just wants to kick you out of your rent stabilized apartment. That's what they want to do. I've been in court for 2 years trying to keep my apartment. Are we all done? Oh, done. I tapped it. Yeah, no. Dude, you have no idea how great this place was. It was magical. Well, it's going upscale. It used to be a family neighborhood where everybody went to the same church, everyone went to the same store. It was very affordable. And then the developers came in and they built all those big, stupid buildings. And then these are mostly transient people. They're in and they're out. And I'm all for integrating and making a cool neighborhood, but they're in and they're not staying here. They're- Well, I mean, you know what? When you can kick somebody out of their apartment and then get 4,000, 5,000 for their apartment. It's nuts. When I moved in here, my rent was 675, but that was 38 years ago. You know, I mean, well, I still know, baby. Have a great night. No, thank you so much, though. You too. Have a great weekend. I'm gonna go home and taste it. Here you go, buddy boy. Yeah, you go. You're welcome. There's my diatribe for the night. Everybody thinks it's so great because it's so expensive now. That's the problem. It's not great. Oh wow, look at the super chat action. Thank you so much. Oh, it's raining now. Oh man. Oh, it just started raining. Holy smokes. Oh, Andrew, $20 and JBB. Thank you so much. I'm gonna give you guys big bang boom. Oh, big bang boom, Andrew. I'm gonna give you the big one for that because you're the best. Let me check my battery real quick on the phone. All right. It'll last until I plug it in. Until I plugs it in. And then I'll say to the big guy, where the hell are you tonight? Oh, we have a Starbucks here. That's how you know your neighborhood is done. Wow, it is raining now. Oh boy. Oh boy. See? Starbucks. Starbucks. There's my, you like this great lighting? That's my lottery joint. It's where I play the iBashers lottery. And it still isn't, guys. Oh, here's a weed store. You, they opened up a weed store on Vernon Boulevard. So everybody could smoke that shit in my face. I'm all for you smoking pot. Just do it in private. Don't smoke it on the sidewalk. I'm all for your right to smoke the weed, but don't smoke it on the subway. Don't smoke it on the sidewalks. The other day, I was walking down the street and there was this woman on the corner with this big ass blunt, and she was in front of a bunch of kids who were getting out of school. It's like, lady, get some manners. Okay. All right, here we go. Maybe I'll order a pizza for later. Tonight's the night we make history. Honey, you. And this is a very good pizzeria. I'll show you this. You know, when they showed up, I wasn't too happy because I loved this Italian guy. He was off the boat from Italy, and he had a beautiful, successful business, but they forced him out. This place was here called Slice. Just came in, and they kind of railroaded him out. Their pizza though is really very good, but politically, I'm not that fond of them, so I don't go there. I go to the I go to the Albanian guys down the street because I like the immigrant working hard to uh, make ends meet and build a business for his family. And he's a sweetheart of a guy. But the guy that used to live here, his name was Paolo, and he was from Salerno, and he was a wonderful, wonderful guy. And he basically got forced out because of the corporate nonsense. So yeah, okay. So walking down the street, and what I'm going to do is the following. And this is not panning out exactly as I had planned, but that's okay. We got 40 in the room. If you guys want to hang on, I'm going to just leave the stream for about 5 minutes and go up in me gaff and go set things up, and I'll be right back. Either that or I could set up a new stream. I don't know how much longer we'll hang out here. The original melting pot has disappeared. Yeah, it really has. It was so great, though. What do you think the building you live in is worth? Do you know what DL paid? Yeah, I know exactly what she paid for it. She paid $1,850,000. Got 6 apartments in it, a duplex on the first floor, an illegal duplex that she made on the right hand side, and then 4 apartments. And I'm on the top. And I moved in here, it was 685 when I first got here, and now it's 1305. But if I left, or if she was successful, which she won't be in kicking me out, she could get 5 to 6 grand a month. She'd gut it and make it super swank. And what she would do? She'd rebuild my deck, get the permits for it. She'd rebuild it and make it bigger and probably charge us 8 grand because that's what she could get. That's just what it is. It's like, a bunch of greedy people. They're nuts. They're nuts. Okay, here's the story, kids. So I'm going to leave the stream. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you want to hang around, great. If not, I'll pick up the remnants. But thank you guys. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm just going to leave the stream. So I'm going to leave it up and I'll be back. Okay, see you in a bit. 18 people left. Hey, gang. Sorry, it took me a couple minutes. I had to turn my computer on, and she was not so fun. Lucy, I'm home. Now I can control this like a normal person. Hey, gang of mine. He's getting yelled at. No, I'm here alone. Snoopy. Hey, Melly C. Sperm whale. I can see all the stuff and all that stuff, and that's just fine. Thank you. Let me get the Steve Mac 3 and Sharon and Danny Gutierrez and Dean and Nathaniel and everybody. Thank you so much for the super chats. Well, Andrew Wolkowicz and JBP. Okay, we're back in the room and we're live and all that. Melly C needs an answer. What did she say? Want a hint? What's the hint? What's the hint? Tell me. Okay, I'm back. I'm going to open up this bottle. I've got a wine opener in my drawer with all my watches. I got this new cabinet under my desk. Did I tell you about it? It's really terrific because I've got all my watches laid out on a nice felt, which is really great. But I also have my wine opener in here as well. And isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient for all the bashers? It's nice. Oh, it's so toasty in here. My God, it was so cold. My hands are freezing. What happened, New York? 36 back in the room. Great. Thanks so much, guys. Here's a bottle of wine. Cheers to you, bashers. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to do it the way the sommeliers do it, which is at the bottom. I generally like to do the top because I like a nice clean cut. Actually, I'm going to do it my way. This is how I do it. Right at the first lip, I take the cut and I spin it around on the top because I like to make a nice incision because I love the foil and I think it looks great. And listen, I've been a wine guy for a long time, and I know that there's rules, but I love the way that looks. Doesn't that just look so much nicer than when they take it from underneath the capsule? I think it looks nicer. In my opinion, it looks nicer. Anyway, and I'm also kind of, if I'm on a flat surface, I'm sitting down, I do it this way. And I generally do it in one fell swoop. I'm usually pretty good at that. Yep. There it is. Boom. Ta-dam, ta-dam, ta-dam. This is the Le Tour de Bassin, Le Petit Tour de Bassin Margot, which I love very much in my beautiful, they call him Scotty Love. They call him Scotty Love. My beautiful Riedels that I got from the incomparable Scotty Love. Look at the color of this stuff, man. Oof. Look at that. Look at that thing. Oh, man, she's beautiful. $40. $40 for a really nice. Listen, you can pay crazy amounts of money, and we have paid crazy amounts of money for bottles of wine. But, I'm getting, you know what? In Italy, they're going to be 3, 5, 10 euros a bottle. They're going to be cheap. Cheers to you all, bashers. Thanks for coming out with me tonight. And we'll do the last hour together in the studio because it was too damn cold outside. Let me go see. I'm gonna now I can text this guy. And I'll say, what the hell happened to you? I can also see what's going on in my texting world. Let's see. Let's see where you at. I did a walkabout and it got cold and rainy. So I'm back in the studio. Why not? So I just got a message that we're having a late brunch at 3 p.m. Our neighbors, who are fantastic musicians, are having a pop art event at their place right next door around 6 p.m. Lots of way cool Brooklyn artists and musicians will be there. Very cool. That's tomorrow. So I guess we'll have a late brunch and all that cool stuff. Do I need to clean this? I think that I do. Let me give this a cleany clean because I was walking around. Yeah, it just got way too cold outside. Way too cold. Way too cold. They update the studio version of this, like there's present or invite, all the stuff, but they do nothing for the folks that are working mobile. It's just such an afterthought, and I don't know why that is. New York businesses, Andy M says, New York businesses charge worse than a wounded bull. I know. 75 degrees in Raleigh. Raleigh, Durham, baby. American Airlines hub.
JC, hey buddy. Dirk leading a pack of cats around New York City is the Oliver Twist tale we never knew we needed. Hey man, if I could do that, if I could live my life just herding cats, I would do it. Because they like me. They definitely like me. Look at that. Top Dog. Hey, Top Dog, looking great. I love that picture, man. You look like a master gambler in this shot, or some kind of super Zen master. That's for sure. Don't you have a New York green screen with a blue sky? Yeah, I probably do. I probably could do that. But I have to change that around. Hey, Top Dog says, my missus took kiddo to Georges Masson College master's program, Home Alone. I don't drink alone, but I have all you bashers. Listen, that's the way I feel about it too. I do not drink alone. If I'm alone, I do not drink. I mean, technically I am alone, but I'm with you guys. So that's definitely not alone as far as I'm concerned. But like if I'm home alone, I don't drink. For me, drinking is a social activity. So I have zero interest in getting a buzz on if I'm alone. What am I going to do with that? Because it's all about the conversation. It's all about the fun. It's all about the giggles and all of those things. And that doesn't happen. Fergal, hey, Dean, I'm on the Bailey's thing. Oh, Bailey's. I hope you have a big chunk of ice there, too. Virtual drinking. Yeah, that's what it is, Dean. What are you drinking right now, Dino? What are you having? What are you having? Well, now I know it's 3:00 for brunch, so it's like we could probably kill this bottle too. From the apparent ratings, it would make for a way better take at the box office than Snow White. They are slaying that thing in the meat. I know. Listen, Rachel Zegler's kind of my hero though, because she just opened up her big mouth, and Gal Gadot is a witch. And did you see that Gal Gadot got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? Now, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, for those of you who don't know about that, it's like in Hollywood, along the sidewalk, they have stars like Lon Chaney and Marilyn Monroe and Richard Widmark and all kinds, John Wayne, all the luminaries. But technically, you can buy one for 75 grand. And if you're Gal Gadot, 75 grand is probably not a lot of money. She's not a big star. Most people don't even know who she is. But she's a former Israeli soldier, and she was very proud being in the IDF, and she's posted military pictures of her like in occupied territories and stuff. She's not a very nice person, and she got a star on the Hall of Fame. Oh, look who just showed up. I'm just talking about it. Just talking about your favorite girl just as you popped in.
Who's that?
Gal Gadot.
Oh,
Gal Gadot. I'm like Gal Gadot. That's how much I give a fuck about her.
Gal Greenstein. That's her real name.
Yeah, well, she's a witch. So I went out. I did. You're probably deep in the editing world.
No, I'm finished. I'm finished.
Oh, you're
I
finished.
put out my video earlier. Sorry.
Oh no, that's cool.
I just, who needs a drink has kind of stopped recently.
Oh, okay. But you're doing Saturdays, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very cool.
How did it go tonight?
It was a very nice stream, very relaxed, and it was 60 degrees but overcast. And I went down to the river and I had a beer with the gang, and I'm down there, and the skies got really cold and windy and gray. And I said, you know what, guys, I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to go back home because it got so cold that my hand was freezing.
Oh shit!
It just dropped, and then Shag Daddy Patrick came on. He said, oh, it's dropping by 15 degrees. It's going to start pouring. Then it started raining just as I got home. I went out, got a bottle of Margaux, went and took the guys into the liquor store, got a Margaux, and I said, I'm going to go home. And now that I'm back in the studio, I said, I'm going to, I'll go message the big guy, see where he is. Because I was like, Friday, I've never done a Friday night alone ever.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I've been drifting away from Who Needs a Drink because it's a nice Friday night, but it only hurts me.
No, I know what you mean.
I don't get any super chats barely, and I talk about shit that gets me in trouble. So now I've kind of shifted over to
the Saturday
Super
show.
Chat Saturdays.
You actually call it Super Chat Saturday?
That's what I call it, and I just keep going. Hey, it's Super Chat Saturday. Come on, let's go with the Super Chats. Let's go. And it's actually been all right recently.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
telling the gang how shit I am at spruiking myself and how
I'm shit
terrible
at
it is.
it too.
I'm so shit at it. But
Yeah.
then I was explaining that, YouTube takes 30% of our cut. And if you get a new Patreon that launches their subscription through an Apple device, they get 30%. It's like they're just trying to take a bite out of the
So
little
what I
guys.
do is I go, look, here's my phone. I leave it right here in the frame, and the PayPal will just come up on the. I'll be like, oh my god, I got a PayPal from Fergal in
I got
Ireland,
Fergal gave me. I got a bunch of
right?
PayPals tonight too.
Right,
Tracy and Fergal and
that
I
way,
don't.
because they don't want to give the money to YouTube either.
No, they don't.
Nobody wants to include those assholes in the middle,
No.
so they they want to exclude those. So
Listen,
it's fun.
I get why YouTube takes a cut because we use their. I get that, but I think 30s.
It should be 5%.
5% would be nice. That's what
Yeah.
Patreon takes, 5%,
Yeah.
which is nice. It's very nice. And DM says, "Show us your hat hair." Oh Jesus, do you really want to see that? It's gonna be all right for you, Aldo. Look at this mess. I'm all matted, looking horrible, right? But it's not a wig, as
Not bad.
as the hate streams love to say that I wear a hairpiece, which is so funny.
They think you wear a hairpiece.
Yeah, he says
some of the hate streams think I dye my hair.
you don't dye. I dye my hair, and I admit it. And I also admit to wearing moisturizer.
I tried that beef talon shit for a while, but
Uh-huh.
I got sick recently, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck it was. I'm trying to locate the source.
You don't
the
know
host.
what the source was, right?
I don't know what started that. Because, all
Listen.
told, I'm not an unhealthy person.
No.
I eat a minimum amount of food. I do a lot of walking. I'm not on the treadmill constantly, but
though we should be. Why don't you and I will get together and we'll just say, let's do like 2020 fitness, 2025 fitness. We're gonna let's get shredded. Let's just fucking do it.
The great weather. I don't need shredded. I'm fine.
Don't you want to be
51? No, absolutely. I don't care about that.
You don't really? Oh, I would love to be shredded.
That would be great, but that's saying I would love to have a Richard meal, God knows what.
Would you? I'd love to have it if I could sell it.
I don't know. Pick whatever grail. I don't need that. I need a little activity. And now that the weather is better, I'm going to be out on the Lido on my bike, baby.
That's true.
I'm going to be out
do some cycling.
doing a little swimming. I'm a shit swimmer, but I can try. Yeah. And I love getting out in that warm water on the Adriatic. And that's what I feel most alive. And it's just started now. The spring has hit, and I'm out in a light jacket. And it's a beautiful thing, I'm wearing my fucking keffiyeh though.
On the Lido?
No, not on the Lido. I haven't been out on the Lido yet, but I'm on the Vaporetto, and I see people taking photos of me wearing the keffiyeh.
You're a member of Hamas.
Yeah, I know. One guy was like right next to me, and he took a photo right over his head, and I could see the photo that it mostly included me. And I have my fucking Fidel Castro hat on, my shades. I don't look like a friendly person. And
but meanwhile, if somebody asks you, how do I get to Harry's bar? You'd be like, okay, let me take you there.
Yeah. Don't get the regular Bellini.
Don't do that.
So I didn't read what he was writing, but I'm sure it was something along those lines.
It's all fine.
And it's fine. But I'll be fine out walking, cycling. It's all good. I don't need to be ripped. Ripped? That's like not a thing.
It is though.
Is it? You want to be ripped?
I'd love to. I would love to. My problem.
You know how much fucking dedication you have to put in
I know.
at our age?
Listen, but you and I both know how to get skinny because we've done it 1,000 times. We've both
get sick.
Yeah, get sick. One, get sick. Or two, just stop fucking eating, which is something we've both done. Yeah. I've done the lettuce thing. I've done the keto thing 1,000,000 times. Yeah. And I was But like I've got so much stress in my life with all this bullshit that goes on here. And it's not like I'm eating Haagen-Dazs or any of that shit. That's
Right.
Paul. Now Paul has gained like 20 pounds. Paul doesn't have an 8-pack anymore.
Yeah, but he probably still looks good because
He looks
was
good.
A skinny malink.
He's a skinny guy, but it's like he's actually got a little bit of a thing here. And I'm like, what is that? Because, never seen an ounce of fat on that guy's body ever. So,
Right.
and it's stress.
Look at
It's
you.
total stress.
Oh,
Because
stress.
you know what? It's like, and also like these dark days, the winters, and man, the pandemic is what really did us in because Dirk learned how to bake every kind of fucking bread there is. And I know you're not a bread guy, but I learned how to, and I didn't do the sourdough thing. I was making croissant and I got the oven that proofs, and I was rolling my dough, and because what the fuck else was there to do?
Right.
I was baking, and I was taking a brush and buttering it and rolling it and proofing it and then buttering it and rolling it and proofing it. I was making croissant and all kinds of crazy breads. And I have to say, and what else did we do? We drank a shitload of Barolo.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well, I know, because I'm old now, and what else is there but fucking Barolo? So that's what we were doing. I mean, during the pandemic, we were out on the deck every single night, eating home. I make my own pasta. I haven't done that in a while, but I was rolling my own pasta, and I have the thing, the crank, and I was rolling out my spaghetti because I love spaghetti. When it comes to pasta, I like all pastas, but I really love a gorgeous bowl of spaghetti. So I'm not fancy.
Nice.
I like tomato sauce and spaghetti. Emmett and I are in the same bag. You know what? It's all because of Beckett. We were in the Venice Lido one year. I don't know, when Beckett was so young, and everybody was eating the razor clams. Remember that night?
I remember a different night. We were in New York, down on the Lower East Side. We went to a place called not Rosa Salva, but that's here in Venice, something like that. It sounds like that name, and it was a well-known spot. We all went in, and Beckett was a picky eater, like many kids.
Sure.
And Emmett asked for just a regular, can you do a spaghettata pomodoro,
Yeah.
And of course the chef went, fuck yeah, this is what I grew up on.
That's what he wants to make.
It's like the scene in Ratatouille,
That's the best.
And everybody was like, oh my God, that's the best dish
ever
at the table. The simplest, because Italian cuisine is about simplicity.
Sure. The least amount of ingredients than the French.
Yeah, the minute you get convoluted, it's a mess.
Yeah.
Like the Italians look at the French taking goat, stuff a chicken, stuff a turkey, stuff a
torture. That's all they do. The French learned how to torture animals before they ate them.
They stuff animals inside other animals. That's not even a joke. That's totally.
It's not a joke. It's true.
It's totally the Italians look at it and they're like, "What are you? What are you doing? Like, keep it simple." The Italians are about simplicity. Like, here's a leaf of basil and a bit of, mozzarella, bufala. It doesn't matter. It could be from cow. It doesn't matter. And a slice of tomato. And there's a little olive oil if you need it.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't.
Sale, pepe, perfetto.
It's like they stop. They go, they hold back
anymore.
They hold back.
Emmett and I were just talking about, because my favorite sauce is always Paul's mom's because it was so simple and so fast. But once I started tasting, and I love to cook, and I'm a pretty good cook, but Emmett's tomato sauce is just absolutely up there with the greatest I've ever had. And we were having a conversation about just a pomodoro, and we were both in agreement that the whole idea of laboring over a sauce for hours is pointless when it's really about fresh ingredients, the minimal amount, olive oil, sauteed onion, tomato, and you're done. There's nothing, and salt. You're done.
Emmett learned at an early age I was 20. So what was he? 19, 18?
Yeah,
He learned at a very early age the power of simplicity.
sure.
That's why he's like, give me some red wine in my tumbler, please.
He only drinks
I
red
don't
wine.
give a fuck about your stupid stemmed glass. I don't care. Like he's about the simple, make it good, make it powerful, and make it simple. He's always been about that ever since.
Always.
Yeah.
So we're at the Gran Viale, which is we all love that place in the Lido. And we're there, and the kids are young. This is probably 2017, I think it was, when we all stayed at the Excelsior together. And everybody's getting razor clams because they had like, oh, tonight we have the special.
The first night, the night you're talking about, which was the best night, was the kids were not there. The kids were back at the Excelsior.
Oh, the Excelsior, yeah. But the night we found out about
the only kid that was there was Shay.
Shay, right? She was ready for this. Do you want to feel old? You ready to feel old?
Was she 35 now?
Her birthday was last week. She turned 30.
That's fine. She seems 30.
She seems 50. She's been 50 since she's 7.
I was with her in London.
Niece,
we were having a great time in London.
Yeah.
With one of the guys from Fine Watch Club .co.uk.
Yeah.
And I dragged them along to see Ashley from Pop Magazine.
Yeah, she told me.
And so he was there with like the bass player from some famous English band. I can't even remember. All these people. And they're all weird, arty. And Ashley's daughter was there, and she was beautiful, and she's now a model,
of course,
London, and she's fucking real skinny and all that shit. And I remember it was so funny because we got in the cab later, and I was like, I feel like you could be friends with her. And she goes, are you kidding me? I'll be her lawyer.
That's my niece.
I was just like, oh my gosh. That's amazing.
And you know what she is now? A lawyer. In London. She's a barrister in London.
Yeah.
Because that's who she is. That girl has been 50 since she was 7. Other than the girly stuff, and we all know about that. But I miss because you know what? Like the Shay that we all travel, because she used to jump on all of our holidays. And
that's right.
Which was great because Kerry always said she was coming, my sister, and she always backed out, always, because her son, or she always had something major pressing in her life where she couldn't. And my sister is as well incredibly traveled as we've been our entire lives because of my dad's job. In the last 10, 15 years, she's traveled to Ireland a couple of times and done nothing else. She has said she's coming to Italy. That's why when we finally moved to Italy, I'm going to force my sister to live in our apartment for a couple of months because I want to just shake it out of her because she's so insanely responsible and so worried about what other people need. And I'm like, fuck it, Carrie, do something for yourself. Because my sister's been so devoted to her children for so long. And it's like, that's a thing. Like, we don't have that because we're not females and we're not mothers, but there's that insane protective thing that they have. And my sister has not had like a holiday. Like, I got to fuck off to Mexico for 4 days. And you know what? Like, I haven't done that ever in my life. Maybe go just fuck off. You know how fun that was? And like, can I just say how missed you were?
Oh, it's okay.
I know, but I'm just like,
nice.
I just wish my mate was there, I mean, okay. I just really do. Because it would have just added that extra notch of country and fun, and we would have had a good time. Because Joe Hummel took us to this place that was just like, dude, if I could have taken a picture of your brother's face and put it on a coin, it would have been
a shitty joint or whatever.
It was just scantily clad ladies with sparklers and rah 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 rah. Like, Joe is the sweetest guy. You know him. He's just such a teddy bear. The sweetest guy.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what
he's a little clueless though.
He didn't know. He didn't read the room. That's
Joe's off in his own space.
yeah.
Like he's
He's
in his own dream. He's seeing UFOs every day, going, "Wow,
Oh, is that
man,
right? I don't know about
it's
the
so
UFOs.
cool,
Oh,
man."
but that's interesting. Is he into that kind of thing? Because
Joe
this-
is a little, you want to hear the fucking weirdest thing in the
sure.
world?
Yeah.
You know what I watched with Joe for 2-3 hours? 9/11. I was standing next to Joe on the roof watching that entire thing happen.
Yeah.
Myself and Joe shared that experience. I mean, he fell to tears. I was fascinated. I was thinking to myself, Osama bin Laden, nobody knew that name in America at the time. I did, because
I knew who he was too because of all the other prior bullshit.
No one I ever spoke to in America at the time knew who that name. Like, they couldn't repeat that name. 4 days later, they could all repeat that name. But I remember thinking,
Did it happen that
I
fast?
wonder, is
Did
this
they
this
immediately
fucking-
pin it on him?
Immediately.
Oh, okay, that I don't.
And erroneously, it wasn't really him.
No, I know.
It was Mohammed Atta and
Yeah.
KSM, and
Sure.
he had their, they had their.
He was the
his
fall
bad
guy for all
addiction.
of it. Yeah.
No, they just picked. There was a name they picked out of the sky because that's what they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember at the time, Joe. I shouldn't lie. It's not funny. I remember thinking, Joe, like his world, my world was so broad, because I grew up with the IRA in Ireland, the terrorism, all of
you
that.
were used to
all of
bombs
that
going off in your
stuff.
backyard.
And,
Yeah.
I'm coming from a completely different. Joe is like, he grew up as a New Yorker, and
Yeah.
to him, the
Don't
world
tread
is
on
like,
me, baby.
it's America or all those crazy, strange people out there in the forest,
Well,
or
we've
whatever.
Never
Like
been
he
attacked
thinks in his head.
on native
Yeah.
soil.
Right.
Never.
Which is exactly what Osama bin Laden said. It was like, finally, Americans maybe get the point, like, that this is what we've been going through for a long time. But
Everybody, by the way.
yeah.
Pretty
So,
much.
but
Pretty
it was a very, we shared a very powerful moment. There's no doubt about that. Because I slept overnight in Joe's. I was cheating on that Italian girl with Rachel. That was what saved myself and the Italian girl were supposed to go to the towers that morning. That's right. I was supposed to go because she kept waking me up at 6:45 going, I'm hungry, because she was on Italian time, which is about 11:45 a.m. She's like, get up out of bed, stop snoring, and let's go. So she kept dragging me out of bed in the middle of the morning. And the night before, we were downtown and we looked at the towers. She said, have you ever been up? And I said, actually, no. It's incredible. I haven't been up there. And she goes, tomorrow morning we're going. And
That's right. You were supposed to.
And it was only due to my infidelity and
That you
trickery that she's alive and I'm alive. Isn't that funny?
You guys would have been up there. That's
totally. We would have been there at 7:30 easily. Yeah, totally. I have a photo of her on September 10th leaning against the South Tower. Yeah.
Wow. You know what?
Yeah.
The thing about that, the whole 9/11 thing, like obviously we live, and where I live now, where you lived for many, many years, a block away from me, people don't realize what a bird's eye view we had of it.
Yeah, we can see everything.
Everything. Like I went up to my roof because my Chinese bookkeeper at Rio goes, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm sleeping. You got to come into work." And I said, "Why?" She goes, "They bombed the World Trade Center and we're really busy." I said, "What?"
It's ridiculous.
And then, like I said, "What are you talking about?" Mimi called me immediately, and I went up to the roof, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I saw the first tower fall, and then we're all spellbound from the whole thing. And then Jane calls me back. Jane Chow calls me back, and she goes, "So are you coming or what?" I said, "Do you have a helicopter? What's going to pick me up? There's no fucking trains." The whole
Rachel
world
walked over the bridge.
Well, everybody walked over the bridge, to
get back over to Queens. She was working in Macy's. Rachel was working at Mac or Lancome.
Oh, she was at Lancome.
She was on Lancome in Macy's. She had to walk over the bridge.
Everyone did. It was the only way around it. because Julie, our beautiful, dearly departed recently, Julie Paul's stepmom, that was her first day at Goldman Sachs. The very first day she went to work for Hank Paulson. She went there for
Wow.
orientation, and she got out of the subway. And Julie was, she's an executive secretary for fucking Lloyd Blankfein for fucking 30 years. She gets out of the subway 10 minutes late because of the trains. She's never been late a day in her life. And shoes were falling and bodies were falling. And everybody said,
Goldman Sachs is that's
it's a block away.
That's one block.
One block.
Yeah, that's right.
So she got out of the subway and she was on her way to orientation to pick up from the person who was working with Hank before her. And somebody said to her, run. And so she took her shoes off, threw them away, and ran over the 59th Street Bridge to our house because she called us. She went to a payphone and got
she ran all the way uptown.
She ran all
like
she
8 miles.
She didn't run. She ran. And when she felt safe, she walked. What did we have in our house that day? You came over at the end of the day. You came over.
I wasn't there.
You were there.
No, I wasn't.
Colin was here.
Colin maybe, but I went back because the Italian, Emmett's ex's father was in town. That poor guy, the dentist. And he was stuck in the house for days. And somehow they were away, so I felt like I was responsible for the poor guy. And I had that Italian, skinny model Italian. She was in town. She came over to see me for my birthday, which was like a week earlier. Sure. And they were stuck in the house. I had to walk from Long Island City to Astoria to see them.
There was no other way. The subways were down. Everything was down.
The next day, though, the subway was running.
It was running the next day.
It was fucking weird to be on the subway and look at that shit because it was still smoking and smoldering.
Colin came here and Emmett came here. I thought, because I had a problem where I had a landline and my landline came out and somebody gave me a module to plug into my landline and I thought it was you that was powered and it made my landline work again. I would have sworn it was you.
Well, I always had the laptop ready to phone in to through the telephone system.
Mm-hmm.
I just ordered the other day. I ordered a radio system for the house. It was like $30 or whatever. That is solar powered, and you can power it with hand winding, and it will pick up all the radio signals and acts as a torch, just in case we get hit by a meteor and shit goes south, and we're all starting to eat each other.
We need that so badly.
Like, you need something that's off the grid. You need a radio system that's a torch that you can wind up by hand using induction.
No, that's the old World War II thing.
Right.
They all have
that.
Of
course. Well, a spinning magnet inside a coil. And solar power, which hopefully will be there. And then you have a survival system. Eddie, it was Mossad operation. Look up urban moving systems, not anti-Semitic. It is what it is. They were arrested on line 11 by NYPD. You're talking about the dancing Israelis. That's what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. It's a very famous story.
Sure.
It's hard to know if it was a system by them. It's all coming out now about JFK, and I've been saying it for years, man. I've been saying that for years, that he wanted to make AIPAC, what they were originally called. They had a different name back then.
Sure.
A foreign entity, and he wanted to prevent the development of a nuclear weapon in that area. And the driver, if you go and look at the actual footage now, it's the driver who shoots him. Driver in Dallas, near the grassy knoll, 1963. It's the driver who shoots him. It was most likely a Mossad agent. And now that all the files are being released, some of them are being covered over.
Of course they are. Oh,
Yeah.
but Trump is releasing all of that, all the real stuff.
I'd love if it was 100%, but it isn't. But you know, I've been saying that for ages, and I remember,
like, he's going to release things that implicate the Mossad or anything involving.
Yeah, he can't. Miriam Adelson is on the phone going, "Don't do it.
Don't do that.
I'll take away your 100 million."
Yeah, because he doesn't give a shit about anything but that.
It was totally, most likely the Mossad, because Ben Gurion had passed away not long before then, and they were sore over that whole situation. And they didn't want to be investigated over Dimona. Dimona was the sore point. It still is a sore point. Nobody talks about Dimona, and they took him out. That's what happens, and that's why politicians today never ever talk about. They never bend. They never do anything. Because they're told, they're shown an angle of the Kennedy assassination that they've never seen before, and they're like, "Are we clear?" And they're like, "Okay."
Well,
so Hillary Clinton, Obama, the entire, all of them, everyone in the list have been told and shown the reason.
This is the narrative.
Do not go against this thing, or we will assassinate you and your family, and that is the end of it. That's the
dark shit, but it's it's likely.
I think it's pretty obvious, though, to people now. It's coming out now that people are putting two and two. Even Tucker Carlson, morons like that, are putting two and two together. So
stop talking about my Tucker that way. I'd love to
get onto this. I'm so
I'd
sorry.
love to pee on that cunt. That out of all the people in the world, because I know people who know him, and they're like, no, he doesn't believe any of the stuff he spews online. He just gets paid for it.
There are a lot of people like that,
and Sean Hannity too. I know a guy that says, "Oh my God, he's the sweetest, most lovely guy," and he's like, dude, it's all for the paycheck. Fuck it.
He's just got to do it. Yeah.
He just does what he does.
Yeah.
And Tucker Carlson got like super duper fucked by Fox News and thrown out of there. And you think, but then he doubled, which is what they always do. Double down. Oh man. I've seen some. Listen,
you roll 11, you got to double down, baby. It's a casino thing.
What do you got going on there? You been drinking sake?
No, a little bit of sake. It's light. It's not hard.
Sake to me is like going to Woodstock and dropping LSD. The one time I tried sake, I got so fucked up off of it.
It's rice.
What's the alcohol percentage of that?
I think it's like 11.
Is it?
Yeah, it's light.
I went to a birthday party with
hard.
Tony Bruno.
Okay, it's 15. This was hard one.
It's a 15. Yeah, I went there. I went to to your brother's birthday party 10 years ago, and he was 40, and we went to Japanese and we had sake, and I've never had sake, and I
remember that night,
and I remember how fucked up I got, super fucked up, and it was because I drank sake. I was like, oh, this is not so bad. And then you guys wanted to go drink bourbon. Or no, whiskey, obviously. But Tony Bruno goes, if you don't like whiskey or don't know whiskey, you should start with bourbon because it's sweeter. I was like, I don't like sweet. But anyway, all I remember is there was like an area in this bar that was up a staircase and encased in glass. And I said, I've got to go home really badly. And Brett Bass, we put him in a cab because he was so fall down drunk.
Yeah, he got fucked up.
That was the last time I've been drunk, like drunk. I was like, and I said, I really have to go home right now. I really have to go. Because I was so petrified of how I felt. And I probably was manning up, being a man.
Sure.
It's funny. Earlier, we were on the stream, and this will come back to haunt me. I went to Santa Chiara, the Italian cafe, the people from Salerno over by the river. And there was a very nice guy in there. And we were having a little chit chat, and he's from Rome, and Romans are extremely, there's Italians and there's Romans. We all know this.
Sure.
And I was talking to him, and we're having a nice conversation. And there's a guy that's in there who's a total twat bag cunt, and I can't stand him. He's a big Finocchio, nasty strega. And I said, "You're so sweet." And he goes to, and I said, "Listen, I'm married to an Italian, and blah 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 blah." And I come in here, and like, you know, I'm not the best Italian speaker in the whole wide world, but I try really hard, and I've been learning, and I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Eventually, I want to live in Italy and all this stuff. You know, like you know, obviously this guy's from Italy, whatever. And he goes, I said, the guy that works in here during the day, he's a real nasty bitch. And I said, he's such a Finocchio. And he goes, he starts laughing. He goes, he is a nasty strega. So what was my point of this? We were talking about, I don't remember. I just got sidetracked.
But let me ask you something. So it's coming up all over the internet, all over, especially social media. A lot of people want to leave.
Yeah.
You know, Rosie O'Donnell moved to
Ireland. Left. She went to Ireland, yeah.
And she's an O'Donnell, right? I assume she has family history.
She's got tons of family.
And there's a lot of people are like, I want out of here now, especially because of, you know, people getting picked up on the street by plainclothes guys with masks on and so on. If I was on that street, I would have shot them all, by the way. I would have shot all those ICE agents. I would have shot them in the head. I've gone to jail with a fat smile on my face going, I'm sorry, but she was being kidnapped by weird strangers who didn't show their identity and had no warrant or anything. They just pulled up on the street to pick her up. So I shot them naturally, right? So
stand your ground.
Stand your ground. I'm a hardliner, right?
Stand your ground. That's a law.
Her thing was on her way to college, whatever. And by the way, she never supported the mass. She just wrote a op-ed about that entire thing, that the Zios didn't like banter. They're the super enemy, BATAR. Those guys are the worst. They're the guys that came up with, by the way, the 40 beheaded baby shit and all that stuff. They're the true enemy. We need to find all those guys and skin them alive and hang them in.
No, you just need to incinerate them all. I think, listen, at the end of the day, like, I'm done with the ceremony. Just a pit and some flammable liquid. And
the Baatar are the worst. And they admit they call themselves Zionist fascists.
Mm-hmm.
They actually, that's their words, not mine. Anyway, what was my point? Sorry, I'm losing my point. So
I just did to join the party.
Okay. So.
I know I had a connection there somewhere. I
know there was something. I was going somewhere with it
because you got so passionately involved.
Oh yeah. So my point was, there's a lot of people now online saying, "Should I move abroad?" Then there are tons of Americans with accounts on TikTok and Instagram saying, I'm an American and I moved to Spain a year ago and this is how it's going.
Sure.
Or we're an American family, we moved to Italy, or we moved to Greece, or we moved to Ireland, and this is how it's going. There's so many of them. None of them, by the way, say this is why I'm moving back to the US. It does not exist.
Because they're not.
I've searched high and low. There's no family going, we moved to Europe 2 years ago.
You froze? You froze.
God. What's going on?
Your audio's back, but you're still doing the thinker.
Oh, shit.
Now you're fine now.
That's the fucking Baatar, those fucking Mossad cunts.
Dude, man, they're the Mossad.
They're watching everything we say.
So, you know, I got stopped on the way back from Mexico. Paul.
No, but let me ask you. I want to get to my point. Sorry, because I finally found my point again.
I'll wait.
So, no, you don't have to wait. I'm asking you.
Oh, God.
I'm not making a point. I'm asking you.
Make your points.
So, for a fellow American, because you're considering doing that. Now, you have certain
I'm not considering it. We're doing it.
Right. So you have certain connections already. You already have a EU passport.
Yes, I do.
Because you're an Irish citizen.
I am an Irish citizen.
And your boy has family here in Italy.
Correct.
So you already have
on that. I told
You're
you.
already ahead of the game there.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, right? It's
Yeah.
a beautiful thing. A lot of American families don't have that.
Right.
But what would you say to American families who are thinking, should we move to Spain, Italy, Germany, Belgium, Ireland? What would you say to them?
I say this. What are our options here? And the options are move to Portugal, move to Spain, move to Italy, move to another country that has a socioeconomic democratic society, or storm the fucking castle and murder all those fuckers. What is the other option? It is the French Revolution, the American Revolution, because all of those people, because it's like, listen, I'm going to tell you, and I don't care. I don't care at this point. I got a message from Topster McDonkey today.
Oh, wow.
I haven't heard from him in months. You know,
I
he's banned.
remember
He's
that
banned
name.
from the channel. Sure, of course you do.
Yeah.
He's extremely QAnon, right wing, blah blah blah. But I really liked him as a person because earlier
Sure.
on we all found common ground and great stuff. And he's just not a stupid guy. He's not a stupid person. But you know what? 99% of the people who were at Jonestown were not stupid either. They weren't. So things can happen to people where when they're fed enough bullshit, they can start believing the narrative. And he believes
What happened?
He wrote me a letter and he's written me many times about why am I banned? And then I line by line debunk all of his far right political rhetoric, and he never responds to me, never writes me back.
He was never banned for his right wing rhetoric.
I don't know what he was banned for.
No, he
but
was
I didn't ban
banned.
him.
He was banned because we did watch Fashion Police.
Okay.
And in the middle of us talking about people's skirts and dresses, and he came in with his
politics
stuff.
Yeah. Well, he's addicted to it. And
you have to understand this about one was Zios and two is conservatives. It's a cult.
No,
like
I know.
I get emails all the time. Trump, Vance wants to talk to you. They sign me up for these things.
Sure.
The gun fanatics. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're the worst. The gun fanatics. They sign me. They take my email and they sign me up for gun federation fucking clubs, and I get emails going, oh, you know, this month we're releasing another magazine round or whatever. They're
we
like,
got
it's a
bump stocks on sale, baby. Bump stocks on sale for you.
Bump stocks on sale, O'Shane.
Yeah.
It's the gun crowd and the conservatives. Just stop. It's a cult. It's the same.
Yeah,
as
I
the
didn't write him
Catholic
back
Church.
this time because I do. I normally, because I care how people feel, and I like he never writes me back after I debunk all of his bullshit, and I realized that he's so indoctrinated into this world that he can't get information from any reliable sources other than people who are like, yeah, that's it. You know, people who want to believe what they believe only stick around with like-minded people and their news sources and all of that stuff.
Sure.
And there's no debate. Listen, I work with a girl, you know, my neighbor, she's QAnon, and we feed all the cats in the neighborhood. And I figured out a way to just wiggle my way around because she's a beautiful person, but she's like the Trumps and the Obamas. They're all clones. They've all been cloned to John F. Kennedy Jr. at NORAD, and they're working on this world banking shit. This is all her dark web crazy ass bullshit.
Okay.
I mean, I know there's nothing you can do about these people. It's a cult, and there's no way to deprogram them. Like, I don't think Mimi will mind, and I'll make this extremely brief, and I apologize for this. But when we were younger, Mimi, whom you know very well, she's one of my oldest friends, and I was friends with her brother Steve first. He became a Scientologist, and it got really ugly. And Marlene, Mimi's mom, and her sister, Jackie, who's a wackadoo anyway, and Mimi, they worked very hard on getting Steve the help he needed to get deprogrammed. These are people that need to get deprogrammed because it's not like I love a political candidate. This is a fucking cult of all this information which is completely untrue. He's tanked the fucking stock market. He's trying to annex sovereign nations. He's signing executive orders without going through the House or the Senate or the Supreme Court. All the checks and balances that were put in place by the American Constitution are completely immune to this guy. So this cunt is trying to completely dismantle everything that the United States was built upon. And they're all still going for it. How is that possible?
I love him. I think it's genius. And I think it's
well, sure.
Jim Jones. He shags the whore till she's wrecked, and then he throws her $100 and leaves the room. That's what he's doing with America. That's what he did with his casinos. That's what he did with his steaks and his vodka and all of those things.
Do you know his vodka was very good? We did a taste. We had a tasting at.
Oh, it was a good vodka.
We had a taste. Let me tell you something. His bottle was beautiful. It was the best bottle anybody's ever seen. It was no one's ever done a bottle like that.
Tremendous.
It was tremendous. It was tremendous. People are talking about it all over the world. Anyway, he came out with this vodka, and they shot an episode of The Apprentice at El Rio Grande, and he was there. And I've said this on my show a million times. I'm from Jamaica. He's from Jamaica. I went to a eulogy, the fucking best eulogy I've ever heard at a funeral. He's that magnetic to people who are susceptible to that kind of magnetism. I get it. Because I said to my sister,
I hope he does it. I hope
he was amazing. He was fucking amazing.
I hope he doesn't respect any of his followers at all. He doesn't
respect anyone but himself.
I hope he shags them all for every dollar they have and walks away.
But he's going to wind up hanging from his toenails in a square eventually. There's no way out at this point.
Do you think the Americans are capable of that?
I don't know.
But let me get back to the point, right? If you're a young American couple, it's okay. Moving to Europe, what advice would you give them? One thing I would give them is there's no difference. Like American suburban Italian life is no different to American life. You have your house, you have your lawn, your dog, and your car, and you go to the shopping mall. There's huge malls here with huge parking and all the usual. Oh my God. Ipertosano is like Costco on steroids. You want to fucking see Ipertosano.
I'm depressed that disease got there.
They're everywhere. And if you want your huge supermarket experience where you buy like 3 months of fucking toilet roll, that's here. You want your multiplex cinemas with all the movies, that's here. You know, life won't change that much. It'll get cheaper.
Well, my life is going to be
week.
Sitting in a piazza feeding the cats and the pigeons and drinking $3
So I was in the hospital 10 days ago for 12 hours. They x-rayed me. They put me in the ECG. They did all this stuff. They did a blood sample exam and so on. Nothing.
Stress? What do you think it was?
No, but I'm talking about money.
Oh, we know that. Well, Americans are used to paying for. Do you know what I got in Mexico?
Yeah, but you get better healthcare. You got better service.
No, we don't.
You don't. No. The Vicenza Hospital is like Star Trek.
Worse healthcare.
It's actually kind of pretty far. I've been in a lot of hospitals in America. Nice, decent, great. Sure. But don't tell me they're better and that much better. That fucking hospital in Vicenza is like Star Trek. It's like stepping into the future.
It's like Star Trek. The last time I was in an emergency room, the physician here's a great analysis of American what is the word I'm looking for? Economics for healthcare. I was fully insured, and we were watching TV, and I started to have like a fast heart rate. And I just made dinner. I didn't know what was happening. And I stood up and I said, Paul, I think I need to go to the hospital. Something's wrong. Now, the Mets were in the playoffs. That's the joke. That joke was that we were all, because the Mets suck and we're so used to being them sucking.
Right.
And I get to the emergency room and my heart rate is, I've never had high blood pressure, none of that stuff. They do an EKG and it's very, very high. And this woman comes in, she goes, I have a habit where I do this. I tap my foot a lot when I sit down. I do this thing.
Oh, you have a tick.
I have a tick. When I'm sitting, my right foot is usually doing this. Like
that's actually a brutal thing to have.
But you know what?
Tick is not a good thing to have.
I don't know that I have it, but
you should fight the tick.
I do. I fight it. But if I'm sitting here, I just do this. No one else knows I have a tick. No one's ever seen it. You've never seen it in public. It's only when I'm alone. But I'm in this room and this Dr. Gottlieb, she comes in and she's looking at me with the flashlight and she's like this. She's going like this. What's going on with you? She goes, and she puts her hands on my knee and she goes, what are you on? I said, what? What are you taking? I said, what do you mean? I don't take any medication. She goes, I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. And she wrote on my emergency room report that I refused to disclose the fact that I was taking some kind of amphetamine, be it cocaine.
That's what they used to.
Yeah. And I said to her,
that happened to me too.
Did it?
I had long hair. I went in with my bass guitar. I was with Rachel at the time.
Shit.
And they're like, what do you take? Do you have any STDs? Actually, was I right?
Sure, all of them. What do you want?
I can't remember which girl was with me, but I was like, no. And they were like, we'll come back to you and you can reconsider your answers.
That's what she said. I can't help you if you don't tell me the truth.
I was like, I don't do any of that shit. I know I look like I am a rock and roller. I look like a rock and roller, but I don't snort anything. I don't put anything in my veins. And even at the time, I wasn't even a heavy drinker. I was I had appendicitis.
You had appendicitis.
Yeah, they gave me a scan and they're like, oh, we have to take your appendix out. It had nothing to do with anything. But that's what they assumed for the first 15 hours of the entire thing. Here's another fucking myth that in United States hospitals, you're driven right through into care. No. You have to fucking wait for hours like everyone else. It's the same as over here. Unless you go like this. I'm having pain.
The second you do that, you're straight in.
You're straight in. And that's what I did
in Europe
last week.
or America.
That's what I did last week.
Always pretend you're having a heart attack. Chest pain. Immediately straight to the
immediately. Always do that no matter where the pain is.
No matter what. Do that.
Always go, I have pains right here. And if you look over 30 years old or 40 years old, they'll go straight through that door. Because
I have chest tightness.
Yeah, exactly. I feel weak and I have chest. Yeah.
Let me hit a couple of super chats. Andrew Olkowicz, $20. Get a box wine. No box wine, baby. Just to see you, Paul, and Asheen get the Twitch. For Asheen, always for being great at keeping the conversation going one way or another. One way or another.
What does that mean? One way or another.
Meaning it might get political, which is juicy. Which is what everybody wants. Listen, at the end of the day, we want this all over all the hate streams so we can get more views.
Their heads explode when it comes to the political stuff because they don't know. It's such an outside world for them. They've never learned anything about this stuff.
Well, the indoctrination is there. That chest pain, $10. This is the second super chat from you tonight. Thank you very much. I don't know you that chest pain, but thank you very much. Here's a little something for you, Dirk. That's very kind of you. And there he is again, that chest pain. Oshin, Osake, Namitai, Yopurai, Iru Dakara. Oh, Asaki, Nomaratai, Yoparai, Iru Dakara.
I don't
know what that means either. Can somebody translate for that?
I don't speak Yapon.
I don't speak it either. I know, and that's the right way to say. Do you know the right way to say Nikon is Nikon? Fuck, I didn't know that. Just Nikon. It's Nikon. It is correct.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give everybody a big bang, giant bang, boom. because we were talking and I missed that shit.
I'm
But
sorry.
yeah, it's Nick. No. That's the best part of the whole thing. That's what everybody tunes in for when we start getting heavy duty and all that fun shit. But yeah, like I didn't know what to do about Topstar. Like I didn't write him back, and I'm not gonna. And if you watch the show,
Oh
he says,
yeah. We started on that. Sorry, we got sidetracked. So
yeah,
Topster reached out to you. Topster, I think I banned Topster like a year ago
yeah, he did. Yeah, about that.
because he was full
And he
of
was
his
a
shit.
Patreon, and he was all this stuff. And like, listen, at the end of the day, I don't mind if you're a Trump guy or a right wing, but like, he wrote me.
If you're a zealot, that's different.
Right, he wrote me very insulting.
Can you imagine me
email.
writing? Can you imagine me finding Topster's email and writing to him, going, "You do realize you're wrong," and read this,
I did that.
and
I did
signing
that.
him up. No, you replied.
I did, yeah.
You replied. That's a different thing. Can you imagine me finding some guy who doesn't agree with me politically, signing him up for different newsletters and Trump pro shit, and adding him to subscriptions, and then writing him emails going, yeah, you don't know the real. Yeah. Can you imagine me doing that? That's called a zealot.
I have never in my life unsolicited written a fucking op-ed.
You just replied.
Yeah, I replied to him line by line.
Someone who wrote to you.
Yeah.
That's a totally different. I'm not addressing that in any way.
No. But like he never. But like most, forgive me. Like I'm gonna blow my whole fucking channel up. But whatever. I had a couple glasses of wine. Welcome to Sheen's world. I wrote him back line for line with all his crazy right-wing nonsense and like debunked it all. And he never wrote me back because people who are indoctrinated refuse to be challenged. So they never, ever want any dialogue to happen because no, this is what it is. No, they don't want to ever hear it. So I was like, and then I just wrote him back and I was like, this is the last time. I was like, oh yeah, well, tank the economy, ban the press. Have you ever heard of any of this before? You know what? The Germans all said they didn't know what was happening. You know what? They did. They all knew.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what happens.
No.
They'll all excuse it. It's part of a cult.
It's a cult.
Because it was
cult. I'm not in a cult. Are you in a cult? Is there you have a guru of any kind? I don't. Because I think everybody's a cunt, and I don't believe anybody. I symbolically light candles. I love cats and people who love animals, but there's not one particular person or thing that drives me to want to be so passionate about that kind of shit. Like what does it take? How does that happen to a person? How can you be so susceptible when it's so obviously incorrect and wrong? How can you fall for that? I understand if you're a drug addict, or I understand that in the depths of alcoholism.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of Zios, dedicated Zios. I know lots of, because I pride myself on that stuff, and I've gotten in trouble on the channel for that. I pride myself on knowing the other side, because the first guys that I ever nominated on this channel that I knew that I don't agree with, but I knew because I like to gather information, were the hard right over here. And all the entire internet are like, oh, she's a Nazi. No, I broke bread and had wine with these guys because I want to hear what they have to say. And actually, they never mention anything about this and that and so on. But it's very interesting. I don't agree with it, but I like to be the spy that flies into their territory and hears what they have to say. And truthfully, I do that every moment of my life.
Yeah.
I'm with great friends that I love who I disagree with religiously or politically all the fucking time. It's a very rare and special occasion where I'm surrounded by like-minded people. The last time I can think of was Christmas Day with my family. That's the
Sure.
last time, and that was the first time in maybe years where I'm surrounded by like-minded people. Normally, I'm used to going in with armor, and I just keep my mouth shut. I listen to what they're going on about. I know
Listening is an
amazing
art.
Americans, amazing, beautiful people who will give you the shirt off their back, but then turn around and say something else, and I'll just be, oh, is that a fact? And I know amazing Italians, though, fucking sweetest guys in the world. You have amazing conversations with them about music all night.
Yeah.
And then they'll say,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
you know, the skinheads invented everything in the world. And I'm like,
but the problem is now, like, remember
me
when
add
you had a
that to
private
my
conversation
files.
and you have that conversation and somebody say, yeah, but you know what happens with blah, blah, blah. Now it's an international incident. And it's crazy. And like, it's wildfire. How,
You know, I had
oh
a
my
great
God, I'm
conversation.
back on the charts, Asheen. Look, I'm back on the charts. $50 from Happy Meal. We love the new Smash Hit Super Chat Saturday. There you go. With the king of content. You are the king of content. You're the dragon. Dirk, you have the best wig on YouTube. Thanks so much. Ready? Here it is. Here's my wig. Here it is. Thank you, Happy Meal.
You always had good thick hair.
What's that?
You always had good thick hair. Me too.
I have great hair.
Shit ain't
But it's
going
all
anywhere,
implants.
man.
I had them harvested in Turkey. So I went to Turkey and I had them all harvested. Thanks, Uncle Curly. Thank you very much. I'm back.
He's still alive. Oh, that's amazing.
Their show, they're doing very well on their show.
Is he? I don't even know. I thought they were bad.
Listen, man, I'm not gonna say I don't watch the show. I do. Everybody.
You do? You watch it?
I watch it. I could like if I'm up till 1,000,000 and I'll put stuff on.
No.
Toyota Mo is just mean to me, and like he says, I hate him, but I don't hate him. He started it. He was mean to me. He was not nice to me. I'm a very nice person. Generally,
I think they like you.
Well, Curly likes.
They dislike me.
Well,
they like you because you're just likable, dude.
Well, no, you could be more polarizing than me.
Yeah,
but,
I'm
like,
way more.
Curly likes me for sure, and like there's that whole bromance thing that whatever. He made me do the Fu Manchu and all that stuff. But Toyota Mo is like, Dirk's a fucking dick. I didn't start it with him, and I don't like anybody. I don't dislike anybody in general unless they're cruel or mean, and he's kind of coarse. But listen, the world is full of kings and queens who blind your eyes and steal your dreams, my friends. So you know what? At the end of the day, we can only try to do better tomorrow. That's the best we can do, right? So I don't know this person, this Toyota Mo fella. I don't know anything about him. Curly, we have a little bit more of an intimate relationship because he runs that. That's his channel. It's his show. But anyway, it's like I haven't. Look at a $50 super chat from them. I'm going to give you a big bang smash boom for that, motherfucker. There you go. We're getting hit from all sides, my friends. Pazuzu, $20. I love it too.
Oh,
God bless America land.
Well,
hold on. I'm going to give it to you because this is what you want, right? So instead of recycling the Lou Reed thing, you could do this. God bless America, land that I love.
This is going to take you forever to get through if you continue at that speed.
Oh, should I sing it faster than that?
I'm just saying.
I'm doing the Kate Smith.
We're not even a full line through. Okay.
Oh, that's funny. Look what he wrote at the end. It's heaven and hell. LOL. That's funny. Pazuzu, thank you very much for the 20 balloons. That's very funny. Well, look, we're back on the radar. So I guess
these guys are playing. They're messing around.
Yeah, it's okay.
You know that, right?
Listen.
Ray, you should know.
Do you think I'm from the turnip truck? Come on.
No.
Land that I love. Big giant boom for you. $20. Mega super chat. and the meek shall inherit the earth. Right up. You have no idea how important that line is to the two of us. When I was like 13, me, my friend Joey Dawson, and Eddie, we all got together, and my friend Steve Sontag, and we tried to form a Rush 2112 cover band. We failed miserably. But that's funny.
It's not easy to cover Rush.
No, and it was like, I think I'll never forget. Like, that was, what year is that? 76? What year is 2112?
2112 would have been 74.
No,
75.
No,
75.
No, 75 is Caress of Steel. So it's got to be
Caress of Steel.
76
Okay.
or 70. Let me see. 70. 2112. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. No, it's got to be 76 or 77. It might be 77 because
All right.
Hemispheres is 78 for sure. And then we're big Rush fans, so like. And I know Oshin thinks that bores the shit out of people. I had a show last week, my most successful show last week.
Because you finally refined them all down. If you just keep talking about certain things, you will eventually attract the crowd that you need for that. That was my point. Keep talking about cats, then all the cats.
I don't talk about cats, really.
I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
Pick your poison.
We were talking about, like, listen, if I wanted to do a Kiss show, I would have guys like the OC, like,
yeah, you can have
all those people,
Kiss fans,
people who just want to,
and then your channel would have to be always about Kiss.
Be like, okay, today we do crazy night. Here's the crazy night celebration, people. Yeah. Which I could do. Maybe I should do that. It
would be great. You could do your own Kiss channel. That's fine.
Oh my God, look at Pazuzu. Are we fucked? What? We've taken care of everything. The words you hear, the songs you sing. I had no idea, Pazuzu, that you were such a Rush fan. Wow. See, listen. Common fucking ground, bro.
Music is a great common ground.
It's the greatest. Do you know what Emmett and I did? You remember that a couple of weeks ago when Emma was here? I'm not kidding you. We played Tears from 2112. We didn't discuss that song. It's a
that was a couple of weeks ago. That was months ago.
What was like 4 months ago? Whatever. When he was here.
How drunk are you? Are you drunk?
Why do you?
You're not.
Listen.
You said a couple of weeks ago.
Whatever it was. I don't remember. I do the show every day. Do you know
I'm
what
usually
my
the
brain
drunk
looks
one
like?
Here. Don't take my position as the drunk one.
No, I'm Are you drunk? Are you drunk? No. You know me when I have a couple of drinks in me, I'm like, let's go. Back to Rio de Janeiro, Mio mio. Emmett, we were doing like something happened with Rush, and I said, let's play Tears. I looked at him. He played it. I sang it.
It was ages ago. It was 6 months ago.
That's not the point. Is how long ago it was. It was neither of us had thought about playing or singing that song, but we knew it so intrinsically that it just happened. Yes. Because we know it so well. Because when we were kids, we were like jerking off to that Rush album shit. Which is crazy, but that's nuts, Pazuzu. Thank you very much for that. And let me give you a big bang boom for that. Look at this crazy shit that's going on. Let's just rip everybody.
Put the lotion in the basket for me.
What's that? It puts the lotion on its skin.
It puts the lotion in the basket for me. Yeah. This Pazuzu motherfucker is low life. And the other guy. It's kind of disgusting, you know. They're playing around with my good friend who I love.
Do you think it's manipulative of me in any way?
I can see how you're able to juggle their.
I can't see how you're not.
Okay.
I can't see how you're.
Okay.
I mean, you have to let some shit go.
Yeah. I see how you're able to do that. That's a skill, man. You're very evolved.
I mean, like, if you let that shit bother you,
No, it doesn't bother me. I'm just like watching it happen. No, you're
But
more
like,
evolved.
don't think
You're more evolved than I am. You're able to take their money.
affects me in some kind of esoteric way, or it just doesn't. It doesn't. I think it's funny. Can you not take a super chat? No, you cannot take a super chat.
No, you're right. You're right. You're
what would
absolutely
be
right.
the point of that?
I'm wrong.
Well, it's
I'm wrong.
like here's a great story. Like back in the day when Madonna did Truth or Dare, she was dating Warren Beatty, and somebody said, "Can we do this off camera?" And he looks at the camera and he goes, "Why the fuck would she do anything off camera? What's the point of that?" So I mean,
yeah. Look, you have a better grip of this.
I mean, it's just like,
yeah, send me your $50.
I mean,
$20 doesn't matter.
I mean, you can totally disagree with me. Like the Tobster thing drives me crazier because I feel like listen, this in the scope of entertainment and in the scope of entertainment, or what do you call it, LLC, whatever the thing you guys call it. Tobster takes it very seriously. Like he thinks I'm some Marxist, Leninist, and I'm like, no, I know he does. He thinks
you.
I swear to God.
You're like 400 miles right of me.
I am 400. I am 400 miles right of you, Alan. but I'm 400 miles right, but I'm 8,000 miles right of him. You know what I mean? Left of him, I should say.
Left of him.
Yeah. So because he doesn't understand the nuance of what any of that is.
Yeah.
You know, for you, because you're that, and that everybody knows your stance on all that shit. But at this point in the game, do I think, and Jim Patterson, I'm going to get back to Jim because I love Jim Patterson. And
I love Jim Patterson too.
Yeah, he said some really important stuff earlier, and I want to just.
Can you not take a super chat? You're right, Jim. No, we're just talking about these guys because they're.
No. Right. Andrew says Dirk was a bartender for a long time. He knows how to be. That's probably true. I know how to defuse the bomb.
Yes.
It's my job.
Exactly. Andrew, you're absolutely right.
Oh my God. Look at this. Here he goes. What would touch me deeper? Tears that fall from my eyes that only. You're a big Rush fan, Pazuzu.
He's a Rush fan.
So have you never read Ayn Rand?
He probably has.
I'm sure he has. And she's a twat in a half.
Anthem of the heart and anthem of the mind.
Yeah, sure. Right. I mean, do you remember the first time you saw The Fountainhead with Patricia Neal and The Most Beautiful Man?
It's amazing that they made that movie at all.
It's amazing that they made Howard Rourke. Holy crap. That movie, Gary Cooper, apparently the most horse-hung guy in all of Hollywood, and all the women dropped dead for that guy. He didn't want to make that movie, but he wanted to make it because it was with Patricia Neal, who he had a fancy for. But that movie, Ayn Rand, is like, you ever see her in an interview, you just want to smack her.
I think she saw herself in the mirror a lot, and that's why she wrote books about
she was so
the
ugly.
Hatred of humankind. Yeah. That was a predictable disappointment every single day of her life. And that's why she felt the need to write books to remind other men and women how to be selfish. Yeah. You don't need to tell people how to be selfish. We're pretty good at it already.
Right, that's the arrogance of Ayn Rand. She was so arrogant. My God.
Well, I think Musk was reading her recently because he went on Joe Rogan and he's like, "Yeah, empathy is the weakness." I'm like, "Oh, so you finally got around to Atlas Shrugged or The Capitalist? You finally read a book, you shitwit."
Yeah,
because that fucker never read a book in his life. And if somebody finally gave him a book and he read it on a yacht somewhere, and now he's convinced that fucking empathy. And then he goes on to Fox News and goes, "They're setting a light to my cars. I thought the left was the party of empathy." Now you want your empathy.
Now you want the empathy, right?
Now you want to say that.
He did say that, and he did debunk him with his own fucking words, that guy, because he said that. And I remember going, wait a second, you
just said on Joe Rogan that empathy is a weakness of humankind. Empathy is all we have. And let me tell you something.
Empathy is life.
Empathy is everything that when you help someone, when you got, there was an American couple who lived in Vicenza 20 years ago, 25 years ago, a military couple. One, the husband was a good friend of mine, and we were total opposites. Me, super fucking commie, and him, like his favorite president was Nixon and stuff. But we found common ground. He was fucking genius, and we loved each other. We were great, and we always had great discussions. And he and his wife, his wife is super indoctrinated, at Christmas in Vicenza in Italy, they would go out in the snow and the cold and give rugs and food to the homeless. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's empathy.
Sure.
They were super hard right wingers, and he was presiding over all this American intelligence and bombings and all sorts of shit. He brought shit over to my house one time to copy it on my computer. I was fucking terrified of what I was seeing. And he was like, "You can never tell anybody about this." It was crazy. We were made friends. He was a fantastic guy, but Jesus, the empathy was beautiful. You see some dickhead in a big car, and you think, is he an asshole or not? If he gets out of his car and helps the old woman across the street,
it negates.
Now we have a person.
Yeah.
Empathy is everything we have right now on all over TikTok and Instagram. Is this woman who was there with her son in a diner, and she's like, our waiter, she must be 70 years old. Turns out she was 81 years old. This woman has to keep, and she could barely walk, and she's serving plates at a fucking diner somewhere in godforsaken America, and there's been a big outpouring of donations on GoFundMe, and so this poor woman at 81 years old can finally retire because she can't. God help her. That's disgusting. That would never happen. It would never happen here. There's no 81-year-old fucking serving tables in Italy. Impossible. They're already 15
They're
years
here
into your
for
pension.
sure. You go to Court Square. There's two 81-year-olds there.
Empathy is all we have. It's
empathy the group.
Empathy is what stops you from hurting other people.
It is.
That's all we have.
Empathy is what stops you from being an asshole.
Exactly.
It's what stops you from being the bad person. And sociopaths are incapable of empathy. That is
empathy.
That's one of the hallmarks of sociopaths.
This motherfucker goes on Joe Rogan going, "Oh, they think I did the Nazi salute, and it's so ridiculous." By the way, empathy is the weakness of human.
And fuck you, Joe Rogan, for having that cunt on his show.
Yeah, he should have fucking kicked him.
What did I say about that guy? I'm done with him, by the way.
I wish Bill Burr was in the room right there.
I know.
Bill Burr is my fucking hero right now, because Bill Burr is just chopping. He's samurai swording through all the horse shit. Yeah. Bill Burr, God bless you. You're a fucking Irish American legend. And he if he was in the room, he would have fucking devoured that dude after saying that horseshit nonsense. Empathy is all we have left. When we lose that, we're done.
Without empathy, we're no longer human. It is a human trait to empathize for the people, for the animals, and the environment.
Because the animal kingdom will eat each other.
They will
fuck each other. Dolphins fuck each other's fucking
it's
dead
a human
corpses.
It's the reason why we are that. So it's crazy. It's insane to me. It's insane.
You know what?
And even animals have more empathy than a guy like that. Because when you're a
even animals have more empathy.
They do than him.
So right now, I don't know if you're aware. You're never aware of what happens on TikTok and Instagram. The current trends. So the current trend. You know what the current trend is? You want to hear it right now?
Yeah.
It's a father here and a mother here and a child in the middle. Okay, 3 years old.
Yeah.
And they reveal from they have Kleenex or kitchen roll over plates. Sure. And they reveal, Daddy, you got a cookie. And what did you get? And the kid opens up and they got 2 cookies. And Mommy opens up hers and she has no cookie. And it's all over the internet of all these different scientific experiments of this. What does the child do? Overwhelmingly, the child picks up one cookie and
Gives
puts
his
it over
mom.
to mommy's and goes, there you go, mommy, you have a cookie. Now we all have a cookie. That's empathy. If you lose that, you are no longer a human. You better as well go back to fucking Germany in 1933 and join the Third Reich, you lousy lump of shit. This motherfucker goes on Joe Rogan and goes, empathy is the weakness. You know that Ayn Rand woke up every day, looked in the mirror and goes, that's why no one will fuck me. So I'm going to write books about why empathy is the weakness of the human spirit. You nasty Russian, Ukrainian,
She was a
whatever
dirty,
the fuck she was.
nasty dust trap of a vagina.
Dust trap.
She was
Thank
the
you.
worst thing ever. And she was just like, no brothel would ever hire her.
And you know
for
what?
services
I'm fucking
rendered.
disappointed that Neil Peart got so
Listen,
drawn
can I
in.
just say,
Okay.
did you read Geddy Lee's book? I've read it 50 times already.
Okay, tell me. Because I love him.
Well, we all love them, of
Yeah.
course.
So tell me what happened.
He talks about it and he goes,
Because when I was growing up, I thought Ayn Rand was like a genius because
so
Neil
did
Peart
I, because I
told
was
me-
like, oh my God, elevated thinking. I'm such a neophyte. I don't know yet.
because it was about individuality and
right, the individual, blah, blah, blah.
the spirit.
You
the
just
human
didn't think you
spirit.
were evolved enough to know better.
Right.
You didn't know.
Right.
And Geddy Lee talks about it in his book. Get that audiobook. He narrates it. It's great.
Oh, he reads it.
He reads it.
I'm totally buying it tonight. I'm reading it.
It's great. I've listened to it 50 times.
Okay.
And the way he approaches that is trepidatiously. He goes, at that point, blah, blah, blah. And then he kind of backtracks about how short-sighted it might very well be. Because when you're young, and they were very young, when he was writing 2112, how old were they? 23, 4?
There's their struggle from their parents and from society, and the societal norm.
This is the things that happen.
That's what I always got from their message from that. I never got like, oh yeah, you should steal other people's land, or you should be a towering and imperialist, capitalist and dominate other people.
Take this away from me because I found music.
Yeah.
Come on, I mean, what a strange device. When I touch it, it brings forth the sound. I mean, the way that this 24-year-old lyricist wrote this oppressive government about finding an instrument that vibrates and makes music, how he created that and made it political is beyond. Well, Neil Peart is one of the geniuses of all. There's no end to that guy's lyrical and intellectual genius. And it's amazing that he was taken down and taken out of this world by brain cancer, how his brain turned on him.
That's all right. Chris Hitchens got throat cancer
because of the way he spoke. It makes perfect sense, because when you use your brain or your voice to that extent, you will be extinguished. So that's you know what? Keep your fucking mouth shut, because
that's the only way to live to 100.
The only way to and if you even want to live that long. Neil Peart checked out when he was in his 68.
Well, you know what Woody Allen said. You'll live
say?
to be 150 if you give up all the things that would make you want to.
Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck wants to live to be? I don't know how you feel at this point in your life, but like I've said this, and this is ridiculous, but it's true. I've had great love. I've traveled the world. I've got to make records and do all the things I wanted to do, and sang in front of thousands and thousands of people, all that stuff. If like I was felled by a massive heart attack tomorrow, it wouldn't be a tragedy of any kind.
I had the same feeling last week. I was in the hospital going, maybe it's the last call for drinks. Well, I did I did all right.
We drank it, smoked it, and fucked it, as my father would say. Yeah. My father's best quote ever, because Jim Kennedy was the fucking genius of all geniuses, executive at American. This guy he traveled the world. God knows what the hell my father was up to, but he was amazing. And he goes, do me a favor, drink it, smoke it, and fuck it.
Oh God, there's a terrible wisdom in that.
That's what he said. He goes, don't leave this planet without drinking it and smoking it and fucking it. He goes, you owe it to yourself. He goes, who do you owe? That's what he said. He goes, "Who do you owe, really?" I was
Oh
like,
God.
"Wow, this is an Irish Catholic man that I thought but this is in his elder wisdom that he said this to me." And his other greatest, most hilarious thing was, "You're my biggest disappointment." And I said, why?" And he goes, "Because you didn't vote for Donald J. Trump."
Is that what he said?
He said it, but he knew it would get my goat. He did it.
I
He did
said
it as
it
a provocation.
I said it on TikTok. It got a lot of views. I'm getting a lot of views and a lot of people reposting my video because there was an Irish woman saying, I know there's a lot of Irish Americans that feel the lineage, of Irish blood, and they feel a connection with Ireland and so on. So where the fuck are you guys on the Palestine issue? And I bump in then. So I made with the video with the Stitch incoming thing. And I was like, no, Irish Americans are not Irish. It's not the same. This is not the same species.
The same.
And I go through a lot of people picked up on it. But yeah.
I mean, can I just
Irish Americans are conservatives. They're
I'm gonna throw some of my family weight in this because you can take it for what it's worth, being from Dublin and all that stuff. I am a second generation Irish American, so my parents were born in the United States, and all four of my grandparents are Irish. I have nothing but Irish blood in me. Every single one of my ancestors, my parents, my grandparents, were extremely loyal to. They were extremely loyal to the Republic of Ireland. So it was always England out of Ireland. It was always marches. My dad took us to marches as kids. So, and we were always. The other thing that a lot of my Irish American friends did not do is go to Ireland, whereas I have no memory of not being in Ireland. I have zero, because I was in Ireland when I was not cognizant of memory. So like 4 months, 8 months, 12 months, we were always there, which I don't think is very common for Irish Americans. I have Irish American friends that have never been to Ireland. So my father's connection was extremely close and my mother's connection was very close. So I've always felt, and you can discount this as much as you want or not at all or whatever, but I've always felt more Irish than I've felt American because my associations have always been extremely Irish.
I've always picked up on that. So here's the TikTok. By the way, TikTok and Instagram and YouTube are such different people, such different dynamics.
Oh,
it's
God,
like a whole pool of different people. It's crazy. Anyway, so this is the one that I stitched. Let me see if I can play it.
I have a question for the Irish American community, because I know as an Irish person that, your soul has connection to Ireland. Your ancestral line in Ireland is super important to you. The peace, the love, the determination. So where the fuck have you been when it comes to Palestine?
Oh, yeah,
I can't hear you.
Irish Americans and Irish from Ireland are not the same. Irish Americans are conservatives. They're Republicans in most cases. A lot of them voted for Trump, no doubt. There's a lot of cops, firefighters, then big businessmen in Midtown Manhattan. There's lots in Queens and there's lots in the Bronx. But if you're talking about Manhattan, like actual New York City, they're all in Midtown, and it's just big, swanky steakhouses and big Irish pubs. And guys in suits, chewing on cigars going, yeah, my mother was Irish. I'm going to go play some golf in Ireland this summer. They're not. They're not.
See, I don't know those people.
That's like the Irish. That's why they're all like, yeah, Conor McGregor. Meanwhile, we're all totally embarrassed by that motherfucker. The Irish Americans and the actual Irish, not the same.
Yeah. I don't know those people.
Oh.
I mean, I do know like Paul's friend Dorothy.
I know lots of them.
Lives on Long Island and is a Trumper, but like my family is Democratic. Like other than my father, who
are
used
Irish
to do that
Americans
as a joke.
aware? You're not aware that Irish aren't. I think Irish Americans are
I'm
like,
too
oh, I
close.
want to go home to the
I'm
homeland.
yeah.
But if they had any idea of the political swayings of the,
I'm too
like,
close to you than I am to them.
okay.
Like we're only a generation away, so it's like I don't have any American history other than my grandparents who moved here. So like there are a lot of people who've been here since 150 years because the Irish did build America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
Right.
my
the hands that built America.
the hands that built America, the majority of my people, and as you know, my DNA is fucking Irish spotless. It's fucking, there's nothing but Irish.
Yeah, you're more Irish than I am.
Well, you don't know because you haven't done it. You're fucking stupid, Mick. Fuck you. You're as Irish as fuck. But
black Irish.
Yeah, me too. I'm a fucking hairy fucking pizza man. Whenever I meet Irish people, Irish Americans that have never been to Ireland, I am gobsmacked by it. Like, and then I find out that it's their great grandfather or whatever. It's like they don't have like my first memories as a human being are Irish. I don't remember New York. I remember my granny's cottage. I remember my, the Innisgrown shit. I remember the Ballinash shit. I remember all that crazy stuff. I don't remember any of that junk.
You're first generation.
I'm not first generation. I'm second generation because both of my parents were born in the Bronx.
Yeah.
All four of my grandparents are Irish born. There is that disease where, my God, right? Mindy O'Connor, right? She's been here. Her grandparents are here. And like fucking Donald Trump's going to save the whole fucking world. We're Americans. We always, my family, listen, there's four of us. There's my sister Carrie, my brother Chris, my sister Pat. We identify as Irish Americans, but we very severely identify as Irish people. We feel Irish first, even though we're Americans, and we are, and I'm not dismissing that. We feel extremely loyal to Ireland because that's our first memories. We've been going there and coming there forever. We feel the culture. We feel all that stuff. At that point, we never learned the language because it was banned when we were
but
kids.
If like most, you're probably the most progressive of your family. Like most of your family, if they went to Ireland,
no. All four of the kids are extremely progressive.
Oh, really?
It was just my dad who later in life, my family were Democrats their entire lives. My father, very late in his life, and he didn't really. My father was a kind of a magician, a sleight of hand salesman. My father would just use that kind of republicanism to try to get your goat, because my dad was always looking for the conflict and the laugh as well. So he didn't mean I'm his biggest disappointment because I didn't vote for Donald Trump. He knew what I thought of Donald Trump. He just
God rest his soul. But if my father was alive and could vote for Trump, which he couldn't because you have to be an American citizen, he would have voted for Trump. My dad was a conservative.
Yeah.
Voted phenophile his whole life.
Oh, he did.
And had racist tendencies, and it would disgust us. We'd be at dinner and he'd come out with some bullshit, and we'd be like, "Oh, Dad, shut the fuck up!" Like he was persona non grata at the fucking dinner table. Because the actual Irish treated Phil in it and his mother like crap when he was growing up, because his father was black, mother was white. Pure racism.
Totally true.
There's plenty of racism in Ireland.
Plenty.
And God bless Phil in it. He held his head high and was always proud of his Irish nature and his heritage. Even
always corrected everything.
He was actually born in England, but he was raised in Ireland. And
was he born in England?
He was actually born in Birmingham. Yeah, just where he was actually born, but he was raised in Ireland, and he had a Crumlin accent. Man, that's a thicker accent than I have. Yeah. Right? That's like Conor McGregor accent.
It's a Conor McGregor thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, Adam Clayton was born in England too, right? And so was The Edge.
And, when anybody in Ireland is asked about Daniel Day-Lewis, he's Irish. No, he's not. He's half and
Irish.
half.
He's Irish,
English
Jew.
and Irish, exactly like Phil in it.
And he's Jewish.
but he has Jewish lineage.
Yeah.
I probably do too on my mother's side. Many people
Who
around the world
does? Your mother said
on
that.
My mother's side.
Do you think?
Possibly.
I always used to say,
I don't care.
why
It's
isn't
fucking great.
no?
That's why
I was
I'm
like,
so
I want a
fucking
little
smart.
Ashkenazi in my shit. I would
care.
love a little Ashkenazi in my shit.
Well, whatever. I'll do 23andMe someday, but it doesn't matter.
Just gotta spit
to
in a
me.
cup.
It could be from anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. It's all good.
I have.
It's
Do you
all
know what
great.
I told you of Levantine? Right? Did I ever show you that?
Yeah, you said you have Levantine.
I have yeah, baby.
Anyway, I can't remember what point I was going to make.
Well, that's okay. It's fine. Jim Patterson.
But
said
yes,
he most
Pazuzu.
feels-
Yeah, there are racist assholes in Ireland. They're
there
still
are.
there, and now they're called the far right, and they like people like Paul Thorpe and people like that, and they say things like "get them out, get them out." They're talking about the immigrants, get them out. Meanwhile, our greatest Irish Olympian right now is Rashida Leke, and she is a beautiful, tall, slender black woman, and she represents Ireland. She has a flat Dublin accent.
Sure.
And Phil Lynott was our fucking original rock god.
Rock god.
Being Irish isn't about being pasty white. Being Irish is about the spirit of being Irish. Doesn't matter what fucking skin color you have.
Did anybody ever give a fuck that Phil Lynott was black? No.
There were some. Pazuzu brings up a good point. In fairness to Pazuzu, I can't believe I'm actually agreeing with Pazuzu for once. But progress. Here we go. He's right. There was a contingent of like, oh, you fucking blackie. They didn't even have the N word in Ireland at the time. We weren't even that advanced. We just had blackie, you know. And he was like, I'm like a pint of Guinness. I'm black and blonde on the top. He was happy to embrace it, and he fought it, and he fought it with pride. It was a beautiful fucking thing. And he was our king, man. Until Bono and U2 and people like that came along.
He was way first.
This is all we had.
Way
he
first.
He had way more charisma.
Way more.
And, you know, I was a kid. I never even thought about the fact that it never even occurred to me. All I saw was a fucking legend singing great songs, playing
First of all,
guitar.
does anybody deliver a song syllabically? Has anyone ever come close to that particular brand of delivery than Phil? No one. The storytelling, he's the greatest storyteller in all of rock and roll. I don't care what anybody ever says.
Legends and stuff in his songs.
It's amazing.
Like, whoever did that?
No one ever did it, and no one's ever done it since.
Eddie, $50. Here we go. Proper. This is the money. This is the real money. Because Eddie's the real money. Can we say that? That's the real money. That means a lot more than 50 from fucking Happy Meal shit with. Sorry.
I'll tell you.
All right, Eddie's our boy, right? Do you want to read this? I'll read it.
No, go to it's our show, baby. Go.
I want to obtain a Spanish passport and EU citizenship because of my late mother's place of birth. Long story short, I read the Spain embassy will require ceremonially waive my American citizenship. Can I have both? Now, listen, this is what I've heard about, and this is how we started this conversation like an hour ago, and we drifted off. Spain is the entryway to Europe. Once you're in the EU, you're in. You can go to any country then, once you're in. And Spain has the most lenient rules right now, citizenship-wise. This is what I've read all over the place. So if you want to get in on EU, and I think you absolutely should, there's no advantage to living in America at all. Americans are beautiful people, lovely, beautiful country, but there's no upgrade.
There's no upgrade. I agree. There's no upgrade.
It's a downgrade, if anything. And I've never heard of an American, especially now, but even before, there's no advantage. If anything, there are plenty of disadvantages.
Eddie, I'm going to get a place in the Marque, and I'm going to have you stay there for like a week or two, and you're going to like drink the coffee and drink the wine and
Eddie, come over to Italy and help me fucking decorate my new place because I have to get a fucking new apartment soon.
Tell everybody about that.
I need to talk.
Are you doing a reveal? Let's do
Yeah.
some super chats because we have many. I'm just
Okay.
gonna. I have such hat head right now. Sorry, guys. I'm taking off my hat. I know.
You look fucking great. It's all spiky. I wish
Yeah, I
had
know,
that.
but it's a fucking. It
That's
hurt.
fucking great.
You know
Looks
what?
like
Like you know what I
look-
did? I took a shower and then
What's
I put
his
my
name
hat on.
from the Sex Pistols in his elderly age had that?
John Lydon.
Yeah.
Eddie, you're the best. Here you go, $50. Let's give you a big bang. Boom. Happy Meal, $20. How dare you, Dirk, bring up OC? He doesn't even moisturize. Let me tell you something about OC. He's a very handsome man, and he's always extremely
Go on,
beautifully
Ezra.
attired. I'm just saying,
You fucking out of your mind.
you don't fucking know. You like
I
fucking
don't know.
big tits and fucking
I
tight
look at
arses.
girls. I look
You
at
look,
girls.
you,
You're right.
you have no idea what guys look like. You
That's
like
a handsome
Brad
guy. He
Pitt.
looks like a
Like-
serpent.
No, he's a very
Like a
handsome.
frog.
Listen, I like a daddy. I've always been a fan of the older man.
Okay.
And he's
I'll leave it up to
he's
you
an
then.
attractive man. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Listen, okay.
Fair enough.
He doesn't even moisturize. Dragon, we used to share a panel on AC3, that's Archery Luxury, with Nico, Paul Thorpe, and Roman.
Yeah.
Take it
was a
easy,
long
Osh.
time ago.
Pay to play. So, like, okay, so he's getting at why I'm able to just go, okay, let it go. And you're like, "Rah, stop the shit." Listen, at the end of the day, the very first edition of iBashers, who was our guest, Machine?
AC3.
That's right. He was you know why? Because we got into this thing and we
'Cause of him.
loved him. We loved him, man. We were like totally into that shit.
AC3 was he's the
He was the
OG.
fucking governor, baby. I'm like,
Can I say something though? I
Go,
haven't watched
say whatever
him
you
in
want. I don't give a shit.
years.
No, I know, me neither.
I still don't watch.
Well, I don't either.
That's not sad. Like I used to love
I
him.
know.
What happened?
And it's not like because it became this other thing. I used to watch it to learn about particular.
I guess it was him just hosting and all these other losers on his
It's the
panel.
loser. It was the losers on his channel.
Yeah, you gotta have you've got to wave the flag, like be the character, and then sure have panelists on, have people guests on, but you've got to be the guy. And
You've got to be the guy. Well,
I
did
guess
you think
Archie
Tim Wright is the
he
guy?
just got
Do you
tired.
think Tim Wright like stole the thunder? They think that. They think that.
Yeah. Well, any sign of money being taken or divided pissed off Archie. Oh yeah, Archie. If you want to piss off Archie, there's nothing you can say or do to Archie that will piss him off more than taking away some of his revenue.
Sure, if
you could
somebody
call his mother a
chats another
flaming
channel.
bitch, it doesn't matter to him at all.
Yeah.
He completely ignore it. You take away $30 from him, and he will act like you called his mother a flaming bitch. He's completely obsessed with revenue and monetary gain. Yeah. And that was always the case, I
didn't know that at the time because, like, listen, I always thought you cunt and all that stuff. I thought it was so fun, and we all were enamored with it. And listen, he's still the pontiff. I get it, all that shit, but like, it made me stop watching watch content. I watch Tim occasionally, but I watch Tim Masso all the time.
Are you still watching him?
Yeah, Tim Wright? Yeah.
Tim Masso.
Oh, I watched Tim Masso.
You said Tim Masso.
No. I watched Tim Wright occasionally to just get a little bit of update on what's going on in the zeitgeist.
I thought you said Tim Masso, sorry.
No, but I did. But I watched Tim Masso religiously. Any video that Tim Masso puts
because it's information.
Because I want to know what's really happening.
It's opinion.
I watched that Hodinky thing because your brother turned us onto it, and I was like, "Oh Jesus!"
Oh, with
that was
John
rough
Mayer?
with John Mayer. I was like, "Oh boy."
Yeah, sure.
Did you watch? Can we talk about this for a minute? Can we talk about the teaser? I'll tell you what I got out of it. I got
Rolex.
Yeah, I got. The bracelet looks like a flat link flat link.
It's the oyster quartz. They remade the oyster.
So they're
quartz.
making an integrated. They're making an integrated bracelet, right? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
That's what I got at. They're gonna do a brand new watch. Maybe it's the Land Dweller or whatever the fuck they're thinking about.
Yeah, that's what
integrated bracelet. It looks like a Jubilee, but it's very flat link.
Yeah,
I didn't get anything else out of that. The case
so
of the watch
the oyster quartz had flat links, and so did the Texano, which was a solid gold quartz watch, which apparently the guy you think is attractive.
Who's that? Who do I think
owns?
Who?
Fucking OC. What's wrong with you, man?
No.
Oh
my God. I didn't say he was John Hamm. I didn't say he was John Hamm.
Whatever. You'll never live that. I'll hold that forever.
You'll
never live that
misinterpreted
down. That's fucking nuts to me.
I'm not saying I'm looking to have the rides with those OC. My God.
All right.
You're making content right now. You know that.
So
OC, kiss me.
Oh my God, Oshin and Dirk finally have a disagreement and split up over OC and how attractive he
oh my God.
is.
I don't think he's an unattractive guy at all. I think he's a nice looking guy who's always super well.
That proves you're gay. That proves
what proves I'm gay is like
you're gay.
You look at guys that look like girls and you're like, yeah, I get it.
No, I look at John Hammond. I think, fuck, I'd love to look like
because
that.
He's got a giant cock and everybody knows.
No, because he's fucking chiseled, gorgeous face. I look at OC and I think, Jesus, it looks like a fucking.
Who's the best looking guy that ever walked the face of this earth?
Stop talking about William Holden or whatever.
No, I'm not saying that.
You're always talking.
I am asking you, but I'm very proud of you for knowing that is William Holden. But I'm saying,
you always go on about William Holden.
I didn't say anything about
you've
Bill
been telling
Holden.
me the same thing.
I said nothing. I said
Jesus
don't preempt me. Do you think it's Brad Pitt or Clooney?
I need Paul the Rube to just agree with me. Go, yeah, he's been saying.
But Paul thinks Paul gets the Bill Holden thing, but it's okay. But like he also likes prettier because I'm way prettier than Paul.
Who's the prettiest guy? I don't know. There's tons of handsome fellas.
Would you say Cary Grant was good looking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, all those great actors were lovely. And
do you know about this Clooney thing on Broadway, right?
Yeah, I saw him signing autographs outside.
It is getting
videos of
rave reviews.
Well, it's a well-written.
Clooney's going to get a Tony Award.
Right. Well, he directed the original movie.
I know.
Good Night and Good Luck. That was his movie.
Yeah, it's his movie.
He made the Ides of March after.
I know.
He made
David Strathairn, though. Can I just say, oh man, I really wish they'd let him do it because he's such a brilliant actor, and you know what? He deserves his moment in the sun. Like I almost feel kind of shitty that Clooney's doing it because
Clooney has to do it because of the star element,
the star power.
By the way, talking about star element, Clooney was married here. He got married to a man here.
Yeah.
In Venice. It was like one of the biggest things ever. You know who's getting married here now?
Hold on.
In July.
Gaga.
First of all, they booked out 6 hotels, the top hotels. So
Gritty, Daniele's closed.
The Amman. Right? I assume
Europa,
that's where they're
Regina.
staying. They're staying at the Amman for sure. Okay. Sure. Cipriani and whatever else. Whatever the fuck, maybe this place down below, right? Whatever they want, right? And all the taxis of Venice are booked. There's
who is it?
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, God.
Jeff Bezos is marrying that stupid cunt.
His whore,
fake face and the huge.
His whore. They all have to marry whores.
So we're going.
You look like a turtle.
Okay, Clooney, who's an auteur at this point. He's an actor, he's a director, he's a writer. Okay, he's an auteur. I'm sorry, he's maybe not the greatest auteur on earth, but he's an auteur. Marrying a human rights lawyer who speaks 5 languages. Okay, Going from that beautiful, amazing, culturally elevated couple down to Jeff Bezos, smiling moron with billions, and that stupid plastic balloon woman. That's what we have.
Well,
They're going to take over the city for a week with their
Can I
billions.
ask you a question about weddings?
Nothing we can do.
I'm a curmudgeon when it comes to weddings because I never had one, but I have a pretty successful marriage. We never had a ceremony or a fucking big deal. Right. And when people blow all that money on a big party, isn't it a fucking waste for everybody? Buy a fucking house. Put that money towards, or if you're rich, give it to a charity and go to Justice of the Peace. It's very, very nice. Like many years ago, we were all in, where were we? Vicenza.
So she went from fucking a guy with millions to a guy with billions.
Sure.
She wasn't exactly dating a loser. Some I don't know, some big business guy, and he had hundreds of millions. But she went up to hundreds of billions. She went up the next level with her fake, like her fucking face looks like a bizarre.
She
cartoon.
Looks like some kind of flounder.
Right, it's a bizarre, weird. Her smile is too large for a fucking head. Yeah. I know, he's ridiculous. And her tits are like rocks. Like who gives?
And they're like pointing due west and due east.
Oh,
she's crazy looking. Couldn't you have found a better candidate than that?
Yeah, how can you find like Jesus the Christ? There's so many women, but
why is he marrying her? Has he not a lawyer? He says, "Don't do that."
Yeah, don't do that. Well, he throws her money constantly. He throws her jewelry and
do all that. But don't marry her.
Don't marry her because she'll walk away.
Don't marry her.
Woman. His ex-wife is one of the richest women in the world
because she was there.
She walked away with half, and she's a nice natural woman. She deserves every penny. She's a nice natural woman.
Put up with this shit.
Blow-up doll. She looks like a blow-up doll.
Apparently, he's super into Japanese anime, and like she said, one of his perversions was like inflatable Japanese anime, and she couldn't take it anymore. So maybe that's part of it. Yeah, his ex-wife.
New one pretends to be Japanese anime. I think there's a lot of women who would gladly pretend to be Japanese anime who are like 30 years younger than that fucking weirdo.
She's an old lady.
Yeah, she's like in her 50s and it's getting a little sloppy.
Did you watch 30 Rock, right? You were a fan, right?
Yeah.
So remember that episode where Liz Lemon was dating James Franco and he was obsessed with that Japanese pillow? And that, like, she couldn't compete with the fact that he was obsessed with this inanimate sexual object, and it eventually broke them up. And like, I feel like Jeff Bezos, when you get to the point where because he's very fit, and also my friend, I have a friend who worked for the National Enquirer.
He's all fucking roided up now.
He is. Apparently, this guy's got a serious appendage going on there. Because my friend saw it because he worked for the National Enquirer and they didn't publish it. But apparently he's hung like a horse. And but he's got a problem with he'd say he needs Viagra or whatever. Which by the way was advertised all over Mexico when we were down there. You could buy all of it.
Sure.
For nothing. And Jeff Bezos, his problem is he's been like having so many problems romantically with women over the years, so he's settling for this second-rate anime older lady that fits all the criteria of what he wants, and he's gonna marry her. Why not just give her a stipend, and why would you marry this person?
Yeah,
I never understood, like, I'm not married.
Now listen. The whole thing is probably her conception, and he says yes. He says yes, honey, and it's $750 million to actually undertake. But that's chump change to him.
750
or whatever. I'm guessing.
Well,
He booked out
a good number.
4 or 5 of the major hotels here and all the taxis.
But why make
Do the
big?
math.
Why make a big thing out of it? Why does
So
Jeff
what I'm
Bezos...
saying is that he's like checking his laptop or his iPad about all his earnings or his investments or his stocks, and she goes, "Honey, we should get married, and I'd love to do it in Venice, like George Clooney did, like that couple with style did, because we want to emulate what they are." Now, you can't do it, darling. You're a blow fucking doll. You're disgusting. And fucking Aman Clooney is a human rights lawyer that speaks 5 languages. You fucking shitwit, lowlife vulgarian. But she doesn't care because she's like, I want to do the Venice. And let's book out all of these. And then they invite like Elon Musk, everyone's going to be here. Probably Trump will be here. There'll be helicopters everywhere.
Trump will have to be there because
everyone will be here. Yeah, it's going to be mad.
But the Danielle is closed. When is the date?
They're just renovating it now, and they're ready to open. They're ready.
Oh, are they ready already?
The Amman remains the Amman. They haven't touched
the Amman is whatever, but the Danielle is the most.
Amman.
Let's face it. You and I are
the
both gritty palace people. But
the Amman is the place.
I disagree with you.
And
that's
the
modern.
Cipriani.
That's modern. That Amman is a new hotel in Venice. I don't
There's
think
no way they're putting stars in the Danielle. It's far too central. It's like putting stars in Times Square. They can't walk them out of the building. They can't do it. The Amman has the private landing. The Cipriani is super private. This private place where fucking Angelina Jolie stays, that place is probably going to be taken as well. They're just going to book out the entire place and all the taxis. If I need to go to the airport in a taxi, I can't get it.
Let me ask you a question. If you were invited to Jeff Bezos's wedding, what hotel would you stay at?
In this city?
You have full reign of
Amman. The Amman.
Really? A modern hotel?
The Amman is not modern.
It's a palazzo, but it's a modern hotel. It's a new hotel.
Is under. Well, what would you say?
I would say the Grady Palace, 100%.
The Grady?
Because the Amman is a new hotel. It was a palazzo, sure.
If I throw a stone out my fucking window, I'll nearly hit the Grady.
No kidding. But isn't the Grady for us like the shit? Isn't that like like the Amman is like, okay, it's like staying at the Four Seasons. It's nice.
No, the Amman is like they don't advertise themselves. There's zero publicity.
But it's super modern in a palazzo.
It's all word of mouth and it's all the craziest level shit.
Guys, I need to stay in an Amman. Let me know. Super chat. Let me know all about it.
So Damien, when he came that time, and I met him, and he was fucking with his floozy. He was in Suite 1A. It was $25,000 a night. I don't think the Gritty have a suite for $25,000.
They do. They have a $40,000 suite. That's the one at the top with the two. You know the one.
They have a $40,000.
They have a 40. Well, they did. I don't know if they. What I remember years ago, because Mary Schwartz, my friend, who was out of money, used to stay there, and she paid $35,500 for the. It was called the Principe Suite. So I don't know what they have now. Listen, the Amman is
that's the one that fucking Tom Cruise.
Where's the Amman from? Where does that come from? That brand?
That's a great question, but they're revered all around the world.
Right, it's a Dubai
under the cuff. It is a luxury. They do not tell anybody about.
Yeah,
the shit, and their produce is local. Everything is homegrown. Everything in
Venice is local and homegrown. Like there's nothing that I can understand in Dubai if they do that shit. But like you stay at the Gritty or the Danielle or any of the great hotels, Excelsior, whatever. I don't care what it is. The Italian whole thing is local, organic. I'm not trying to shit on your Amman shit. It's expensive and it's beautiful, and I get it, and I'll stay there in a fucking heartbeat. Yes,
You don't
please.
understand. So you don't understand, right? So the gritty is right over
I
there.
understand.
Okay. If I
You
take this,
misunderstand that I don't
I'll
understand.
take this thing and throw it out the window, and I'll nearly hit it right.
Yeah.
So it's beautiful, fantastic. I've been over there for drinks many times.
Yeah.
Hemingway's table, etc., etc. But the Amman, when I went to meet Damien that time, I wasn't arriving on boat because he arrived on boat. I was walking in the back streets, and I couldn't find it. And I was like, where am I going? And I saw these gates and this garden. And I was like, this is it. And there was a little doorbell. And I went right up to it and it said Amman.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you joking? And I rang it, and then the cameras, it was like eyes wide shut. The fucking cameras turned, and I looked at them, and then they beeped the fucking gate, and it broke open. And I walked through this spiral fucking garden, and I got to these doors, and these people were like, are you Mr. O'Malley? I was like, I was ready to say the password is Fidelio, and here's my mask. Like that. That's what it was like. And they were like, Mr. I'm not going to say his last name. One of the richest people in the world. And he's upstairs at the bar waiting. And I went, I was like in a different world. And when we came back later that night after having dinner, and the fucking private boat picked us up and all that shit, the whole garden was closed down, and he wanted to smoke cigars, and I had beautiful cigars with me. That was my offering for the evening. And he was like, can we smoke? And they were like, yes, sir. And they turned on all the lights, and they brought out the entire fucking bar of whiskey and everything. I was like, this is like, you don't live in the real world. I don't think that the gritty, I can walk into the gritty and have a fucking, tomorrow evening, I can live stream.
You're going to go to Joe.
No, Geo's is.
Joe's there.
No, that's in the other place.
Is Joe not in the gritty? What is that?
No.
Is that Geo's, the Monaco?
Is in the not in the Monaco. The place in between. Help me out. It's late. I'm drunk.
No.
The place in between. The gritty, not the gritty. The
gritty, and then the Regina.
Regina.
Oh, it's in the Europa Regina. Sorry.
Yeah, it's in the Regina in between.
It's in between.
So
what's the name of the bar in the gritty?
I can't fucking remember. Anyway, I've been there. I was there only less than a year ago. I can walk in there tomorrow with my camera and sit down and have drinks. You can't do that at the Amman.
No, it's private.
You can't.
It's totally.
It's a totally different level. That's exactly where Jeff Bezos is going to be.
Yeah.
If he's not,
I don't know if that makes it cool.
The Cipriani is over on the other side.
I mean, I don't know if that makes it cool or cooler or not. Like for me, like Paul said to me last night, we were watching Travel Man, which is that annoying Richard Ariati guy. That guy, he's an obnoxious Brit, and he was they were staying in the Daniele, and he's like, "You hate the Daniele." I said, I don't hate the Daniele. He goes, well, when we were in there, all you did was make fun of it. And I said, no, I didn't make fun of it. I just said it was touristy. So I get that point.
It's know where it is.
Fucking beautiful and amazing. However, it is a place where people go. They don't go to the Amman for tourism. They go to the Daniele or the gritty. The gritty won't let you in anyway. But the Daniele let everybody in for fucking forever. And it's like you get the staircase and all that shit. But I know that the Amman, you can't get in there if you're a tourist. They won't let you in.
They will not. Possible. You can't get in.
I know that. That's why, for me, because the black and white floors and all that shit, I just want to sit at the Gritty Palace and have a drink and a smoke and just hang out.
The Gritty's beautiful.
And just go, fuck you, world.
If you book ahead enough in time, you can get the Hemingway table for dinner.
And that's what we want.
But like, it's not even funny what the Amman is.
No, the Amman is like it's a Dubai thing. It's super exclusive. It's like there's no such thing as a 7-star hotel. That's not real. That's not real. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Because like you and I have both stayed in 5-star hotels. I'm like, there's some shit about that that's not 5-star. And is it all pretezi or is it all frette or is it all this or that or whatever? But like 7-star, it's like, oh my God, did you have a group of virgins come and perform analingus on me? What the hell happened there? Like, what is it that creates 7 stars? Like Emmett is the only one of us that we know that stayed at a 7-star hotel in Dubai. And you know what he said? He didn't have an answer. He's like, I don't know what 7-star about that. Anyway, some funny super chats here, and we should grab them.
Sure.
Where were we? Oh my God, we start back with Pazuzu, right? Oh no, yeah. All of us get lost in the darkness. Dreamers learn to steer by the stars. All of us do time in the gutter. Dreamers turn to look at the cars. Do you know that lyric? I don't.
What are you talking about? All of us get lost in the darkness. Dreamers. That's on Presto. That's called.
Shit, I should know that. Is that fuck me? I'm sorry.
That's
Pazuzu.
called Bravado. Is it Bravado?
Bravado was a song you guys used to play.
Yeah, that's it. It's
all
Bravado.
of us get lost in the darkness. Dreamers learn to steer by the stars. All of us left in the gutter. Right, okay, shit.
Turn around.
Yeah, that's
I can't sing.
Fuck, what is the name of that song?
It's called Bravado.
That's Bravado.
And it's on Presto.
You guys used to Presto is the album I came back to Rush. By the way, you have no idea that Aaron and Neve are big Bashers listeners. So I had them both on my show the other night, and we were talking about Rush, and she, of course, acquiesced. But Aaron was like, Grace Under Pressure, Power Windows, and Hold Your Fire are like the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, well, you're young and you're wrong. And and that's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. I've come to Jesus over those records and I get it, and it's fine. However, he brought up the whole point of like thinking that lyrically, musically, and all that stuff in his musical zeitgeist, that was the best that there ever was. And Neve was like, fuck all this shit. It was so great. Neve is like, I want to live with your sister. I just want to live with her. I just want her to guide me as my guru.
Bring her right to dinner.
She's coming to New York, right?
Yeah. Next month.
She is my absolute concentration for that whole thing. Because she thinks how I want to think. She has the balls to think the way I want to.
Irish woman.
Myself. She's just, and she's not full of shit.
No holding her back.
Zuzu, thank you very much for that, because you're absolutely right. The actual Irish treated Phil in on his mother like crap. Well, we know about that. So Ray, 20 euros. Loyalty can be cruel mistress. It can be. And here's our beautiful Eddie. Hey Eddie. I'm sorry. We've yacked so much and we were just not paying attention. I'm so sorry. Because you're an incredible super chatter and an incredible guy. So can I have both? Do I have to? No, you do not. I have dual citizenship, baby. Renounce American citizenship. I want to leave, but I don't want to leave. No. I'm an American citizen and I'm an Irish citizen. You do not need to do that. Listen, back in the day, the reason why Paul doesn't have all four of Paul's ancestors are Italian. He can't have it because of the way Italy ran it. So, for example, America finally and Ireland finally came to an agreement with dual citizenship. So they made an agreement that you can have both. Italy took forever to go. Wow, shocking. It took forever to figure out how to come to that conclusion. They have it now, but there are some problems. Now, Eddie, darling, beautiful, amazing, we love you. Here's what I can tell you. And I know this because of the exhaustive research that I have done. Paul's family is from a town in Le Marche, which is one of the undersung provinces of Italy. Everybody knows all the other ones. It's kind of the one that's now it's coming up. People are noticing it. Hopefully I get there before it turns into fucking Chinatown. And you can easily go to the local commune and you can petition citizenship through your commune, through your relatives from that particular town. Like, for example, for whatever, Paul's family, he's so close to being Italian. It's his grandparents are all from Italy. You can petition, and he's got cousins there. They will come to the commune and they will vouch for him. He speaks Italian, he speaks Fanese, he speaks all this stuff. We are his family. And you know what? They'll probably just go, you are a citizen. Boom. It's called a registrazione di comune. You can get it. It's possible. But if you go through an American consulate, they will tell you a million reasons why you can't get it. So you do not renounce any American citizenship whatsoever. That does not really exist for the time being until, I don't know what's going to happen with this Trump presidency. Maybe other countries will say, if you are American, you have to, because it's getting to the point now where we're talking about an autocrat, right? So maybe you might have to. You might have to at the end of the day. It's not like it used to be. Like, you got Biden and Clinton. And sure, we're all laissez-faire and we're all cool and we're all great. Sure, you can have, but when you have a guy like that who's like a Mussolini or like a Putin or like a Hitler, when you have one of these guys, you might have to. But do it now, Eddie. Do it now. Okay, that's the story. Happy Meal, $5. If OC had Dirk's hairpiece, he would be drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah, see, you open a can of worms with that shit.
Oh, I don't care. It's fine.
I sent you some photos.
You did in Basherdirk@gmail.com.
Basherdirk.
Oh my god! Are we doing the Gallery of Bastards? Amazing.
Gallery of Bastards.
The Gallery of Bastards. Where are they? I don't see them. From you?
The Pass, Pazuzu. Sorry, I wasn't reading. It's not Bravado. It's the Pass.
You played the Pass too, right?
Yes. It's not Bravado. It's the Pass. Sorry. It's been a long time. I haven't listened to that song in a long time. It's a beautiful song. Yeah. Christ, what have you done? Yeah.
Beautiful. First of all, let me tell you that as a Rush
it's about
fan,
depression. It's about teenagers being depressed. Yeah.
I was obviously, I've been a Rush fan since I'm 11. And the first record I got into from Rush was 2112. Then, of course, it was Farewell to Kings and Hemispheres and all that stuff. I gave up after Signals.
Know when you gave up.
No, I'm just telling the gang. You know, I'm not talking to you. I'm telling them. I did not like Grace Under Pressure or Power of Windows. I did not like that. Now, this guy is 8 years younger than me. Oh, that guy. So that shit happens.
We went from first album we bought was Fly By Night. First thing we heard was on North Dublin Community Radio, playing rock music.
Yeah, but not 1974.
And we heard Xanadu. We're like, holy shit!
But Xanadu is a
we bought a record. My older brother bought the record. We didn't have any money. He barely had any. And he bought Fly By Night, and we were like, and there was like so much drumming on there. It was amazing, and huge guitar solos. And we were like, and then the second record he bought was Grace Under Pressure, and we were devastated because we were like, what happened to this?
What a jump that is!
That was a huge jump, and it was too much of a splash of cold water for us. So at first we super rejected it. And then over the years, as we filled in all the blanks,
your ass off. And
sorry, guys. We filled in all the blanks in between.
Geek out.
Then we began to say, okay, now I get it. And like fucking Grace Under Pressure is maybe one of my favorite records, not just a Rush, but of all bands of all time. I would happily go to the grave with that record. That fucking record, Between the Wheels.
And we're such big Rush
You know what? Between the Wheels is exactly Gaza and Israel right now. You read the lyrics of Between the Wheels.
How does Getty feel about it?
That's exactly Gaza and Israel. It's the big guy crushing the small guy. That's exactly what that is. The guy with all the money and the progress, and you know, wheels can take you down and crush you down and so on. And the guy who has no money and nothing to bargain with gets crushed, and that's just the end. And can you spare another war, another wasteland, another lost generation? That's what that fucking song is. And the way that record ends devastates me. You know why? Because it ends with Neil Peart hitting his kick and his snare in no real reason or any pattern. He just goes boom, psh, like a sound man would do.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the record. And it's fucking devastating to hear a great genius just leave him lost.
I always thought they did that on purpose. Like it sounded like a live thing.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it was, he just sounds lost. Like he just goes, like, there's nothing at the end. It's a cold, empty, dystopian future. That was like my first, after fucking Blade Runner and movies like that, that was the first record I ever heard that was a dystopian future.
2112?
No, 2112 had it. But it wasn't digital.
Is that not a dystopian future?
I guess it is, but it's like in the end, it's a happy ending because they win it back.
Yeah,
but you're right. You're right. Yeah,
right. I mean, listen.
Attention, all the planets of the Solar Federation.
Attention, all planets.
Yeah, they finally win the guy. You realize. And I've never heard anybody talk about the actual story of that fucking song properly ever. The guy grew up in a world where he thought that was cold and heartless and artless, and he commits suicide. And just as he does, the Solar Federation come back and win the land back, but it's too late because he's gone. And
Israel,
that's the tragedy. It's. Now it's beautiful, but fucking Grace Under Pressure, that is.
I just hate the music on that record. I just think it's a pussy record. I don't love that record. I think
Alex Lifeson is my favorite guitarist of all time. Okay,
me too.
Jeff Beck is the greatest guitarist of all time. But
I disagree.
I put him slightly less than Alex Lifeson because
Alex Lifeson is better than Jeff Beck.
Jeff Beck can make me cry. If you watch the Irish
Michael Schenker
video,
makes me cry.
Did you watch the Irish Watches video?
Yes,
the
I
two
did.
Irish Watches, right? And Jeff Beck at the end. If you don't cry during that, there's something wrong with you, okay? That man can bring you to tears with his skill on a guitar. But
he's great.
Alex Lifeson will do it every time for me. And for me, and that guy has played insane solos his whole life. For me, the greatest guitar solo ever written is Between the Wheels. It's Between the Wheels. If you don't cry, if you're not pushed to the edge of your soul.
I think Limelight's the most perfect solo ever of all time.
That's fine. That's beautiful. It's amazing.
I don't disagree with Between the Wheels.
I can get emotional just even talking about it.
What the fuck with all the fuck?
It's the desperation of man at the end of civilization as it crumbles. That's what you feel in that guitar solo. Yeah. And that album is a beautiful, incredible, visionary
What's
miracle.
The greatest guitar solo of all time? Oisin O'Malley.
Well, it's that.
Everyone.
Or it's no quarter 1973 live Zeppelin.
I'm not gonna fuck with you
live, only live. When he fucking picks up that guitar and he starts doing that no quarter,
that unbelievable the fucking chunk out of that shit that happens. Like I remember seeing that for the first time and I went like this.
When he picks up, he just as he picks up into the solo. You're just,
I mean, what is that?
I know he was a drunkard and a weirdo.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care. Like, listen, I'm not a Led Zeppelin apologist at all. And
Right.
like I'll also like, yeah, his plan sucked and Page is a heroin addict. But like when I heard that, I went like this.
But
What
I
the
have to say,
fuck
like
is
for
that?
recorded, like not live, I have to say the Stairway to Heaven might be one of the greatest guitar
Yeah,
solos ever recorded.
listen, man, no one's gonna fault you for picking Jimmy.
I have to say, like musically, it's a perfect composition, right?
It's pretty great.
You know, it's like
And
it's a whole story in itself. Yeah, it's a whole.
everyone fucks it up.
Well, no one can quite play it.
It's like everyone fucking up another brick in the wall. Why does everyone fuck up that or come? Okay, David Gilmour is not the most prodigious. He's not the most technical. He's
Here's a funny thing about that record, because he's so well known as a Fender Strat guy. Most of that record is Gibson Les Paul.
It's a Les Paul. Yeah, and he's
I
told
know
everybody.
my brother would be like fucking sailing with
He'd
that
be like,
piece of information, like he doesn't already
What?
know.
What did you have there? Yeah,
All
of
like
course.
all those solos were Les Paul.
They were Les Pauls. And Snowy White is all over that record too. He's a Les Paul guy. He probably just said, "Here, David, here, take this." Listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what people think about like guitar players or whatever their music is, or like my favorite guitar solo ever is Jesse's Girl by Rick Springfield. It's my favorite. Or You Gotta Love Somebody, and that's Tim, what's his face? Like, but like Page, you can't fuck with that guy. It's unfuckable. Like Brian May, how many amazing solos does that guy have?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not gonna. I don't ever talk about Queen because I don't want to bore everybody like I've done with Kiss, other than OC because he loves that shit. But like Queen for me is like yeah. Tell me more about that. Your sister's got the small boob.
No, he's incredibly musical, and
he's incredibly musical, and like the amazing sound. You know what Brian May said? Brian May said he used to go to the Marquee Club on Tuesday night, and he used to see Rory Gallagher.
Yeah,
and Rory Gallagher had a Strat and an AC30 with a treble boost. And he goes, "Oh my God, that's the guy I want to be." And finally, one night, Brian May and his mate went into the toilets. They were in the Jacks for like an hour, and they waited till the crowds had subsided. And they went outside, and they saw the band packing up, and they approached Rory Gallagher, and they were like, "Oh God, we're such fans." And he goes, "I'm a guitar player, and I love the way you play. How do you get that tone?" He goes, "I've got these two AC30s, and I've got this treble boost, and I use me Strat." He goes, "And the rest is all me." So the next day, Brian May went out and borrowed money from his dad, got two Vox AC30s, and then never got Rory Gallagher's tone until he met John Deacon, the bass player for Queen, and who invented a treble boost for him. So like, it's an amazing thing how like history can change.
I've heard stories of Jeff Beck with no guitar.
Sure.
Who there was a jam session, and he'd have some runner go buy him like a $50 guitar in a cardboard box, some piece of shit, and a little amp for $50, and plug it in, and then just it turns into
it's Jeff Beck.
Yeah,
because it doesn't matter.
Because they're like,
all right. By the way, I don't believe that applies to everybody.
No.
It
but
does.
It was always true.
But Jimmy Page, yes.
But let me tell you.
yes.
But let me tell you, the touch is a lot because we had it in our band. Colin, he was fucking insane singer, great singer, but on guitar, brute, heavy touch, no nuance, very far too much, and so on. And he had a shitty fucking telly for years, and then we finally got a record deal and got some money, and he bought a nice telly, like an expensive American telly, Beautiful thing. And he couldn't fucking play it, and it was always jangly out of
And
tune.
he never played it. He played
and
the
then he
fundamental.
handed it to my brother.
Yeah.
And my brother would just strum it and start playing it, and then the fucking thing lit up like bells. And it was we were like, there it is. It's the touch of the player so much more.
So much.
And so many bass players chased the Geddy Lee and the Chris Squire sound, buying Rickenbackers. They never had any idea how to touch a Rickenbacker. I had the same issue. You know, you want the Rickenbacker sound, the Geddy Lee or the Chris Squire sound. It's about how you approach the instrument, not just the instrument. The instrument is the last part of the delivery. The rest is you. And if you're not Geddy or if you're not Chris, you're not going to approach that instrument in the same way. And the fucking Rick ain't going to sound. So many Rick players I met over the years just had dull, lifeless sounds out of the Rick because they just didn't know how to approach the instrument.
Plus, also, like, people get like really fucking precious about shit. I'm like, yes, at the end of the day, a lot of the session players played jazz or P bass or any of that stuff. But there's like, for guys like us, there's a very specific thing about Rick players.
Pazuzu's coming in hard.
What do you say?
Look at that. You need an Ampeg SVT. Yes,
I don't disagree with you on that. I think it's the greatest
you need an SVT ever. with the fucking with the 12x10s.
You're impressing me right now, motherfucker. Because
Pazuzu's coming in hard.
Like, he's coming in hard shit. Because my bass player started out with SVT, and it was the greatest sounding amp I ever heard in my life. Then he switched to Trace Elliott. Trace Elliott
is great for slap.
It was not great. He switched from being originally Michael was a G&L player. He played a G&L P bass, essentially.
G&L strong, big basses.
Yeah, he played that. Then he switched to a Philip Kubicki with a Trace Elliott. Then at the end, he switched to that Ashdown, and he had like a Aria Pro 2. And I said to him, that is the pussiest sounding shit I've ever heard in my life.
Ashdown is soft bass.
I hated it.
Paul McCartney plays Ashdown. It's soft bass.
G&L.
Soft bass.
G&L with the fucking SVT was everything. It sounded like bass to me. You know, and like Jimmy and I, because we're big, way before knowing you, we were always like, fucking Ricks, man. Geddy Lee, McCartney, Wings. Why don't you play a Rick? And he never owned one, our bass player. It drove me crazy.
It's hard to know how to deal with a Rick. She's an odd beast.
No. The fucking the input, the fucking Ricko sound.
You don't need to bother with that.
I know, but like the fucking so many knobs.
You got to roll back the front, the neck, the neck pickup a bit, and then you got to have the right attitude on the instrument. That's the way it is. I remember a famous story about somebody at a fucking Steve Gadd master class, and before Gadd got there, they were like playing the drum kit, and it sounded like shit. And then Steve Gadd walked in and played the same exact drum kit.
It was great.
Fucking amazing.
Steve fucking Gadd.
Steve Gadd. So, you know.
Well, that's the truth. Like at the end of the day, like let's talk about
that's it is.
And no, it's all that. Eddie Van Halen with his shite fucking Charvel and all that crap, and his whatever he had, like Plexis or whatever. Randy Rhoads with his Mark IIs. It doesn't matter.
If you handed Eddie a $200 guitar with a little amp, he would have ripped it. Doesn't matter.
There's that joke about Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent played with Van Halen in the 70s or 80s. I forget what it was. And he was like, oh my God, Eddie Van Halen's tone's crazy. He goes, let me plug into your shit. And he plugged into his shit, and you know what he sounded like? Ted fucking Nugent. Because he's not fucking Eddie Van Halen. He's
Pazuzu has a Lembic Orion.
Look at that shit. Oh, Pazuzu, we got a little bit
and an 8x10, the Ampeg 8x10. That's the one I carded Did I say 8 by
Me
12?
too.
I think I said 8 by 12. 8
I
by
have
10.
dragged that up
That's the
1,000
classic one with the
staircases.
big rail on
With
the
the
top.
fucking
I
handle
dragged
on the
that
end.
thing all around America,
Oh
man.
my god! Let me
It's a
tell you,
great
Pazuzu,
cab.
we played at the Cinderella
Alembic,
Club
beautiful.
in Hamburg.
I could never
Well,
afford Alembic. Alembic was always
There's that Stanley
$10,000.
Clark kind of shebang.
No, it's like Alembic was, it
They
was
look
like
like coffee
super.
tables.
Alembic was like the Audemars Piguet
Sure,
of bases.
sure.
Like they came to
They're
your house
amazing,
and
amazing,
vetted you
amazing.
and shit. Like it was.
I mean, it's not for the rock and roll guys. It's for like the Stanley Clark cunts.
Stanley.
It's a notch.
Mark King
above.
eventually came around.
Did he go Alembic?
Mark King eventually became all Alembic.
Very expensive.
Yeah. I mean, they threw bases at him because it was right up his alley. And of course, the Who. He was the original, the OG of Alembic. Because it was all like, it was all touching.
Oh, I know.
It was all that. But
the Alembic was always the bass players' boutique.
And he rented the house down the street, and then it killed him.
I know.
And that house is still empty.
Too much blow, baby.
No, it's just the house. It's Candario. It kills you.
Can I tell you some funny story about Candario? So the other night we were like, this is very cheesy. Look, forgive me. I'm not trying to insult our YouTube channel because I'm a fucking loser. But at the end of the day, there was a guy.
Smoke so bad.
And this guy had his channel, and he's got him and his girlfriend, and he calls her Baby Ghoul. And it's about like the macabre and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, they go to Venice. It's very recent.
Give me 1 second. I have to grab a smoke.
Go do your thing. Go.
I'll have a heart attack, but I have to have one.
Where you going? You don't smoke cigarettes. What is he talking about? Rope-a-dope. All right. I'll catch up on all the shebangs. Oh God, what did I miss? My God. If OC had Dirk's hairpiece, OC's a very attractive man. He doesn't know. OC's a very handsome man. Like if I was shopping for a daddy, I would totally be into that. But so here's what my hair looks like. So I took a shower right after I left the house. What are you talking about?
Sorry, I'm back. I didn't want to piss off. It looks great.
Fast.
You look like the lead singer of
I'm an old man now.
No, you don't look like an old man.
I know.
You look like the Sex Pistols ex-singer.
Johnny Lydon?
Johnny, yeah.
Jesus.
With that kind of crazy...
Now, I have to pee, so you go fucking talk to the cow.
What am I going to say? Turns out Pazuzu is like got a great fucking taste in basses.
Pazuzu is like, oh my God, like I want to be that guy's best friend.
What a violation that is,
Nah,
it's so
who cares? You know what I want to do? I want to go sit in his lounge and watch bass players and jerk off.
I wasn't thinking anything like that, but normally an enemy, and I'm like, oh God, here we go, sharing fucking instrument info. There you go. It's the funny thing about the internet, it divides people that wouldn't otherwise be divided, probably. Something about the distance, I think, and the anonymity. Pazuzu is clearly not his real name. Oh, man. First smoke in a while. I actually know a watch dealer here in Italy who had some heart trouble, and he smokes these all the time. Maybe it's fucking these things are trying to kill me. Pazuzu. I'm not an enemy, just hard on you, not the same thing. Okay, I guess. Well, you have a fucking SVT with the 8x10. I used to cart one of those around all over the place. And then I had an extra 1x15. Or was it 1x18? Maybe it was a 1x18. This extra sub, because the The 8x10 was great for volume, but it didn't have the super lows, and I loved the super lows because I had the Octaver pedal, the Boss OC2. I lived on that fucking thing. I'd hit that thing and the floor would just open up. It was great when we did big festivals because the system, was fucking huge, and I'd hit that OC2 and I'd see it in the audience. Like I'd see all the girls in the audience going, why is my chest vibrating? Like, everything would just go, vroom. It was like Hans Zimmer or something. It was great. You get to use it very sparingly, only certain moments when things got to kind of an emotional high and people didn't know where it was going to go next. And then next thing, the floor opened up underneath them, And it was also great. I used a lot of distortion, overdrive, so I was able to hammer on the bass. So I was able to hammer on fucking octaves while I was doing the keyboard shit. It was a lot of power. It was like flying an airplane. I remember comparing it to flying an airplane back then because you had a lot of power, but you had a lot of responsibility. The rest of the band was kind of counting on you. It was wild feeling. All with half a bottle of vodka in your fucking belly. Crazy years. Good stuff, though. Jim Patterson. I played a Moog guitar once.
It's Moog. Let's
Moog. It's Moog. Yeah,
we used to always say Moog. I know we all say Moog, but it's Moog. It is Moog. Let's just say. Do you see that Moog just came out with the Geddy Lee edition?
No,
they just released a Geddy Lee, a full size. Well, not full size, 61
with all the sounds,
with all the Geddy Lee shit. Yeah, so they just came out and it's Moog. But I am a little intrigued by the Pazuzu, and you.
Turns out he's probably a cool.
Chris Squire is his favorite bass player.
Oh God.
Did you not see that?
Where did he say that?
He said it, baby. Hold on, let me find it. I just saw it. We have much in common. Chris Squire is my fave. Met him once at NAMM. Great guy. He was kind enough to stop and chat.
Oh God.
You guys are fucked. Listen, it just goes to show you. At the end of the day, guys, with all of this internet nonsense that goes on, you and him will be like, sit around and jerk off to bass playing.
That's what I was saying. Like, it's maybe the distance on the internet because people type things and there's a distance and you don't
fucking hate Trump.
Maybe things you wouldn't say to a person if you're standing next to them. And unfortunately, the internet kind of instills hatred sometimes. Chris Squire is my favorite bass player. He still is.
Chris Squire is your shit. He has the Moog Taurus 3.
And I, as a Rick player, 4001 player, I had the pre-Geddy Lee. I had the Chris Squire model.
Should I grab it?
It's right there.
It's right here.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry now seeing this. It has the toaster.
Zuzu,
1973. 1973, baby, with the toaster.
Toaster pickups. This is a Sheen Space. That's
here, my baby.
Because when he left the United States of America,
showed on the back of the neck where the neck broke off when I fell on the stage in Milwaukee.
This is the Sheryl Crow gig, right?
No, Sheryl Crow was West Palm Beach, Milwaukee. Go up the neck, all the way to the head.
Oh yeah.
There, you see the big crack there. There you go. That's where it came off. That's why I had to replace those machine heads.
Toaster pickup, man. Everything.
Well, there's a huge price difference. If you go from the 1975 to 1973, you can get a 75 for about $4,000, $5,000. 73 will cost you 10 or 12. Whole different beast.
I mean, this shit's in my house, my brother.
And
I don't have flats on it anymore because you came back. And I
That's
brought
right.
it to Matt. I put fuck. I love flats. I'm
Look
so
at that
sorry.
beast.
I know.
That fucking thing went through the wars, man. That thing has been in so many states in America. It's been all around North Italy. Um, you know what? I love Getty and I love
Sure.
McCartney, but the sound I'm most close to as a bass player, the sound that I sound like as a player sonically, is Chris.
Of course.
And when Chris died, I was going to Verona. I was going from Vicenza to Verona with my daughter and her mom for a day outing, and Chris died. And we listened to Yes Live, that double record with the fish and all the solo and everything.
Hold on. Ready for
The
this?
fucking thing sings, man.
Ready for this? Haven't touched it
Too.
in ages. Since the last time he was in my room. Oh no. Yeah, last time you were here.
Yeah.
Listen
to it sing. Do you hear it bark?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Even just it talks here.
Yeah. No, it's perfectly in tune. I've not touched this once since he left the studio.
I always said that because life goes up and down. Sometimes you're broke, sometimes you loads of money.
Sure.
That's the one thing I'll never walk away from. I'll sleep under the bridge with that thing.
Fucking Rick's rule, man. I don't care. I know.
I like the way you play it as well. You bring a lot of life out of it too.
I'm just a fucking
nice
heavy.
But you know the story, right? So I bought it from a guy in Dublin.
I did not know. I do not know the story.
Right. So he pulled it out from under his bed. I watched him. And he said, I was in a covers band in the 60s and 70s. And there was a big explosion of the Rick. And I bought a Rick. And he said, I was told 3 weeks because they were handmade in Hawaii. And that was true. That's where they were made. And I was told, I got a call that I was delayed because there was another bass player who wanted my model. And it was Chris Squire from Yes. And you're getting the next one. Unfortunately, we have to sell him your one. You're getting the next one. That was that bass. I'm not fucking joking. And he hands it to me. I gave him another bass. I think I gave him a fucking, I don't know, what was it, Ernie Ball 5-string or something.
Did you have a 5-string?
I had tons of different Ernie Balls, lots of 5 strings and stuff. And I had a fretless Ernie Ball at one point. But he handed it to me, and he goes, as long as it's going to get played live and stuff. And I was like, don't worry about that. And of course it did. It was we played with the Who with it and everything, right? So it definitely got its moment in the sun and the sunshine. But he told me it was 1972. He thinks it was 19. He goes, I think it was 72, 73. I think 72. And I said, okay. So in my mind, it was always 1972. So on I go. And years after all the touring and everything, eventually I leave it in for repair. And you know what? It was Jerry Harrison from the Talking Heads. He had a guy come in and repair our guitars for the record.
Yeah.
And this dude had worked with fucking Tom Petty and everybody. And he fucking knew the Rick like it was his old brother, you know. It was amazing, right? These old American dudes, like, they know their instruments so amazingly. And it was stripped apart, and the pick guard was taken off for the first time in 40 years. And at the time, Rickenbacker would write in pencil the dates when they were repaired and the dates when they were made. And the date of the making of that bass was 1973 September, same month when I was born. There's no actual date, so it's not necessarily my date of birth, but
Sure.
but it's the same month. We don't know. Maybe it was the same day. It was the same month of my birth. And I carried that fucker around and toured with her. We were like brother and sister.
Who's your brother? He was Neil Young's tech.
Yeah, Neil Young's tech. Yeah, that's right, Emmett. Yeah, he was Neil Young. This guy was a fucking legend, you know. It was that. It turns out the base was made the same month I was born.
That's
exactly the same age as I am. Exactly.
Now, he's never played a black with the shark fins. He's always played the yellow with just the.
Well, he had a yellow because Chris Squire had.
I want a
had
yellow
it
one
shaved
so
down
bad, more than anything in the world.
He wanted it to be lighter, and he had some of the wood shaved down off the back of the body. And he had
so did he have it?
repainted.
Did he take your base? But what about the neck? What's the story with that?
I don't know.
Because
he had a lot of the wood removed from the base.
Oh, he did.
Which might explain some of the very talky attitude out of the instrument.
Yeah.
Apparently, he shaved down like half an inch or something off the fucking instrument.
They sell it,
repainted.
You could buy one. You could buy a Chris Squire model from Rickenbacker. They sell it. It's exorbitantly expensive. It's like $8,000. I mean, the 4003s, which you can't get a 4001 anymore. You can only get a 4003. They're extremely expensive. It's artisan, American made.
A 401 is what you want.
Wow.
401 was the one.
What's a 401?
It's a pre-70, 78,
it's that
75.
Before the 4001? What is that?
The 03 is the same instrument. It's just from later.
Is that a like a different model, or what is that?
They thought it. I don't know what changes they made to the 403, but it's the same base essentially. The 401 is the goat.
I never heard of a 3-digit Rickenbacker. I didn't know that there was.
No, I'm saying 4001.
4001. Okay.
4001 is what I mean. I'm just making it short.
Sorry. Well, 4003 is the modern iteration of 4000. So Pazuzu with $5 goes, so do you feel like unbanning me? Are you banned? Are you banned on the Sheen's channel?
I do feel like I'm banning him now because I feel like he fucking.
You guys are gonna make love and find the fucking.
No, I think he's already. I think he's already kind of showed his prowess. Yeah. I think that deserves an unban. In fact, it probably deserves even a few abusive comments from him during my Friday night stream, going, "Don't be such a narcissist" or whatever the hell.
Man, I don't know what goes on those streams, but let me tell you right now that when you start talking Chris Squire and Rickenbacker and SVT, you're talking to the right guy. And that, my friends, is called common ground.
I mean, the only other thing I can think of is Mozart or something.
Do you know what's funny? I was on the phone with DJI today, and was like their hold music.
That's for release.
Yeah, and
that's
I said,
Beethoven.
It's Beethoven. And I said, when the guy finally came in, I said,
I hate that fucking piece.
Come on, it's all right.
It's nice, but it's so overdone.
It's whatever. I said, oh my God, but thank you so much for the Beethoven. He goes, what's that? And I said, that's the music on your hold. He goes, Beethoven? I was like, yeah, he's one of the most famous classical composers in history. He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, it's Taylor Swift. He goes, oh, okay, I like that. I said that. I said, it's Taylor Swift. He was the
Why do they use it on Taylor Swift?
No. I was waiting to find out why the microphone shebang on my DJI mic, why this fuck does not work with a guest. Why can't I use this microphone with you when you show up on iBashers?
By the way, did you notice on the new Rolex teaser, Yu Zhuang? Because you see Federer. Federer is walking through.
Yes, I saw Federer.
Central Park. Yu Zhuang is just before him. What the fuck
I don't
is
know
she
who
doing there?
Who is that? Should
Come
I
on.
know? Should I know who that is?
I'm not sure there's a better Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto Number 2 than Usual Wang.
Is that right? I didn't see that.
I don't know.
I don't know. She's a classical pianist.
Well, maybe the greatest living right now. Yeah,
Greater than really.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
how I
Usual
feel
Wang
about
is
it. I'll have to watch it. All right. Okay.
pretty scary shit.
Really?
Scary level.
And Rock.
I mean, at 13, she was already scary level. So
okay.
imagine now.
So did we talk about?
She's like a Rolex ambassador now, I guess.
Good for her. Did we talk about what we think that shit is? We did, right? A little bit.
It's the integrated bracelet, perhaps.
Oh, you think so too?
Oyster.
It's going to be like land flex.
Oyster quartz. Land dweller.
But they're not going to put it's not going to be it's going to be a real movement. Not going to do a quartz movement. But
I was talking on my thing tonight. I was like, maybe it'll be a hybrid. They're using that dual system, that dual escapement system that Breguet invented but could never perfect. And then Grand Seiko did a great job in 2020 with it. But Grand Seiko tuned it at 36,000 beats per hour. So let's see what Rolex do with it. It's going to be interesting. And it's going to be made of silicon.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Ray has been saying this a lot. Do you, as an Irish native person, know exactly? Yeah. I know.
Yes, that's a famous phrase, to hell or to Connacht. That's a phrase like, I don't know.
It's useless.
No, to hell or to Connacht, it's like, oh, man.
I mean, I know where that is.
Yeah, Connacht is on. Yeah, it's on the other side. It's where Ray is.
Yeah, but it's north of where he is.
Last preserved true Irish.
Oh, okay. So land. To hell or to the real shit. Okay, that I wasn't sure what that meant exactly.
Well, because if you're banished from it, because the east side of Ireland was.
I mean, we're
West Britain. We were West Brits.
Yeah, we're Sligo.
We were super colonized.
Supreme.
Right.
We're the worst.
Whereas Ray is not. He's not. He's real Irish. He's more Irish than I am because he's.
Well, isn't that more Donegal?
Donegal's up north, Ulster.
Yeah. Okay.
Ulster, Leinster.
Because he's been saying that a lot. I just want to make
sure. Leinster and Connacht. Connacht is on his side of the. Connacht for me is probably the most real Ireland, and that's where I spend all my time in Ireland Part 2.
I'm just Googling the map because I feel like a total fucking moron.
There's only four parts. Provinces. Leinster is the West Britain. That's Dublin. Ray is Connacht boy. That's why Ray is bilingual. You can speak fluent Irish. You can have a whole conversation with Ray in Irish. You don't have to ever speak English to Ray. I can't speak Irish the way Ray speaks Irish. Not even close.
Every time I go to maps, it always goes right to New York. Look, what the fuck?
Because it notices where you are. So just
I don't care where I am. Who the fuck
it does though?
It's all Mayo, Galway. It's all that. Yeah, it's that little isthmus there.
Yeah, Mayo. Yeah, exactly. That whole area there.
Yeah.
Connacht.
Yeah, Connacht. Good for you, Rayo.
Probably where I would retire. You know, because
if I was to retire in Mayo, I would absolutely 1,000,000 zillion % be somewhere in Galway because it's fucking magic.
Galway's lovely, but I would probably go back to O'Malley territory.
Well, because you're fucking O'Malley, that's why.
I
mean, I love Inniscrone, and all my family is there.
Or go out to Quebec. I'll go out to like Clare Island or one of those islands.
No, you don't want to go to the islands.
Yeah,
It's a
you
pain
do.
in
You
the
want
hole,
to.
bro. Unless you have a
Nah.
great boat, get a Riva, maybe.
Yeah, you got no. You got to. Yeah, you got a boat, but you disappear from the world. You think they don't live a beautiful life out there? My
Oh
aunt
no,
lives
no, no,
out
they
there.
do. I'm ready for that. Don't get me fucking. I'm done, man. I am done with the fucking bullshit. I am ready for the island life and the cat and the cow and the donkey and the. I'm
You
ready
saw
for
the end of Ireland Part 2. You saw that
it. I
land.
did.
You saw those animals.
Yeah.
That's where time stands still, man.
It's where time stops. It just
Yeah.
stops right there. And we're all
The
so
animals
caught
were
up in all
looking at
this.
me like they knew I was coming.
Yeah.
They looked at me like we were told that we've been waiting for it. That's what they looked like. It was a supernatural experience. I'm not going to lie.
Ireland is
Eddie,
very supernatural. Okay.
boys, for the info, I will contact my aunt who lives in the Canary Islands from Madrid, originally from Madrid. Have her vouch for me. Oh, so you want to move over to get out of here,
So Paul's been
boys?
to the Canary Islands with my nephew Quinn, and he said it was the most magical shit he's ever seen in his life.
Getting back to the original point about an hour and a half ago,
Let's do it.
an American looking at coming over to Europe. What's to lose? What's to lose? I mean, if you love to carry your gun around in a supermarket, you can't do that.
I love carrying my gun around.
But other than that, what's to lose?
I love
There's nothing to
hating
lose.
black people and Jews, and I hate having a hierarchical opinion of myself as a white person. And
No, but really,
I don't
like,
understand any of it.
especially now with the internet, because there's a sense of community sometimes people have. But a lot of American families, especially ones that are kind of born out of a small town in America, they separate. They all splinter up. One
Sure.
goes to Texas, one goes to New York, one goes to LA. So there isn't. You're still a plane flight away from your siblings. You see them at maybe Thanksgiving. You still get separated.
Sure.
So unless there's like a strong sense of community in your local area where you're with your family, is there much to lose?
I don't know, because there's no identity per se. It's not like America has like this deep cultural, historical significance.
Yeah.
It is an experiment in democracy that is now being challenged by an autocrat and probably will falter in the end. So the experiment will be over. So maybe it's better for everybody to go who are compelled to go. Maybe it's better for everybody.
Jim
to go
Patterson
to-
says peace of mind. Why wouldn't you have peace of mind in other countries?
I think
Here's
that's
the
what he-
news. Most
more
Western
what's to
countries are
gain.
the
He says
same.
more important what's to gain, though.
Oh,
I think what's to gain is.
well, I'll tell
I
you.
think this experiment is a failure, my friend. I think because there is a guy, and I love you, Jim. I think there is now a guy in power who has challenged the Constitution and challenged the
But
ideals.
even before him, I mean, the food is better. I'm sorry, the food is better.
No. Forget about all that. Like
The
forget about.
culture is strong.
Forget about that. Listen. No one cares
Everything-
about that. You're wrong. No one cares about how great the food is and how natural. Nobody
So what
cares
are they
about it.
thinking?
They're thinking about freedom.
Is it exceptionalism?
They're thinking about freedom.
What are you talking about? Free? We have freedom. We have the same
right,
freedom.
but that's not what they're thinking about. They're only thinking about democracy, and democracy is now a failure here because we have a guy who's showing up, and he is using executive orders and bypassing the House and the Senate.
Yeah, things are getting.
He is now challenging the Supreme Court, all the checks and balances in a free democracy. He is also banning free press, which is in the Constitution.
You're preaching to the choir.
No,
here
no,
with
I'm
me.
not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I don't need to talk to you.
Okay.
I'm just saying in general. So
I'm
this
just
is the
saying.
guy that is now. Have we not realized exactly what's happening here?
It's getting
The
crazy.
Germans
Project
all
2025
said,
is,
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know.
yeah, it's getting wild. But listen, even before that, I don't see any downgrade for an American family. I think the livelihood is essentially the same. You get to have a nice car and a house and a dog and a lawn and all of that shit. You have malls and
Yeah.
cineplexes with all the movies. You do all the modern stuff, high-speed internet, all the great
$3
shit.
bottles of great wine and Cicchetti for 3-4 euros.
Yeah,
What's
I mean,
wrong with you?
everything is cheaper and higher quality.
Yeah.
And then, but then think of the good things, the nice things. But the nice things all come from here. The Ferraris from here, Bugattis from here, Maseratis from here, Ferragamo's from here, Gucci, you know, etc. All the shit that you
But
want
that's
to
all.
wear.
That's another. That's. Did you watch the studio last night?
No,
Okay, it's really.
I've
good.
been watching Disclaimer with Kate
Yeah,
Blanchett.
I'll finish that. It was disturbing at best.
I was. It
And
was
she's
very.
great in it, but
I saw
she's
the
not.
racing-
She's a
I
very
saw the racing
unlikable
part,
person
by the
in that.
way. But she's great at playing an unlikable.
Yes, but my God, she's like at the end of Disclaimer, I was like, I don't really care.
I saw the
I was
racy
all about Sacha
sexual
Baron
parts,
Cohen.
by the way. I was like,
Oh my God,
okay,
it
this
was
is the
so
bit
rough.
that must be. I didn't mind it. I was fine. Like,
But it was just like at the end of the day, too much. My God in heaven.
they just went, yeah, they stepped
They
a
went
little
too
bit in
far.
there, but
Yeah,
of
but
course,
it was great. I loved it. Don't get me wrong.
And I like Sacha Baron Cohen in it.
He's brilliant in it.
He's really good in it. He's haunted as well, and he has the jealousy curve as well, which is very strange. I've never seen that documented on regular TV.
I've never seen that before, and he did it live, and I went, "Holy shit!"
The jealousy curve is a rough
Borat
one. That's a rough one.
nailed it
because he's reading about his wife, and then he starts
know.
and he's disgusted, but he also gets an erection. I was like, "That's the jealousy curve. That's about as dark as humanity gets." And they're writing about this. It was very interesting. I'm like in episode 3.
It was
or
good.
4.
It's good. It's just it's extremely.
And I fucking
it's
love her. I just love
yeah, but
anything
it's
Kate Blanchett
very
does.
explicitly dirty. It gets really dirty.
The
I'm like,
dirty
listen, if I
accentuates
want to watch
story.
porn, I'll go www.
I wasn't aroused by it in any way.
Maybe you weren't. But what is the gratuitousness of having to see that? Because, and I only say this, and I'm not a prude, I've seen everybody fuck every which way but sideways. I've seen it all. There's nothing I haven't seen.
Yeah.
And I don't care. But like when you're watching TV, like I would never forget one time I was sitting with my mother and there was like, Mom, I don't feel fresh. She's like, what's the matter with you? She's like, my vagina has a terrible odor. Well, maybe you should try Summer's Eve. And I remember going like this.
Because you were sitting with your mom.
I'm sitting with my mom. And you know what? It's like, do you really? I mean, I'm not.
You don't want to sit with your mom.
I don't want to sit with your mom. And there's like fucking the odor of your vagina. But like this thing is like, holy smokes. It's so dirty. It's so beyond that.
That episode 3 or whatever it was pretty dirty.
It was
very dirty.
And like, can we all have a
Kevin Kline is in that fucking show. He's great.
I know. Listen, it was
cast is great.
It was directed like Frank Darabont.
It's Alfonso Cuarón.
I know.
I watched the first episode and I was like, this is fucking really interesting. And then at the end it goes by Alfonso Cuarón. I'm like, what?
Sure.
I had no idea it was Alfonso Cuarón.
But then you went, of course.
Sure. It kind of made sense. The artistry of it. It's very bold artistry. Broad strokes. It's beautiful. And her and anything. I'll watch her and I'll watch her take a shit on a Bible. I don't care. Like that woman can do anything. I don't care. I don't care.
Listen, she's the most perfect age appropriate, intellect appropriate lady for you, and you might just eventually crumble into a cuckold for her because of who she is as a woman. You might
4 kids.
I'm going to fuck all these men and you're going to watch. And you be like, Yes, mistress.
For Kate?
I know you might.
I don't know.
Everybody's got that. Listen, everybody's got the price. Okay.
It's like what Louis C.K. said when he came back on the scene after all of that scandal. He finally came back on the scene. He's like, listen, everybody's got their thing, okay? Everybody's got their little thing, and it's very private, but everybody knows my thing. Because Obama knows my thing.
I know.
He goes, like, it's so embarrassing. Everybody in the world knows what my thing is.
How shitty is that, though?
That's
his
awful.
thing is what it is. Because,
Yeah,
like, you guys don't mind if I jerk off, do you?
That's so weird.
And then he did.
His whole thing was like, let me just tell you something. If you ever ask someone, can I jerk off in front of you? Say, are you sure? Like, if they say yes, say, are you sure? And even if they say yes, just don't fucking do it. Because he lost tens of millions over that.
It didn't matter because he's already worth tens of millions of dollars. At the end of the day, it did not hurt him financially. It destroyed him futuristically. It did not destroy any of his future.
He's back, though.
But he's not back.
No,
he's not back. He'll never get back. He'll never get back like Aziz Ansari will never get back.
No, that guy disappeared completely.
And he tried to do a comeback, and all that guy did was have a date with a girl.
He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong.
He did
was just
nothing.
He was a little kinky, that was all.
He wasn't kinky. He kissed her, he massaged her, and then he said, if you're not into this, maybe we're both not into this. Maybe I
Jim Patterson, I always love his comments. Amanda Seyfried is so hot, I can't believe she has a husband. No guy is cool enough for that woman. She is very cool. She's everywhere.
She's one of the most amazing chicks on the face of this earth.
She's very cool. She loves animals. She has a whole farm of animals.
She's a super vegetarian. She's so into the animals. And I love her absolute humanistic behavior. And she's so famous. And she's one of my favorite people in the world, Jim. I love
you're right. Sasha is Zionist. He's super heavy Zionist. It's a shame.
What are you gonna fucking do about what do you think? Actor. And meanwhile, he knows better. He's like, what was the joke? Oh God.
Meanwhile, Kate is not. She's the opposite.
So we're watching The Studio the other night. And that's
I'm going to talk about all this stuff tomorrow night on my Saturday night super chats, by the way, guys.
Great. So Seth Rogen is like, listen to your favorite Jew and blah, 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 blah. And they talk, there's so much inside Israel Zionist-y shit going on in that show because Seth Rogen is a fucking genius. That guy is fucking amazing. Now, has he got a Zio history?
No, Seth Rogen says he's terrified of that whole thing and he was fed lies his whole life.
Yeah.
He said it's amazing. Seth Rogen is on record saying it's amazing how many lies I was fed growing up as a American Jew over that whole thing. And he's like, honestly, I'm fucking terrified of that whole thing. But they gotta be careful.
He doesn't care. He's the executive producer. He's the writer. He's the director. He directs every episode. There's 2 episodes, the first hour and then a 30 minute. I think it's 30 minutes per episode, but the first one's an hour. Catherine O'Hara. Jesus Christ.
What's the name of the show?
It's called The Studio.
Oh,
yeah. It's on Apple TV. And it's about a guy who's been trying to tread water at a studio, and Bryan Cranston, Bryan Cranston is the CEO of the studio, and he gives him the role of the head of the studio. And so he wants to make art films, but it's so funny because the first thing he says is, I've got the greatest franchise for the studio, Kool-Aid. That's the face I was looking for. Because I want you to make a franchise out of Kool-Aid. like the drink, the Kool-Aid, like the guy that busts through the walls and like turn it into a movie franchise. And the first thing that happens to Seth Rogen is that Martin Scorsese comes to him and says, he pitches a movie to him. He goes, I want to pitch to you a movie about Jonestown, about, Jim
The
Jones.
massacre?
Yeah, Jim Jones, blah, blah. Seth Rogen goes, what are you thinking about calling this movie? He goes, like, Jonestown. He goes, I have a better idea. Why don't we call it Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid.
Because that's what they all drank, and they all died from Kool-Aid.
They drank the Kool-Aid, yes.
That's where the term comes from.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Kool-Aid.
You drank the Kool-Aid. Yeah, it's part of...
Dude, watch this. You're going to pee in your pants. It's so good. And also, the oneer we were talking about with your brother earlier on text messages, most of this show is a oneer. Most of it is one shot.
Is that the thing that people are doing now?
Yeah, it's because
of Ari, Alexa, and
because of all of that.
Minis.
It is very popular to do.
You can shoot a 1 hour show.
Yeah,
without having to stop.
It's true. It's true. Totally true. Totally true. Heading towards Logan's Run, says Pal. Listen, I could talk about Logan's Run until I'm blue in the face. You ever see Logan's Run?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. We've all seen that. Anyway, we should probably kill it. It's 11:20 at night. We've been at this for hours and hours and hours. It's 6 o'clock. This is now 4.5 hours. Thanks so much. Thanks to Sheen for showing up and coming in. He's been busy working on the show, working on his channel, and making art. And thanks everybody thanks so much for hanging out with me for the first 2 hours and hanging out with me when it was so cold and brutal. There's lots of
cold New York right now. That's not how spring happened. Yeah,
it was 45 degrees like 2 hours.
It's spring now here, man.
I know. Well, you are in a different part of the world. Listen, they said it was going to be 62 and sunny today. It was overcast all day. And then finally, it got warm, but it was gray and gross. It was gross. Here's hilarious. Paddle Power says, Ashke Nazis.
Nazis. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of people out there who just don't get the gist of the situation, but, it's all true. Guys, thanks so much. Let me hit all the 26 super chatters. Thank you so much. We've got Nathaniel Hannon. Nathaniel, who does, by the way, I cleared it up. He's got a Sky Dweller. I said he's got a Sky Dweller, and Dean was like, he doesn't have a Sky Dweller. I'm like, yes, he does.
Nathaniel has a two-tone.
Yeah, he's
beautiful. Two-tone Sky Dweller.
Yeah. Beautiful. Danny Gutierrez and Sharon, beautiful Sharon, and Steve Mac 3, and Andrew and JBB and Andrew Wolkowicz. That chest pain, I don't know who you are, but I love you, man. That chest pain again. Hey, Curly. Hey. We're making breakthroughs tonight. Pazuzu, $20. I think you and Asheen are going to be bass playing buddies. You're going to be like, you're going to start your own YouTube channel about, you ever watch that? Do you watch that bass player channel with that British guy that wears a glove?
No, but I watch that Drumeo channel. That's fucking amazing.
I'm addicted to Drumeo.
Did
you watch that nerdy guy? That nerdy guy who like licks Mike Portnoy's ass play all of the Neil Peart stuff? Did you watch that?
I saw that. I saw.
Oh my god! It was like, holy shit, he's amazing.
I love drummers.
I know.
I was never a drummer,
but I always
drummers.
That's why I'm like,
I love drumming.
I love drumming, and I wish I was a drummer more than anything. Like if I could jerk off to porn, it would be drumming. Anyway, I think you guys are fucking kindred spirits, motherfucker. Pazuzu again. Oh my god. Superman. Eddie. We love you, beautiful baby. Thank you so much. And happy meal. There you are again. How dare you bring up? I bring up as OC and I are the kings of Kiss, no matter what you say. And you know what? He can't trust
OC is a snake. It's a human snake. OC is a human snake. You know, he said I wasn't even in the cockpit. Remember, I was in the cockpit with my buddy.
Oh, he said that.
OC said it was all lies and bullshit. He's a snake.
Because that was.
And I know shit he said behind my back as well. I know because we're distantly related business-wise. Go fuck himself.
Okay, guys. You know what? You've got homework to do. Happy
Game on.
Game on, baby. Happy meal again. And then we got Pazuzu. All of us get lost in the darkness. And Pazuzu, you are turning him over to the other side.
The Pass. I want to listen to that song again.
Oh, The Pass is great.
That's so beautiful.
I gave up on Rush until Presto. I was done. I involved myself in other things because I saw them on every tour that I could when I was a little boy, and then I gave up on them. Last tour I saw them on was Signals. I did not see them on Grace Under Pressure or Power Windows or Hold Your Fire.
Nobody cares.
I know, but I don't care. My show. I don't give a fuck. But I came back for Presto, and I was
You came back for Presto.
In the Available Light. Amazing album, amazing. The Pass, great stuff. Anyway, Pazuzu, I think we have a breakthrough. Ray, Eddie, we love you. Come over to my house. Pazuzu again. Look at you guys. I feel like I'm bad. Yeah, I think you're on band, buddy. And Eddie, thank you. Thanks, boys, for the info. I'll contact my aunt who lives in the country. Listen, there is no such thing. The American, until now, my friend, it is most countries have a treaty where you can have dual citizenship. There's very few that don't. I think it's Iran and Iraq and blah, blah, blah. But for the Canary Islands and Portugal and Spain, no problem. No problem. He's a citizen of America and he's an Irish guy and blah, blah, blah. I'm a dual citizen. I've had an Irish passport since I'm 3 years old. It's all good. So, my God, get on it.
If you have an Irish passport, my friend, you have an EU passport.
You have an EU passport. Once you have an EU passport, you can go live anywhere you want.
You can move to Italy tomorrow morning.
Andrew wants to know, Canadian $5. Do you ever sit and write music? I hope so. Upvote and subscribe, everyone, and become a Patreon if you can. Be safe and be well. Do you ever sit around and just write music these days?
No, not these days, no.
Yeah, no. Why
don't
come
up with other things?
Right.
The creative spirit can find its way into other things.
Do you still not have a keyboard in your house?
Oh, electric keyboard. I need a piano.
How many keys?
I'll figure that out soon.
How many keys you got?
Like 66.
88. You need a piano.
I need a real piano. Yeah.
Oh, a real piano. Well, we'll talk about
not
that.
A big. No, I mean, yeah.
Do you want a real piano?
I'd love a nice big Steinway D, but I don't have a huge palazzo on the Grand Canal. So.
Maybe you get a cheap old Fazioli if that's available.
A cheap old Fazioli.
There's no such thing as a cheap Fazioli. Anyway, guys, thank you so very much. What a great show. Long. You guys hung in there and you're the best. So let's hold the door open. Let's keep everybody in check. If you meet somebody who's not so nice, give them the benefit of the doubt, unless, of course, you meet them and you decide you're a total